After 4 days of play in Brescia, it certainly has been bringing the pressure. We have our top three, we have our bottom three, and we are heading into Super Friday. It's the biggest day yet with 5 games of T10 action. And today, we'll have to say goodbye to 2 of the teams here in week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Brescia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 5 here in Brescia, which means it is Super Friday. Well, we might have got off a bit easy yesterday with only 3 matches, but we'll make it up today with 5 matches, and ultimately we will have to end the ECS journeys of 2 of the 6 teams in Brescia right here today. 3 teams are safe, 3 teams are not, and we are starting with a couple of the teams that are safe, but they are playing 2 games each today for the double chance, the top 3. Only 2 of them will get that benefit tomorrow on finals day here in Brescia, and we're starting with a match between Gina Brescia and Kings 11. Well, these 2 had a last ball thriller in the last game last night, so it's great to see them back on the park straight away. Let's go to the coin toss. I know that Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains for these 2 teams for playoff number 1, match number 16.
Kings 11 to call. Tails to call. It's tails. Bowling. Okay, something like that. Have a good game. Thank you, all the best. Have a good game. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So it is Kings 11 that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. No surprises from me there really, because they do normally like to chase, and in this corresponding fixture yesterday they really caught Gina Brescia on the hop. Ultimately they kept them to a very low score of 62, but then they didn't have a great time with the bat either, Kings 11. They won off the very last ball. Jasvinder Singh was the hero for them, but I've got to say I'm always impressed with Kings 11, the way that they're moving forward with their cricket, particularly in the short format. I think that Jagmeet Singh, the left arm spinner, has been very, very good this week, contributed some handy runs as well. Vibhor Yadav and Vikas Kumar haven't really clicked at the top lately, but of course they are very, very, very capable, and we will see them in the power play, I'm sure. But it's just a matter if they can bat long enough, I think, to give the Kings 11 innings any momentum. But first up, we will get to see Gina Brescia begin for them today. Janaka Vas, who was outstanding last year, coming into their lineup, so he makes them even stronger. Watch out for the left-handers. Hassan Ahmed hasn't really clicked yet, but he is very, very dangerous if he gets going. Fahim Nazir as well is another one to watch. He's been outstanding with the bat and the ball for Gina Brescia. And Rukhsar Ahmed, well, the veteran, he is their leading wicket taker with 7 wickets this week. He also has a very good economy rate of under 7. So both of these teams, they had identical records in the first phase of the tournament, 3 wins and 2 losses. So not too much between them. I think these teams obviously would really want that double chance, especially with things being so tight as we head into tomorrow. Let's talk about the conditions today in Brescia. Not a cloud in the sky as far as I can see. We're expecting another warm day. 31 degrees is the expected maximum, although it feels a lot hotter than that, I can tell you. And look, currently it's about 24, so not too bad. Perfect conditions really to get going. I don't think it really matters if you bat a ball first, but whatever you do, you have to do it well. So I'm really looking forward to this day, of course. 5 matches ahead, 1 more than we have been doing regularly, so it should be a huge day. Hopefully you can join us on our Super Friday, and here is another super colleague of mine. It's Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. Rico, I can tell you the news from the toss in playoff number 1, which is match 16 on the calendar, is that Kings 11 have won the toss. They're going to send in Gina Brescia. Over to you, and let's get this day started.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal, Aibo1, and welcome to the Brescia Cricket Ground. And we're going to start off with, well, what a fantastic day Super Friday is going to be. Well, the doctor says you need your 5 a day. Well, we're giving you 5 top quality matches, and it's Friday. It's Peacock Friday as well, so it's going to be fan-dazzy-dozy. It's absolutely going to be a wonderful day. Look, why don't we have a quick look at what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, remember, there was only just 3 matches, and we started off with match number 13. We know that funny things can happen in match 13, and it was Brescia that were taking on Packline Getty, and Brescia winning that one by just 14 runs. Once again, I think we saw in the day that Banners found it hard to go. And in that first match, Yasser Duluk, first time we really saw him click. He didn't go and score big runs, but he got himself into the high 20s, 27 off just 21 deliveries. But really, other than that, nobody else was able to get going for Brescia, but they did get to that score of 103. And the PLG, the Jedis as I like to call them, well, they're a team that have certainly improved from when we saw them last year, finishing on 89 for free. But they were in that match more or less until right to the last, and Mudassar Riaz was their hero, 30 of 20. But it was really, and also Jawad Mohammed, he played some massive shots. When he got run out is when the game changed for them. And next up, we saw Cividate take on Genjua Brescia. And Genjua Brescia, will they continue their recovery? Though, this is one of two matches that was won off the last ball. And really, we had a golden ball, but the wicketkeeper just missing the stumps, allowing Genjua Brescia to get that one run that gave them the victory there. And then we saw Gina Brescia and Kings. Well, this is a repeat of what we're going to see this morning. Well, what happened yesterday? I can tell you, Gina Brescia, they didn't bat well at all, thanks to some great bowling from Jagmeet Singh. 3 for 7. Kuldeep Lal was in the action again, 2 for 15. And Jaswinder Singh, 2 for 17. Restricted Gina Brescia to 62 for 9. Kings got there, but again, it was a win off the last ball. Jaswinder Singh, the hero for the Kings there. This is how the tables look. So what we do know is those top three will be coming back tomorrow. The question is, which two of them will have that double chance to get into the final? And the bottom three that you saw on the table there, they've got a very nervy day here today because only one of them will be joining the top three. Well, this is a look at the team sheets here. One thing I will note, well, they're going back to the basics, aren't they? Both of these teams. I can see that Rukhsar Ahmed has taken over the captaincy from Hassan Ahmed. And for Kings, Jaipal Singh has taken over the captaincy from Simranjit Singh. So they're going back to what we've known and seen from them in the past in terms of who they're being led by. But will it spark a revival? They need that revival in the batting. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. It says that Gina Brescia 100 to 96. And you know what? I think it's going to be more or less that. Kings, you saw there from the coin toss, winning the toss and electing to chase. That's something that they've been comfortable doing. It just worked for them yesterday, didn't it? Let's see if it works for them here today. A beautiful view here of the mountains that surround this ground. And apart from the dryness, which of course we know is down to the fact that because of the extreme conditions at the moment and the water shortage, that recreational areas are not allowed to use water for the purposes of watering the grass, etc. That's why it looks so dry. Kuldeep Lal, as he did yesterday, opening the bowling. And he was successful in doing that in that match yesterday. Picked up 2 for 15. But that was such a good game yesterday between these two teams. We weren't expecting it to be a low-scoring one. And when Gina Brescia only posted 62, we really thought that the Kings were going to knock them on pretty quickly. But it was anything but. Edge, and this flies away. There's a man down there who has all sorts of trouble stopping it. And, well, he manages to keep the ball from going to the boundary. That's one of the things that you'll notice on this ground. It's a difficult one to field. In fact, I'll put a challenge out to anybody that will hit 10 balls along the ground to you, along the ground, racing towards you, and I don't think you're gonna cleanly pick out 10 out of 10. It's just not possible. The ball bobbles around so much, and that's one thing that the batters will be aware of. They know when the ball is going along the deck to a fielder, you've got the opportunity to take 2. Well, he's not thinking 2 here. He's thinking 4. Over the top it goes, and Nisar Ahmed gets the boundary. Just a little bit too short and wide here from Kuldeep, and Nisar is onto it quickly. He's one of many star batters in both these teams that haven't clicked as yet. And what a time to do it will be today. And of course, both these teams would love to have that double opportunity to get to the final tomorrow. And of course, we know only one team, so the winners of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Brescia will go through to the Super Series. Only one team, only one spot available. Good comeback from Kuldeep Lal, full and straight, and gets played out by Nisar. So an opportunity now to bowl to Nazir. Nazir, for me, has been the class bat of this series so far. Apart from yesterday, he's more or less performed in every match. Yesterday he hit a big 6 and then got out. But he's been class. Let's just see if he can return and recapture the sort of form that he did show earlier. If he can, well, he can really hurt you, and he can take this game away from you by putting a big score up. 130, 140 on the board. Gina Brescia gets a sneaky start. Doesn't quite get this where he wants to. Gets a single. So Lyle, though that went for that one boundary, still pretty decent over. 8 runs from it. Let's see if he can finish well. Kuldeep Lyle, of course, many of you will know him from playing many series in Barcelona. Also has played for the Spanish national team. We saw him in Cartama playing in the ECC. This one's been turned away. Well fielded. Couple of changes in personnel as well from Kings. Malkeet Singh, he's back in the side. Now, we haven't really, we saw him in the team right at the beginning for Kings on the first day, but he never really played a part in the match. I'm just wondering whether he's in the side to try and get that start that they need in the power play, because he only bats one way, and if he does get going and hit the ball pretty well. But this is where we are. It goes back to what we're talking about. So 2 teams from Milan, the champions of Milan, Fresh Tropical, and the runners-up, Albano, they have already got that golden ticket, so we will see them at the Super Series starting on the 25th of July. But here in Brescia, only 1 ticket available. Only the winners, the champions tomorrow of Brescia, will make it through to that Super Series. And then, of course, we wait to fill the other 2 places from Bologna and Rome. So everything to play for here today. And I know these 3 teams, the top 2 teams that are playing the playoff games here today, they're already in finals day tomorrow. But 1 is they like to go into it with form. But 2, of course, they want to finish in the top 2 out of the 3, so they get that chance to, that double chance to get into the final. Somebody else that bowled well yesterday. So sticking to the plan that worked for them yesterday. Kuldeep bowling the first over. And he went for 10. And now they're going with Jaswinder. And Jaswinder, well, he was the player of the match in this fixture yesterday, the last one in the day. He's terrific batting. 26 of 17, and then with the ball, 2 for 17 was key. Let's see how they deal with him today. Nisar wants to go down the ground. He's eyeing up that area at long on. Got mid on, he's in the circle. He's looking to go over him. And mid wicket is also being left vacant. This time goes for the switch. Goes past Vikesh Kumar behind the stumps. He's another man that we'd love to get his tournament up and running with the bat. A very dangerous batter, but just being guilty of going across the line too much on the straight ball and being plumb in front or getting bowled. So can he come back with a bang here today? Nazir carefully plays his back, just gives it a little dab out on the onside. Take the single. It's going to be a very warm day today as well, and a warm day and a long day. So some of these teams certainly going to start to feel the heat. This one has got a bit of heat on it. That is hot, and it goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. That's what they need. And that's a good shot, a big shot from Nisar. And he goes the air route, and he gets this one in the zone that he was looking to go. Big shot. The first Maximo of the innings. Jaswinder thinks about changing the field, but Jayapal is saying no, leave it for now. Leave it for now. And the umpire says, hang on, let's just have a look at that ball. It went a long way. It looks like he's saying, hang on, wait a minute. I think there may be a slight delay for other reasons as well. But gives us a chance to say good morning to our men in black. And that you see there at the bowler's end, umpire Rahman. And alongside him at square leg is Sukhdev Singh. And can I just say, the match officials this week, not just this week, in Italy in general, going back to Milan, have been absolutely fantastic. And led by Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. Opportunity for Yadav and Jaswinder to have a chat. Yadav, he's been a good find for Kings. He showed his talents with the bat, that is, in the first match that we saw them play, when he scored a very fine 62. He really looked in good form. 62-22, got the player of the match award when they beat Cividate. But since then, he's not got going. Nobody really has. You've seen sometimes little scores of around about the 20s. But nobody really has gone to score big runs. And when I saw the start of that first game, that was Brescia taking on Gengua Brescia. And Brescia went off to a flyer. And I was thinking then, okay, on this ground, the way the ball was being peppered to the boundary rope and how this outfield was behaving, how cricket was, that we're going to see some really big scores. Never really happened, didn't materialise on day one. On day one, the highest score that we saw was 114 from Cividate. And day two, we saw it was PLG, Packlines Getty, the team that hadn't won an ECL match at all. Well, they got their first victory against Gengua Brescia, and they did it by putting 125 on the board. And that was then beaten by Gengua Brescia, 158 for 1 against PLG. So PLG held the high score record, and then they played a different part in it. They conceded the most runs. But since then, and that was match number 8, we haven't seen, I mean, give you an example, on day 3, we didn't see 100 hit once. The team's batting first, 81, 72, 82, 87. And yesterday as well, we saw 100 in the first match from Brescia, 103. But all the other scores, 69 and then 62. And a number of reasons, really, I think, and it's something that we've touched on a lot. And I just believe it goes down to the bowling. I think the bowling has been sensational. And I think here, particularly in Brescia, I think the bowlers have been very good at keeping the pace of the ball. They've been very good with the variations. We've certainly seen more spin in the attack as well than we did in Milan. And also the fielding, some of the fielding on this surface has been spot on as well. We've seen really good catches being taken. So I just wonder if there's going to be a change in that. If the last 2 days of competition here in Brescia, we're going to start to see the big runs once again. Apologies for the delay. Just, I think, having some few teething technical problems. And it just gives an opportunity, I think, for the fielders to gather around the bowler and have a chat, and the two batters not just having a chat with each other, but taking on a few refreshments. That is going to be key here today. I think if you look around this ground, we have a look around the ground. It's not a sky, not a cloud in the sky, I should say. Be a bit worrying if there was no sky, wouldn't it? But already, I think temperatures around about that 27 degrees, 27, 28. I think by the time we get to the afternoon and 1 o'clock, it's going to really sort of be around about 33, 34. So it's going to start to get hot. It's going to get hot out there, and it's getting hot here in the commentary box as well. As we welcome into the box, Mr. Maximo, looking very dashing in your Peacock Friday shirt.
Very happy Friday to all of our viewers. Just popped into live chat as well. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, yeah, good morning.
And buongiorno. And yeah, it is Peacock Friday, Super Friday. So we've got a lot going on today, and I like the number you've got here. I like this. Actually reminding me a bit of the lake.
It's a bit of the...
I did the lake again last night.
Yeah.
Amazing. Then I went to Sirmione, which is a really nice little historic old town area where I had dinner there. I had the gnocchi. Now, you've been telling me to try the gnocchi all week.
And?
It is something else. It was like eating little bits of cloud.
Yeah,
wasn't
that's
it?
what I was saying. It's not like
expecting.
the gnocchi you have outside of Italy. It was like, yeah, little puffy, you're right, little puffy soft clouds that you're eating. It's
like
not, you don't really taste,
marshmallows.
You don't taste, yeah, that's a good description. You don't taste the pasta so much. It's more potatoey, but it's so... Did you have it with the, what did you have it with, the 4 cheeses? Or did you have the
I had it
ragu?
with I had it more of a cheesy one. Yeah, kind of cheese and ham. Anyway, let us know what you've been up to. Are you excited for Super Friday? We have 5 matches. You said get your 5. You get your 5 here today. It's always sad when we are going to have to end the ECS dreams and actually end the ECL dreams of 2 teams today. But we've seen all teams have some success at different times. But yeah, jump in the live chat. And what do you think? Should we do an early lurker call out today?
Well, why don't we?
Very early.
It's a good opportunity.
Very early. But let's get the early lurker gets the worm. So let's go with it. Are you ready?
Here we go. Come on.
So come at us, come at us, come at us, come
Lucky,
at us, come at us.
lucky.
Happy
Let's
Peacock
have you over
Friday.
here.
If you don't normally get a chance to jump in the chat, this is the one time we'll ask you today. Jump in the chat. Say hello to us. Let us know exactly where you're watching from so we can say hello to you. And the good news is the lurker call-out's done the trick because I think the technical issue's been fixed and we're going to get some more cricket out there in the middle. And yeah, these games are so important because with such a kind of even spread of talent across these teams in Brescia, the double chance is going to be crucial. Only 2 of the top 3 will be able to have that superpower tomorrow.
Yeah, back to the action. So just win that. Coming back into the attack. We just saw him he was thumped for a huge 6. Let's see what his reply is going to be here. And Nisar again after him again. It's up in the air, but there's nobody there. And that's the advantage of being aggressive in the power play. You do get a chance because there's only 2 men that are allowed to be outside that 30-yard circle. And at the moment, there's nobody deployed on the leg side. There was a bit of chat, I think, when he was hit for that big one. Wanted to move a man back at mid-wicket, but, I mean, even if they had, he was not going to get there. That was more sort of square leg. That is the end of the second over. And the score moves on to 20 on the board for no wickets down.
So, again, when there's a technical issue, we typically do hold the game because we don't want to continue, for example, with no score on the board. I know that really annoys people. So I know it can be a bit irritating if there's a couple of minutes delay. As we come back to Kuldeep, who's going to bowl over number 3. Starts with a wide down leg side. Uncharacteristically loose delivery from Kuldeep. But he gets away with it just being the 1 wide. Well knocked down by Vikas Kumar behind the stumps. Yeah, so do appreciate your understanding because, if we do keep the game going with no scoreboard graphics or anything like that, it kind of irritates people even more. So it gives you a chance to kind of, make a cup of tea or just have a chat with us for a couple of minutes while we sort that back end issue out. But it's sorted now and Kuldeep will continue. Once again, the fielding's been super important. A few people asking about, how come scores are a bit lower. I think a lot of it's to do with the fielding and the fact that most of the catches are being held at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. Something that I was touching on as well. I think the fielding's been good. I mean, again, a really good stop. It's not easy on this outfield, trust me. And I think the bowling's been so good as well. I think I like the way all the bowlers have varied the length, been very clever. And this is a beauty. And that just demonstrates it. And you can see there that even Nazir is appreciating that ball. He looks at Kuldeep and says, yeah, that was a good one. That was a good ball. Gets this to come in and shape away from the left-hander. And it was acknowledged by Nazir as well. Look at that. Very well bowled.
Definitely does a bit, doesn't it?
And this time he goes full for the Yorker, but, he pays the price. Over-pitched, and Nazir doesn't try and hit this too hard. He knows the gap is there. He just sort of helps this along the way. He says, yeah, you did me with a good one, but if you think you're going to get me, you've got another thing coming. He's very quick on his feet, gets to the pitch of that, turns it into a full toss, and 4 runs in the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, fantastic. Bit of striking. That one, it doesn't bounce. It never has a chance to do something off the pitch. Well put away into the gap.
And this is a bit of a hoik across the line. Once again, I think this one, there's no pace on this. Is a much slower ball, but better areas as well. And Kuldeep just having a little chat with Sukhdev, saying, I'm putting my foot down and just seem to be sliding. I don't know what the umpire can do about that. He's not going to get you another pair of shoes. Anyway, Kuldeep goes down the leg side, and this will be a test for the fielder. And he gets there pretty quickly, so wasn't the best of deliveries. I think that's a bit of a let-off, really, for Kuldeep.
It probably is. Slightly slower one, wasn't it? But couldn't catch up with it. Just clunked off the pad. I want to say hello to a few lurkers already. Thank you so much for answering the call. Got IWBW lurking from Bangladesh. Good morning to you, Sundori. And also, hello to Cat's channel, watching from Asia. pretty non-specific, but that's okay.
Play down the ground, trying to get it past Simranjit. He won't. Simran, that's his areas.
It's a good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah.
Really is. End of the power play, 28 for no loss. Also gives us a chance to say hello to Kai Bay. He's always lurking in Sydney. Beautiful sunny day in Sydney. Well, that's nice to hear. I know the weather's been a bit crazy in New South Wales, so I've been hearing. So good to hear from you. Hello to Mohammed Rakib Hassan as well, I think watching from Bangladesh, and a few others from Bangladesh, like Niloy and Durjoy, Rubel Khan, and from Mohammed Sujon from the Bogura district in Bangladesh. Good morning to you. And yeah, keep the lurkers coming in. Appreciating it. And yeah, I know a lot of people enjoying Fahim Nazir's batting left-hander. I want to say hello to Tony Danarovsky as well, looking in Burntwood in the UK. And long-time viewer, firstly watching on Free Sports, then YouTube. Hello, Tony. It's really nice that you've answered the lurker call. I hope you got the popcorn out, or whatever it is. Probably in the UK. They get a version of summer. Might get a nice cold drink. Because, yeah, things are really hotting up here in Brescia. So thanks so much. And give you the rest of the innings if the lurkers want to pop in. Now we're going to the middle overs, and it will be Vibori Yadav to bowl over number 4. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time, and they have put 5 back.
Yadav, ooh, nearly gets through with his first ball to Nisar Ahmed. Yadav, he's a very good cricketer. And, we've seen him shine more with the ball and in the field than with the bat, really. Just that one good innings from him.
Due for a big innings, though, isn't he?
He is.
He just seems too good to keep going cheaply.
But he's a competitor, and he gets a bit fiery as well, doesn't he?
I like it.
He doesn't mind showing his emotions. He's
got a fast bowler's brain in a medium pacer's body. That's what I would say.
It goes right across to try and play this. This is the way that Nisar got out yesterday. He went to play this shot, gets it all wrong, and just skied one up to third man.
I think it's an element of premeditation that Nisar tries when he wants to kind of make a huge movement across and then just work it around the corner. Got himself in a real muddle yesterday. But yeah, let's see what he does here. I mean, when he's on fire, I mean, remember that innings where himself and his opening partner scored 145 against Czech Republic. It was something pretty amazing, but this isn't too amazing for Nisa. He just walks, does not turn around, and it is Yadav that gets the first wicket of the day. Nisa goes for 18, tries him out with a short ball. Wants to get the pull stroke, bringing Nisa unstuck. So he goes, and the score is 28 for 1.
Yeah, Nisa goes there. I mean, he goes sort of similar. I mean, he doesn't get as much as this as he did yesterday, but similar fashion. But remember yesterday, there was something very similar to this with Yadav bowling, and well, Kuma and Yadav ended up in each other's way, and the ball just dropped between them. This time Yadav, he just stands still and says, all right, buddy, it's all yours, take the catch. Catch is taken, and he fist pumps the air with delight as Yadav looks like he's had a haircut. Maybe I was going to say maybe he's been to the same barber shop, but I know he hasn't, because in that team, when you got Kuldeep Lal in your team, you don't need to go to a hairdresser, because as you know, Kuldeep Lal himself is a pretty good hairdresser, and I reckon he's been giving some of the boys a bit of a trim.
I think you might be right. And so, well, I guess he's a real all-rounder then. He's dishing out the haircuts as well. But now we're going to have a look at Sharuk Nawaz, who's coming out number 3.
There's Ahmed, 18 of the 14 deliveries that he faced before he went. Now Nawaz, it's a very strong attacking batter. Sees this one go through, and Vikas not able to take it cleanly, but no damage done, no run. So Sharuk Nawaz is another name that we saw scoring big runs early on, but hasn't been able to produce it again. I mean, just have a look at some of the top batters. I mean, Fahim Nazir, who's out there at the moment, he's gone past 150 runs, 157 to him now in this series. Then we've got Asad Imran of Paklan's Gedi, 121. Aslam Mohammed of Chividate, 116. This is nicely played away. It's a mid-wicket. Will be just a single. And 3 other men have also passed the 100 mark in the series. And that's Imad Khan of Brescia, very attacking batter. Mudassar Riaz and also Vibori Yadav playing here for Kings. And you can see here the top batters and the top bowlers and the 2 teams out there.
Nazir's been excellent. I mean, no doubt about it. Left-hander, 150 runs going into today. And Vibori Yadav still the top run scorer, but you can see there's not a lot of production in the Kings 11 batting. I mean, sometimes that's because they've just been chasing lowish scores, but Kuldeep has been outstanding for Kings 11 as well. 9 wickets, and he's bowled at both ends of the innings as well. So showing a lot of versatility. Rookie Ahmed with 7 wickets. Been pretty good. With Ghulam Fareed and Hassan Ali featuring the top bowlers for Jinnah that we'll see in the second half of this game. But yeah, Yadav's been important with the bat and the ball, hasn't he, for Kings 11?
Yeah, he certainly has. Nazir goes, and that's what he does. Oh, he's absolutely pumped. And Yadav gets another. And, well, he's holding back his emotions because he's just taken the wicket of Fahim Nazir, who is the top run scorer in the series. Well, he doesn't get to add to the 157 that we mentioned already because he is cleaned up and he plays onto this big time. But it's very clever bowling. This is what I've been talking about. This is one reason why batters haven't gone big. The bowling's been good. They're holding the pace back. They're firing it in sometimes, getting it right. This one was right in the slot. And, well, he decided he backed himself to play the big shot. Then how about that? Well, he is absolutely tanked up with that one.
Yeah, well, there's wickets, there's big wickets, and then there's that. Because we're just talking about how important Nazir has been leading the run scoring for Jinnah Brescia, but how important that Yadav is with the bat and the ball. So big wicket to finish the 4th over, 29 for 4. Once again, a quick aloha to all of you out there. I hope that you're well. And it is Peacock Friday. It's a kind of fun thing that we do. Corey actually started it.
Yeah.
He also forgot it the second week. But we do like to wear some kind of fun and funky shirts on Fridays. I really like yours. Got a bit of the lake about it.
Bit of the lake, the old dolphins, you know.
I like it.
Yeah.
I've just kind of gone peacockish colours today. This is what mine's about. So
a bit leafy, isn't it?
yeah,
leafy
I mean,
today.
I
like it.
I'm feeling a bit peacocky. And look, if you want to put on a peacock shirt at home and send yourself a picture tastefully at Mr. Maximo, then we'll appreciate it as well. But yeah, right now, big moment in the game with Fahim Nazir going. We'll see Hassan Ahmed probably coming out now. So one left-hander replacing another. There he is, but be non-striker because at the start of the fifth over.
What a great over that was. Just the one run. This is just casually played away.
Yeah, so I mean, question about the format here as well. I mean, 16 format that we have done a fair bit, mainly in the Cartman tournaments, but we do have 6 teams this week. We're now into game 16, and today we play 16 to 20 Super Friday. The top 3 from the round robin are playing in playoff matches, trying to play off for the 2 spots tomorrow that are double chances. The bottom 3, they're not safe. They have to play eliminators. So we'll see Jandra Brescia taking on PLG. That's the 5th versus 6th. Loser out of the tournament. The winner will take on Chivadate later on for that final place on the finals date tomorrow. So that's the format, and that's where we're at here in Brescia. Anyway, big moment here because left-hander to left-hander. I do like this matchup. Hassan Ahmed against Jagmeet Singh, but how aggressive will he be first up?
Straight back to Jagmeet. Jagmeet has been on song, hasn't he, with the ball. Just like what he's done, he's always managed to create issues for batters. 5 wickets he has to his name so far, but he's just been so reliable, and not too many batters have been able to get him away. This one is hit hard, and this was a chance. Well, I didn't even have time to see it properly. I know it was a chance from the reaction from the fielders, and this has been absolutely crashed. Look how quick that's gone. The camera can't pick that up. That has gone so quick, and that would have been something special. And this one's up in the air, and this one will disappear. Gea, Shaka, Lagia, big 6. And this is what they need to do, just get the acceleration in. They don't want to be losing wickets. Remember yesterday in this fixture? Oh, that's a really nice catch there taken. That was Nisar Ahmed. Well, Nisar Ahmed, he gets out, takes his pads off, and takes a good catch there off his own batter. But that's one that he'll remember and say, that was me taking that catch. When it comes to a crowd catch, well, it's not so much a crowd catch, it's sort of a team catch. Dot ball followed after that big 6. Yeah, remember, they just couldn't get the runs on the board in this fixture yesterday. 62 they managed to get, but they almost defended it. Went down to the last ball.
Yeah, it was a great game. We had 2 last ball finishes yesterday. It's the exact same situation where the scores were tied going to last ball. I mean, I still could not believe when my head hit the pillow last night that we didn't get a golden ball in that game where Chivadate keeper missed all 3 stumps from about 3 metres away, which would have meant a tie. Instead, they scrambled to buy. So 37 for 2 at the halfway point. Yeah, we just haven't seen a lot of bat-dominating ball in this series. I think partly it's because the pitch has been doing a bit. I think there's been a bit of seam in it. some of the players talking about the balls just not really pinging off the bat the way that they might have liked. But I think you can't really blame the balls. I think a lot of it is just good bowling. And the other thing is, we talked about a lot, fielding's been pretty good under these circumstances, particularly in the air.
Hey, listen, what are you feeding the ants? Because they're getting bigger by the day. There's some humongous ants here today. They're all over the place. There's nothing you can do to get rid of ants. Look, I tell you what, I know we had a lurker shout out. Any lurkers out there now, what we can do to get rid of these ants? We've tried everything. Every day I go back, there's new bites. We're spraying ourselves and everything. And the Vinny's put a few traps around to try and entice the ants to go to those areas, but it don't work.
The ants run the cube now.
Good start. We'll take the single.
Going to say hello to Julian, watching again from Berkhamsted. Cloudless blue skies in Berkhamsted, which is just northwest of London. So, yeah, that's nice to hear you got some blue skies there. I'm sure you're enjoying it. I hope everyone as well. Hello to Mohammed Jafar as well. And everybody who's answered the lurker call. Pretty early one today, but said the early lurker gets the worm.
I suppose it's the start of a new era in the UK now, isn't it? I mean, the big news with Boris saying goodbye. What are your thoughts on that, people? I know we don't normally talk
Wasn't as big as Hassan Ahmed giving up the captaincy back to Rukhsar Ahmed.
Yeah, well, and Jaipal taking it over from Simranjit. You know, going back to basics.
Back.
Yeah, it's going back to basics. They've said, right, we've given the youngsters a chance. It don't work. We're going back to what worked for us before.
It's just like, all right, you've had your go. Now we're into the finals, so I'm taking it back on.
Oh, this is a really good shot. Picks it up really quickly. But good work in the field there as well. I mean, it's a dangerous shot to play. I mean, if this hits the pads, I'm going up. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. If he misses that, he's a dead duck for sure.
There we go, Vinny. You got an appointment or something?
I've just sent it to go get me a coffee. That's the Vinny copter. But we do have the helicopter pad here. We haven't actually seen one landing yet, though. It's disappointed me. I think last time we had the occasional helicopter landing here.
Not so many left-handers. I mean, I say not so many left-handers. I mean, you've got Hassan Ahmed out there now. He'd like to put a smile on your face by putting one out there. Let's see. Yadav has got him. Absolute beauty. And he's loving his time out there. Well, they went for Yadav to bowl this one. You could have held him back, but I think this is good captaincy from Jaipal. He thinks, no, Yadav is on fire. He knows that another wicket or two here, and then they really are into the lower, not the lower, but the batters that haven't really performed in the middle order. Well, this is a good one. This is so slow. I mean, have a look at this delivery again. It almost stops before it hits the stumps. Watch this. It just gets there, and he can't believe it. Well, he's not going to be hitting the helipad. It's the helicopter. That's got a good shot of him giving his wicket away. Look, that is such a good ball. It sort of almost stops when it pitches.
Yeah, and also then a little inside edge, but he definitely kind of rolls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball like a leg cutter there, and that's why it just slows it down a little bit, enough to deceive Hassan Ahmed, who once again fails to launch in playoff 1, match 16. As he departs, it's 2 left-handers back in the shed now. Score is 39 for 3. Janika Vas comes to the crease, though, for his first bat in the series. And look, he is a dynamic all-rounder. Again, not easy when you come in so late in the series, but he's a guy that last year in Brescia, particularly in the finals, he really performed well. And just watch him in the second innings. He can really get the ball to swing around.
Yeah.
Player that we saw.
Oh, when he gets a short one first up from Yadav. Yadav says, well, I want to see what you're made of. And Janika Vas says, I'll tell you what I'm made of. I'm made of 6 of the best because this is just pumped away. Look how close, though. I want to see side on off this, how close he gets to his own stumps. Big 6. Let's have a look at this side on. He just loses his balance, Vinny, for a bit, and he almost, have a look at this, watch. He gets close. I'm telling you, he gets close.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a good spot by you. I don't think that was intended.
Yadav, interesting, deploying the short. I wonder if that's somebody that sort of said to him, hey, we know this guy don't like the short stuff. Try a short one. It's the first one I think we've seen him try bowl, not just in this this match, but in the others as well. It's not normally what he does. Gets pumped for a big 6. This was a bit closer than him. Oh, this is such a nice shot. Well, after being fed the 6, which he put away emphatically, he says, yeah, I'm feeling I'm in form already. He gets this one. That's such a lovely shot. I mean, you saw Yadav was moving the field around just slightly got his third man to go wider, but still that gets put away. 4 runs to end the over. 49 for 3 at 6.
Yeah, 49 for 3. So, I mean, good start for Janik Gavas. I mean, what I was going to say is that he's another player we saw representing Italy in the ECC last year. And so, yeah, top-class performer with the bat and the ball. And you can see he's handled the first 2 deliveries without too many problems at all. And of Yadav, who takes 3 for 13, though, he can't fault him. And he gets both key left-handers. And that makes things a little bit easier for Jagmeet Singh as well to remove those left-hand threats. And that's who will continue right here in over number 7.
Jagmeet. Just going down the leg, I think. Because he's trying to get it right in that block. We saw one shot played by Nawaz, which he took from this area and managed to get good contact, but that one just drifting slightly. You can see what he's trying to do. Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do. They've got the field set for it as well now. This time, this will probably... Well, that's taken something on the way through, I think. Oh, just drags this down from the bottom of the bat. So, good attacking bowling with Jagmeet. He's sticking to his plan. He wants to try and get Nawaz sort of in between bat and pad. Okay, so Janik Gavas, first 2 balls he's faced have been boundaries, a 6 and a 4. Is he hungry for more? Well, this one should have been sent to the boundary. It's a loose delivery. And Jagmeet straight away gives the apology to Vikas and says, well done, well stopped, buddy. Oh, he's got a middle stump out of the ground. Absolute beaut. Well, I don't know what the bail does here, but Vikas Kumar was taking a bit of evasive action. It's a good job he's got the lid on. That's well bowled. That's what he does. That's what he does so well. It's in the slot, and he's basically saying to the batter, well, there it is. You want it? Have it. If you miss it, I gotcha. And, well, after bowling the wide ball first up to Janika, he gets this one right on the spot. Janika thinks about coming out to it, changes his mind, decides to stay in his crease, has a big almighty swing. But look, oh, well, this is why the wicket-keepers were hammering. I thought it was the bail. It wasn't the bail. It was the actual ball that went up and cracked him on the lid.
It whacks off the top of middle stump and goes bang right into the beak. So that's why that surprises everybody. But, yeah, another good wicket for Kings 11 as they just keep curbing every kind of counter-attack from Gina Brescia, 51 for 4.
देख लिया मुंडियो इस ताज ही कहते हैं जदों भी बैटिंग करनी है ना जदों भी विकेट कीपिंग करनी है जदों स्टैंड अप करनी है हेलमेट अपनी जरूर पाया करो जे नहीं पाਉਂਦੇ ना हुन आदत बना लो हेलमेट पाਉਂਦੀ so important to wear the lid and once again just showing why we all the European cricket team here advise all batters and all keepers if you're standing up to put the lid on and that certainly has helped Vikas Kumar to maintain his good looks as Jagmeet comes back into the action. And it's big, it's up in the air. Simranjit Singh gets underneath it. He says, leave it to me because I am the man who takes the catches. Kuldeep Lal, he's just left there standing. But Kuldeep's a pretty good catcher himself. But Simranjit calls it. And Kuldeep said, Aja fi para, Aja mera para, tu farna falla. And Kuldeep Lal, well, you might as well give him a chair there, a lollipop and an ice cold drink to watch this action because Simranjit, when it's in that zone, it is his. He just don't drop him. What a good catch this is. But look at this, Kuldeep's there. Look, Simranjit's come from all the way across and he takes it and Kuldeep is just standing there and said, Chal, falla mera pra, falla main nahi farunga. And there you go, Kuldeep saying, it's okay. If you're coming, I'm not moving. And Simran just saying, yeah, sorry, maybe that was yours.
Yeah, but I mean, communication is key, isn't it? We've been waiting a little while now. I'm going to make that 2 weeks since we've had a hat-trick. Now Javid Zadran in match 17 in Austria as part of his 3 for 18. Same figures that Big Daddy got, Dan Eckstein, who took 3 for 18 the night before in match 16. That was against Donnerstadt. Ultimately would become the champions of Austria once again. So, yeah, big delivery coming up. And so, new batter coming in will be Rizwan Mohiuddin. Player we have seen batting up in the top 4 before. He's no mug with the bat.
So Jagmeet, hat-trick ball on here. And we know that the Kings, I mean, they've been providing us with aloo prontas and lassis and all sorts of things. Well, maybe that's what they had for their breakfast. So is it going to be a hat-trick? Courtesy of a few aloo prontas and maybe a bit of mango lassi to start your day. No better way to start the day. Never mind about your cereals. Jug meat on a hat-trick. Oh, it's a good delivery as well. And to get this one to nip away from the batter, who gets the bat on the way, that's Udin. Takes a single, but still, what a fantastic over that was, and what a great spell of bowling. 2 for 11. So well bowled to Jagmeet Singh, and the score, well, it's just been put on hold for a moment, and gives us an opportunity to talk about what we've got happening here today, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure. We've got those kind of orangey colour is the playoff game. So matches 16, 18 and 20, they're contested by the top 3 teams from the round robin stage, which are Brescia CC, Jinnah Brescia and Kings 11. Now these teams are safe. They won't be eliminated today, but only the best 2 performers basically get the double chance tomorrow. That's basically for their seedings on finals day. So they are very important matches. Each one of the top 3 will play 2 matches. Then the red matches, they are eliminators. We're going to start with 5 versus 6, Jandra Brescia versus PLG. And loser will be out. The winner takes on Chivadate later in the day. And the winner of that match is the 4th team that will participate on finals day tomorrow. All right, here we go. Back to Noman Ali now, who's going to be their death bowler. And, well, that's just a nasty bounce for Kuldeep. And he actually runs too far in the end. The first bounce is the most unpredictable on this surface. And this one completely does the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, look, how do you feel this? He's going one way, think he's going to have to stop it with his right hand. He hits the deck and starts going the other.
Camera doesn't really do that justice. We were right behind that line, and that went about 3 times as much as that looked from that angle. A bit of luck for Jinnah Brescia. Mahudin gets his first boundary.
Yeah, Nouman Ali. We saw him bowled an absolute peach of a delivery yesterday. Probably, in my mind, still ball of the series. Down the ground. This time it's Simranjit that will do the fielding, and it's clever. I like the way he's saying to Yadav, I'm attacking this, make sure you back me up. And that's what they have to do here on this field. You still have to attack no matter what happens, but you do need players backing you up. Kuldeep, of course, in that one did have no option. Manali now to Nawaz. Nawaz, I mean, he's still there. He hasn't really gone at any kind of pace. I think he's hit the 4 he's got to his name is the one. Was that the one boundary? No, it wasn't. That wasn't Nawaz. So up in the air, it will drop several metres short of Kuldeep, who will do the fielding. Just wondering how they'll play this now with 2. I mean, Kuldeep Lal also has an over to go. You also got Subjit Singh, who's in the match as well. So will they go for Kuldeep to bowl the last and maybe get Subjit to bowl this one? Be interesting. Slower delivery, Yorker length, gets bat onto it. Goes to the infielder at square. Does well, clean hands, single. They want some acceleration coming in now. I mean, who's able to provide that for them? I mean, Udin, we've seen him play 1 big shot already. Nawaz hasn't really hit a boundary as yet. He's sort of finding it hard to get going. Going across his line a lot as well. Udin on strike. It's that Yorker length delivery again. Well bowled, no pace on it. Bobbles away to Simranjit. Gets the throw in straight away. And not dealt with too well by the bowler. But fortunately, he doesn't get a touch on this, and it goes cleanly through to Kumar.
I'm going to give you a question in a second.
Okay.
And I don't expect you to get this right. That's why I'm asking you.
You always like putting me on the spot. Give me some easy ones.
Why, because this one surprised me when I saw it. I want to get your thoughts.
Okay. Oh, well, this is well bowled. And this is not that far away from knocking the stumps over either. That is the end of the over. Only 8 runs come off it. And after 8 overs, the score is 60 for 5. Tell me your question.
So my question is, who do you think's hit the most sixes? And by that I mean, like, who has the average most sixes in innings?
Team?
What team in this?
What team?
In this tournament?
I'm going to go for somebody like Chivadate. I mean, I'd be tempted to say Jinnah Brescia because they did put that high score on the board.
Yeah.
But I think somebody like Chivadate because they've had a few players that have smashed some big ones.
Well, Rico Full, you are going to the top of the class. You are going to the top of the class. Because there you go, Chivadate, 5.7 sixes per 10 overs. That's the Maximo power chart. We're tracking Maximos across all 5 teams here. Second, Brescia, so he even got that one pretty close. PLG, I mean, you can see why they hit the bottom. I had this theory that teams that hit more sixes have more success, and I think some indications of that there. But yeah, how about that, Cividate? And you can thank people like Munshi for that statistic as well. Wasn't he on fire?
Sliced up, fielder trying to get there, and well, it goes down. He gets there, does the hard work, does Jagmeet, but he can't keep the ball in his hands. He wrestles with it a little before it pops out. Unfortunate, but this is, I think, all about the momentum and the balance. Let's have a look at this. Big swing.
It has to come in further than you think here, and you see he's never really that composed under it. Next delivery is in that same direction. It's going to spin towards him, but he's not going to get this one. This will be 4. So, well, having a bit of a torrid time down there, Jagmeet Singh. The result's a boundary.
Yeah. The other thing about that, when you see the replay of the catch, when you watch that again, is that when you're in that fielding position, you're in a position where you can't go back because of where you are. You don't want to be coming forward because then you're overcommitting. So he's starting from a stationary position, and I think that's why by the time he gets there, he's a bit off balance, not able to take the catch. And then the next one just whizzes past him. So Jaswinder trying to keep it tidy, but they're going after him. This is short. It's hit hard. Kuldeep's got to watch the bounce, and he can't do anything about it. It's right between the 2 fielders. So 4 more. Well, that one goes between Kuldeep and Numanali. So this is turning out to be the sort of 9th over that we sometimes expect. Could it go magical? Yeah. Could it really put the pressure and put the runs on the board here now?
Really good placement, really, from the batter there. Mohyuddin's been good since he's come to the crease. Just hits that correctly, hits it well. Beats the cover in the circle just, and that's why it ends up going in that big gap for 4.
Hit hard. Oh, this one has been put down. He spilled it. I think he's totally misjudged this. And that's Subjit. Well, this one should be taken. He goes to take this completely wrong. Well, look at the hands.
It takes him in the end. Subjit back into the side. Misses the hands. And right in the breadbasket. Ouch.
Ouch. Well, Subjit, he says, it's probably a good job I did have some aloo paranthas because that's something that to cushion the blow. This is a good shot straight down the ground. There's some work to be done here. Simran, he does brilliantly well. What a stop that is. Well, talk about taking one for your team. This is superb. I mean, you think that Kuldeep is probably closer to it, but Simranjit is the one who gets there. He's got long legs, and look how he does here.
He thinks about handing this off to Kuldeep for a quicker throw in, but then I think he thinks, okay, actually, I'll just hold on to it in case something goes wrong. So you don't want to fumble over the rope or anything like that.
Great stop.
Excellent
stop.
The
important stop about it is that
saves 2.
Yeah, and he gets Nawaz on strike. And Nawaz isn't hitting it as clean, but he does the right thing. Well, maybe he doesn't do the right thing. I was going to say does the right thing and giving him the strike straight away, but that was the last ball in the over, so he's going to start on strike, which probably wasn't the plan.
Yeah, so 73 for 5 after 9 overs. Brescia, maybe hoping to push into the 80s here. Maybe a Grady 80s game coming up.
Well, he just saw there, Jaswinder just checking with Subjit if Subjit was okay. He says he goes to him to take his cap back, but the Subjit saying, yeah, I'm fine, no worries. He's still robbing it though. It's hit pretty hard, but he totally misjudged it. So, last over, and a bit of a surprise. They're going with Numanali, so they're not giving Kuldeep his second over. Kuldeep went for 8. No, in fact, Kuldeep was bowled both of those. My apologies. So that's why it's Numanali. But they could have gone with Subjit and decided not to. Or bowled, no pace on it.
No, Numanali's your ready-made death bowling option. That's what they generally like to do with him. And that's why we've seen Kuldeep, for example, opening instead. Abdullah in the lineup for Kings 11 in this match.
Ed, isn't anybody come up with any ideas for ants?
I don't know. The ants run the cube now.
I'm probably going to say just eat them.
A lot of them.
Eat them and get your protein. Got him. Well, this is all about protein, and I'm loving the celebration. This is the Bhangra style. Shaba. Numanali right up there. And knocks those stumps over. That's an important wicket. A new batter will come in again now. They're keeping the the big hitter, or the good hitter, Udin, off strike. And that's why I think taking that single off that last ball in the night was probably not the best call. Good delivery, and this time, as he's tried this shot a few times, he's got lucky a couple of times, but this one, bang on the money. And, well, this time it doesn't knock the stumps out of the ground, but it doesn't stop Nouman Ali doing his Jack their celebrations. So another wicket goes. That's 6 down here now. In the 70s, they want to try and push on to get into the 80s.
It's good bowling, though. Nouman Ali credit where it's due. When he hits the timber, that's what you're trying to do most of the time. Batter misses, you hit. This will bring Mohamed Imran to the crease. So, again, he is a pretty good bat. We've seen him batting up as high as, I think, number 4 in the series earlier. Missed yesterday, had a rest. He's back, and I'm sure he'll be opening the bowling for Jinnah Brescia in the second half of this game. Have to deal with Nouman. Only 4 balls to go, so you might as well swing away. You know pretty much it's going to be straight.
It's a slow full toss up in the air. Simran can't quite get there, watches the bounce pretty well. And, keeps it to 1, and that's the one I think that they wanted. Imran gets the 1 straight away, doesn't waste any deliveries in doing so. So, going to be an interesting finish here now. I would imagine that Udin will want to try and stay on strike and trying to muscle the ball to the boundary. Slow full toss, and this one, if it's straight, could be trouble. They're all going up, and the finger eventually goes up for Nouman Ali. Nouman Ali was made to wait. He turns his back on the umpire thinking, what's this umpire doing? How could that not be out? And then the umpire puts the finger up and says, nah, 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 nah. Well, if this is straight, he's out. The only doubt in my mind is if it's going down the leg side at all. But let's have a look. Well, now, Simran, he says, don't worry. Well, if Jagmeet Singh is not here to kiss you on your head, I'll give it a rub and a kiss for you.
Yeah, this one actually comes back. I think it's a good call. I think it actually kind of curves down the line a little bit. The height kind of looked like it was going to be chest high, and then it just drops out of nowhere. It's that slower ball. I think that's a good decision, Rico. I don't see that missing. But I do like that he takes his time, because it was one he had to think about. Was it going down the leg side, or had it done enough? I think it's good umpiring. Yeah, it was good. And Simran, I don't know if he got that when he comes in and gives them a kiss on the head. But well, this is interesting. Yesterday, 7.6, lowest scoring day we've ever had in Brescia. We had some real low-scoring thrillers. So right now, this score is on target to be something like that. It's 74 after 9.4. So this is a past score based on yesterday. Still feels very low, though. This will help. Yeah, this is going to take some stopping. And they do well. They get sliced, and, well, the throw comes in. They do take 2 valuable runs. So isn't that crazy to think that we'd have 76 per 10 overs as an average for a day, considering the firepower a lot of these teams have. But I think a lot of it's to do with the bowlers being more intelligent, hitting their spots, and it's got to be the fact that so many more catches have been taken. Batters are not getting away. They're not getting lives. Last ball. And it's a good one, finishing with a dot. So well bowled also for Nouman Ali. We seem to be saying this about all the bowlers. He takes a 2 for as well. 2 for 11 for him, and we're going to see some really good bowling stats there from the bowlers. Batting, well, one thing you can say is they've gone better than yesterday. Yesterday was 62. Here is 76. So they've got, what, 14 extra runs, and those could be important because yesterday they almost defended that 62. They almost defended it. It went down to the last ball. So it gives you an idea what could be happening here. Yeah, well, Super Friday getting kicked off with these 2 teams who had identical records in the round robin stage. And isn't it funny, they ended up on 76, which was the exact run rate yesterday. But you can see Nisar Ahmed once again, pull stroke, bring him undone. Yadav was excellent with 3 wickets for Kings 11. Again, and they were relying on him to get rid of the 2 left-handers. He did. Firstly, Nazir knocks the stumps out. Hassan Ahmed came, and you just know that he's capable of taking the game apart. And then he found a way to chop on, and Yadav, he was up and about. Kings 11 impressing in the first half of this match. Yeah, that was a good ball, and that was almost like it was a back-heeled onto his own stumps. But just couldn't get things going. I mean, Janika Wise came in, blasted 10 of 2 balls, and then he was gone. Jagmeet Singh, well, not only does he hit the middle stump, the ball then pops up and wakes Vikas Kumar up as it clonks him on the lid. This was a big hit, but look who comes across, and look at this. Kuldeep Lal just stands, watches, admires, and says, all right, boss, good catch. And Simran says, Kuldeep, you need to know, anything goes in this area, it's always mine. And Jagmeet
Well, he came a long way to try and take that one, couldn't. He puts it down. The next ball went for 4, which he had to go and fetch. This one was a nice shot. Found it through the gap. And Udin, well, he almost had a bit of luck. And that one almost brought out the pudding that Subjit had as it smacked him in the belly. But then Numan Ali does his Bhangra style Chakte celebration. And he picked up 2 wickets in that final over. For this one, it was made to wait for. He had his back to the umpire. And then he got the acknowledgement that the umpire, after thinking about it long and hard, had given the decision. I like seeing that from the umpires. And, well, I mean, he comes off that man there, Mohamed Imran. But look, he's the one that they've got to contend with because he will be opening the bowling for Jinnah Brescia, trying to make it uncomfortable for Kings, as Kings did them. Have a look at that scorecard. Nisar Ahmed, once again, he made a start, but probably guilty of giving his wicket again away. This time it's Vikas Kumar that takes an easy catch with the bowling of Yadav, one of the 3 wickets that he took. Fahim Nazir, he was bowled beautifully by Yadav, just getting a bit frustrated and wanting to go for the big shot. Nawaz was there a bit of a long time, couldn't really get anything going as well. So they really did need that little bit of a pick-me-up from Udin before he went LBW to Numan Ali. And here's the bowlers there for you. I told you there's some impressive figures. First of all, look, Kuldeep Lal and Jaswinder Singh, they're opening the bowling. I mean, it's their Kulwinder 17, Jaswinder 22, no wickets, but it's pretty economical. And then they put the pressure on the batters, so they had to go after the other bowlers. And well, the figures from Yadav, absolutely superb. 3 for 13. Jagmeet Singh, I like what the boy does, 2 for 11. And Numan Ali, he bowled really well as well. He strayed quite a few down the leg side yesterday, but today he was on the money. And his box of tricks brought him 2 wickets as well. So this match very evenly poised. 2 top teams here in Italy. Jinnah Brescia 76 for 7. Again, you have to say it's a low par score for a team of the strength and the ability and the batting power of Jinnah Brescia. But credit to Kings 11. They did all the basic things right, didn't they? They got the ball in the right areas. They made the batters make the mistakes. And when they had the opportunity, apart from maybe a couple that went down, they held all their catches. So 77 required for them for victory. I just still think that this isn't going to be easy, but maybe Kings 11, this is the day that their batting will start to click as well. They've got Malkeet Singh in their side here today as well. I wonder if they take the gamble and pump him up the order. Maybe Jaipal Singh, the captain, would fancy being up the order as well in the power play just to get their team to a good start. That's one thing they haven't been able to do, get a good start in the power play, and they go on from there. Well, we ain't got long to find out. About 10 minutes to join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we come back in just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this first playoff today. Is match number 16. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Nice to see Mr. Maximo with his hand in, doing a little bit of maintenance there for you, just getting sorting out the boundary rope. This match yesterday produced an absolute thriller. It went down to the last ball. Kings winning it, chasing 63 for victory. This time they've got a few more to get. It's not going to be easy. You know that Brescia, Gina Brescia are a quality side. They've got quality players, quality bowlers, and the man who's going to be opening up. I don't think. I mean, he's not bowled. Don't get me wrong. He hasn't bowled badly, has he, Mohammed Imran? But we have not seen the best of him yet. I mean, if he can get this ball to talk and move around the way I saw him do in Rome last year, he is going to be a handful. So here we go. Mohammed Imran. The umpires, Sukhdev just waits for the scorers to give him the okay. It's the standard field that we see from Gina Brescia. 2 on the leg, everybody else out close on the off. 1 slip in place. First one goes through. They've gone with the not the change this that I would have gone for, I have to admit. Kuldeep Lal and Subjit Singh. I just think that Kings 11, when you look at their batting, it hasn't really clicked. I think where they're missing, or missed the trick, is maybe get some of those genuine big hitters, sloggers if you want to call them. Call them sloggers, I don't mind, but have them up there in the power play. Kuldeep takes a big step towards the off stump to sort of deal with the swing, but doesn't get the ball pitched up to him. Doesn't get the opportunity to play it on the half volley down the ground. Mohammed Imran will know that Kuldeep is going to try and make that move again. Does he attack the stump? Does he go for the Yorker? He does, but he gets it wrong, and well, there's very little room for error, and he just strays slightly down the legs, and Kuldeep is onto this very quickly. That's a really good shot. You can see this is turning out to be a good battle. This is all about the bowler thinking, okay, if you're going to take that little step across, well, I'm going to try and get the Yorker ball in there. You either miss it, or if it straps your pads, I'm going up and you're in trouble. But he just goes slightly down the leg side. Good shot from Kuldeep. And first boundary, first runs of the innings. This time he goes down the ground, sort of slicing this towards the leg side. Doesn't hit it straight past the bowler. Take a single. So he'll give Subjit the strike. Subjit taking guard there. Looks like he wants leg stump. Tense. Wickets needed early. They need to do the same thing that they did yesterday. Subjit. Let's see how he deals with Imran. Well, not very well. Gets lucky, gets an inside edge. They'll take one, and he'll come back for a comfortable 2. Only 2 men on the leg side in general, so anything that goes in that area, well, Nisar Ahmed has got to get his skates on and gets there. More thinking to do for the experienced Mohammed Imran. This one he gets to move away. Bit of a swing subject. I think that's what he's there to do, I think. Just he's up there to try and elevate the scoring in the power play. 7 for 1 to 1 boundary there. Coming from Kuldeep Lal. We were so close yesterday on 2 occasions. On one occasion we thought we definitely had it, when all we needed was the wicketkeeper to get what would have been, well, I think in other situations, in training, he would have hit the stumps 10 out of 10 and we would have got a golden ball. But when the pressure is on, well, we saw it missed from the keeper of Chividate, and Gina Brescia won that very tight close match of the last ball. And then in this very fixture yesterday, it went all the way down to the wire. The last ball, And again, it wasn't to be. It was Kings 11 that held their nerve and got the win. Will we see that go down today? Will we see an end to that record? It's up in the air. Oh, and that's an opportunity. It's been well stopped there in the outfield by Nazir, but this is an opportunity. This is a chance. Janika Weiss coming into the attack. Made a 2-ball contribution with his batting. 6 and a 4 before he went. Oh, this one, good bit of bounce. It's a big man, tall man, gets the ball in the right areas, can get it to swing around a bit as well. Subjit Singh, see if this one go past him. You heard us talk about Janika earlier. We saw him in Khartoum as well, playing in the ECC. Very good, talented player, skillful player. Slower delivery, and well, this is not the best of deliveries. Gives too much width, that's the problem with it. Gives the width, and Subjit Singh says, well, take that, bang. Well, that's what he's there to do. He gets a nice, gentle full toss. And that one comes out all wrong from Weiss and gets punished and called it. Just having a little chat with him. I'm not sure why the umpire's having a chat with Cooley. Probably say, hey, Cooley, if you want to do that, you've got to ask me first. Mind you, I mean, the bowler wasn't ready to bowl anyway. I don't see any problem with that. But, hey, I don't think he's wasted any time in doing so. Back to the action. It's well hit. This is a really good shot. It's very well fielded. They're out in the deep as well by Imran. Good cricket all round. It's not a bad delivery. The shot was pretty good. Looked like it was destined for 4. But very good work in the outfield there from Mohammad Imran. Making the stop, keeping it to 1. So Lyle goes back on strike. Both batters now got a boundary to the name. 13, no loss. 2 balls to go in this, the second over. And it's up in the air, doesn't quite time it, but he gets enough of it to get it over the fielder. Only just, doesn't come out in the middle of the bat. Sort of right down the bottom, he charges down. No mistakes this time. We saw this was how cool it got out yesterday. Coming down the wicket and missing one and getting stumped. This time he gets enough on it. And gets it over the fielder. That man who's inside the circle there at mid-off. Backpedaling but couldn't stop it. And this one he's missed out on completely. So we'll finish with the dot. Janika Weiss but goes for 10 of his over. The score, 17. No wickets down at the moment. So it's a pretty decent start. It's comfortable. It's where they need to be at the moment. It's under 8 required per over. The 2 batters having a bit of a chat. And just have a chance to look at how the teams finished in the standings. Brescia, Brescia and Kings, the top 3. Well, they know they're in tomorrow's final. But the bottom 3, Chividate finishing 4th. So they've maybe got it slightly easier than the other 2 teams. But one of those 3, remember, only makes it through. 2 of them we say goodbye to. It's going to be Mohammad Imran to continue as we welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Rico.
Into
the balance here. Decent start from Kings. Yeah, what do you think about the change in order? I mean, they've shown probably more than any team an ability to mix it up and kind of go almost on a whim. I think it's probably just about the approach. They want people to bat fearlessly. I think they don't want to be too conservative going for this target of 77, which is modest, but I mean, as we saw, he only just got 63 last night against the same opposition.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm surprised in a way. Let's continue after this delivery. Well, this has been hit pretty well, and this, I think, will go all the way. Yes, it does. Balle, balle, balle. And Subjit Singh, that's what he's up there to do. Hit the ball big in the power play, and that's what he does. Boom. Shakalugya.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad ploy. Someone like Subjit, I mean, really gives you a chance to attack against attacking bowlers. I mean, and if he gets out, you haven't lost too much, because normally he might come in around number 7. And, you know, you've still got your kind of regular openers and your regular batters to come. But if you can just steal you those kind of 20, 30 runs, and we saw PLG do this pretty well the other day, and Chivadate as well. It's a tactic which I think has value, but you just don't want that player going out there, swinging and missing in a bunch of them and burning balls. So, yeah, you want them to be productive out there.
Yeah, Mohamed Imran, he's got the knack, hasn't he? Whenever he's in trouble, he goes to that, which is his comfort ball, if you like, getting it in and then moving it away. You need to be able to move your feet to it. Yeah, but the only why I'm surprised, I'm a subject is doing okay. He's a couple of boundaries here now, but when you've got someone like Malkeet Singh in the side, I think this is where you use him. You've got to use him in the power play. They had him in the side at the first matches they played, and he didn't play a part in the match at all. He didn't bat, he didn't bowl. You've got him in there. He's your man, I think, for the power play.
Yeah, it's a curious one for me as well. We have seen him do it in big games. I mean, in the Bologna final last year, scoring 49. Yeah, so I do agree that he would be probably my choice. But I mean, I suppose that's also Kings 11 showing a lot of confidence in a lot of different players. But I would like to see a bit more of Malkeet. As it is, they're pretty well placed in this game at the moment. A couple of balls left to go for Mohamed Imran.
But this one is called a wide, and Mohamed Imran is not very happy about it. This is the sort of delivery that we see a lot of batters struggle with, but I think that's a good call. I think it is catching the line the way through.
It'll only be not a wide if it's wholly inside that blue line. So I think even though most of the ball is inside, I think there was a little bit of the ball that went over the paint. So fair enough. They are consistent with that. No, it's harsh, but I think you've got to be a bit harsh on the wides in T10 cricket. I mean, encourages more attacking bowling as well.
Subject, will he be able to get outside the off here? And, well, no, he wouldn't. He gets the edge and he gets the wicket. So, well held by Nisar and well bowled by Mohamed Imran. So they get the breakthrough early. Subject, well, you can't blame him, really. That's what he's there to do, swing and swing hard. But he does swing hard here. And he goes pretty quickly to Nisar Ahmed, but he takes a very good catch.
Yeah, it does. And so, big healthy edge. You see Nisar pretty well balanced, takes it to his right. So Subject, he knew he was gone. I think as soon as he felt that thick outside edge, but still he does his job, I suppose. Finishes 13 off 10. Has some runs to his name, does get them pretty much through the power play. It's the first wicket to fall, 24 for 1, and this will bring Vibor Yadav to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, Yadav looks like a very good, well-established cricketer. We know he plays a lot of cricket in the UK, in the Hertfordshire League. So a very good welcome, a warm welcome to anybody that's following Yadav from the UK. And, nice to have you here with us. Of course, it's nice to have you all with us, whether you're tuning in from FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Namaste to you, or whether you're watching via the YouTube channel. And if you are, remember, subscribe, give us the thumbs up, tell your friends, tell your family. We want 300,000 up there. And this one, cheers, 4 runs. And it's a good shot, powerful shot for a moment. I think Mohamed Imran thinking, okay, it's an opportunity here, but he's hit this really straight. Nice shot. Uses his feet well.
Such a confident shot. First ball, Mohamed Imran. You could excuse him for maybe just wanting to play that one out. But he does more than that. Blasted over mid-off for 4. End of the power play, and the score 28 for 1. So just slowly growing. Now we saw the overs of 7, 10 and 11 in the power play. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. See, the spanners are out in force. Hello to Luke, to Helix, to Shrug, to James Stewart, who always catches the Kings 11 games. And yeah, Luke saying that Kuldeep probably due a few runs. He's too good a player to only have 49 in 5 innings. That's probably true. But yeah, has made a solid start. Kings 11. It's going to be a very interesting couple of days for them. Just snuck into third, I suppose, in the end, off the very last ball of the round robin phase. Otherwise, they would have faced an eliminator today. I think it's also good that they get more matches against the other top teams. I mean, that's pretty important as well. That's who you're going to have to beat tomorrow. Here's Nazir.
And, well, this is not good at all. Kuldeep Lal, he's not going to add too many more runs. And that's the bowler just saying, hey, mate, you should play straight. And, well, Kuldeep probably will need to take that advice. And just a friendly word there from the bowler. I must admit, I've been guilty of doing this a few times. This is a shocking shot. It really is. You've just got a new batter that comes in to join you, Yadav, who's played a beautiful shot. Now it's about partnership. And all he does, look, he goes right across his line and says, there's me middle stump. Take it out of the ground for me, will you? And that's exactly what Nazir does. Nazir is too good a player to be doing that with. Didn't even have a look. Yeah. Nazir just saying, hey, Kuldeep, where you going, buddy? Yeah. You're going to play that sort of shot, there's only one place you're going.
It was a genuinely friendly word from Nazir. I mean, of course, is a very classy batter himself. But, yeah, file that one under you for unnecessary. As Kuldeep goes. And I'm scared I might have jinxed him again for reading out Luke's comment. But it will bring Simranjit Singh to the crease. Again, very capable. Coming out at number 4 this time.
Yeah, and it's a very unnecessary shot, isn't it? It's interesting. I mean, I'm not being an out-and-out batter myself. Sometimes I find it difficult maybe to get into a batter's mindset. But I just wonder why you would even think of playing that shot to a bowler who's bowling his first ball off the mat. You haven't seen what he's going to do yet, and you've just taken a chance that it's going to be that shot is going to be on.
Well, you think it's full and straight, and you think that's the ball you can turn around the corner with no fine leg. That's the short answer. But the other thing is, if you miss it, you're going to be gone. So I think he does kind of get the ball he wants, but just isn't able to hit it. That was the issue. Simran's off the mark, first ball.
Talent. I mean, you've got a bit of talent out there now, haven't you? I mean, you've got Fahim Nazir, who is a class act. Hasn't quite clicked with the bat in the last few innings, but we know he's a super player, great bowler as well. And then you've got somebody, Simranjit Singh, who's been, setting all kinds of records for his club here in Italy, and for, I suppose, the national team as well. You've got Yadav, who we know is definitely a very talented cricketer. So this is going to be an interesting contest between those three out there, the two batters and the bowler here. That one just goes down the leg side, just loses this line a little bit. So he'll have to bowl that again.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that position as well. I mean, mine not have been that well thought out from Kuldeep. Maybe it's just a rush of blood that he sometimes just in the last second or two you make a decision that you regret.
Yeah, they're going up for this one. Want to see if there is any bat involved at all, but it certainly did look like it was going down the leg. No signal from the umpire, so it definitely does catch a bit of bat, but I think that's missing leg stick anyway.
Yeah. The
thing I want to make, though, we called it, let's just have a look at the last two dismissals we've seen from him. Yesterday, coming down the track, getting stumped. Yeah. Yep. And today, that one, they're both unnecessary. And so if you're going to start playing those shots, get yourself, I don't know, get yourself into the 20s, 25, 30 before you start playing them. I mean, he's playing them too early for me. He hasn't really got his eye in. And like in that one, look, he's got 10 to his name, and he's trying to play a funky shot and loses his middle stump. I think he's just got to be a little bit calmer. And also, he's trying to play shots like that when you're needing 7 and over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, in this form of the game, you often have to kind of sacrifice your wicket going for quick runs. But this is one opportunity of him that he could have at least forced the bowlers to get him out rather than get himself out. And in hindsight's 20/20. I mean, often your brain gives yourself a permissive structure in short form cricket to kind of do anything. And if it comes off, he's a hero. I mean, he looks like a genius because there's no fine leg. He's saying, well, look, I'm going to back myself to just deflect this round the corner. But he just can't get any bat on it. So, yeah, when it doesn't work out, it looks like a foolish decision. And look, it probably was an unnecessary risk. Well, definitely was, but if it had paid off, it would have gotten 4.
Yadav trying to work this away on the leg side. No run there. And a very good over from Nazir. It's what you'd expect from a very good player. Just the 4 runs coming off that over. 32 for 4 at the halfway point, and the time for us to say hello.
Yeah,
and good morning to everybody.
Hello to you. Happy Peacock Friday to everyone as well. Loving the weather, got to say. It does get really hot later in the day, but right now I think it's just quite pleasant. I think we're about 27, 28 degrees. Good conditions for the players, I think, at the moment. Obviously, the outfield, the situation's still a state of emergency here in Northern Italy, so there's no water that's been put on that at all. But we did have a few spots of rain around last night, which...
Was there?
Luckily, yeah, the rain
really?
It come in. I'd say a few spots is probably the way to put it. But that'll will soak up pretty quickly, I think, into
absolutely.
the turf.
Listen, you went to the lake. I know you had a good time at the lake. Well, I went to the castle.
Yeah,
Brescia
tell me about the castle.
It was absolutely fantastic. First of all, it's a good walk. I mean, there's different routes you can take, but I thought, no, I want to get me exercising as well.
Yep.
Took the walk up there, but it is so picturesque. I love all the little cafeterias that are like sort of darted around everywhere as well, and a lot of people out there. It's very family environment feel about it as well. And then when we went right to the top, they've got the cafeterias there, so you sit at the top, and the view is absolutely amazing from the top there. You can see all of the cathedrals, you can see the towers. It was absolutely stunning, and thoroughly recommend it before you head back. So maybe tonight, maybe get your hiking boots on and get up there. It is a wonderful sight, and this one, it's a pretty good sight for Kings. Doesn't go on, they think about the two, decide not to. They'll get one though, so get through the field up. Only cost them 1 run.
Yeah, King of the Castle were you last night? Did you have some dinner up there, or did you just go for a bit of a walk around?
No, a bit of walk around, came back, freshened up, and then decided to have a bit of Mexican yesterday. It was very nice. Ruksa Ahmed, the captain, into bowl. He's been in very good form. I heard you mentioning his stats in the introduction. 7 wickets to his name, so it's a couple behind the likes of Kuldeep Lal and Bashar Khan, who are the top wicket takers. But he's looking to get right up there today. He's a quality player. Once again, just defended. Now Simran is getting a little bit tired, a bit frustrated. He's another one that hasn't been able to cut loose at all in any of his innings. He's always had to play sort of quite a nudgy, nervy innings. Once again, it's more of the same. Yeah, joining the dots up here.
You sure are. Yeah, you don't want to be too conservative here. You just got to back yourself to keep playing shots. We've got 8 wickets in hand, got a long batting lineup. Don't want to let this rate creep out too much more.
Oh, this is so close to catching the edge. This one he gets to go the other way. Such a good ball. And skid through, doesn't get as much bounce as he would have liked. And you can see he's saying, wow, that is so close. It's another very tidy over. So between him and now Nazir, they're really trying to tighten the screw. Sometimes it's not just about wickets, it's about keeping it tight. So the halfway point, once again, they haven't got going in the power play. 34 on the board now, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I kind of said some of the Kings 11 yesterday, they just got that 63. They got the 63rd run off the last ball against Jinnah. I see if you're chasing 140, probably would have made to 100 without thinking. So sometimes it's the target which is creeping into your head a little bit. Here's Nazir for his second over.
And this one could be close, and the umpire saying no, it's going down leg. Ooh, well, he's caught it straight away. Let's have a look. I mean, first of all, look at the foot movement. It goes right across here. Look, he comes across now. Where's this ball going?
Oh, it's possible that might be his leg.
That's the angle of the bowler.
Yeah,
umpire's call for me.
Yeah, umpire's call. I'll give you that one. But if it had been given out, I don't think it would have been a bad decision either, to be honest. Could well have been clipping.
Slower one. Think about 2 and decide against it. They may go for it now, and they will. Good running. Yeah, good running. Not the best of throws from the fielder.
Good teams do. They're alert. They don't run through the crease. They just run as far as they have to. Then they are watching the ball, and they're also looking at each other. And it's just a look sometimes, and you're off. You get the jump, 2-3 metres. Yeah, very good work. Every run might matter as well. They're heading for this target of 77.
And they're asking again, and this time I think it's probably very much the same. I think what it is the angle.
Got to be careful. I mean, what saves him here is how far down he is. Look, it takes a couple of steps. But I mean, that, again, I know he's a long way forward, but it hits him in line. Couldn't necessarily see what it was missing, but I mean, when there is that distance between the point of impact and the stumps, that doubt does tend to creep into the umpire's mind a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the bowler, he just politely inquired the umpire why.
Got to be careful. That's 2 really kind of marginal ones that Yadav's gotten away with. He's probably maybe just play a bit straighter to Nazir. Oh, he doesn't. So he might get away with it, Rico. It's a long chase for that man. We'll get a couple.
Yeah, he's done the same. You see what he does, Yadav? He sort of, as the bowler's coming into bowl, his initial movement is a very little step away towards down the leg side. So he takes a little inside his crease, and then he gets that movement across. So he goes sort of, if you like, when you look at him, he goes right to left. And then he gets himself pretty much in front, and he's always trying to whip the ball away. And he's always going to be a candidate for LBW.
Works every time but once.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it. And, well, he doesn't catch it, but he makes a very important stop. The batters do come through and take 2. And now they're looking for 3. And, well, it will be pretty dicey if they do, because the bowler is right there waiting for it to come back. Really good stop, this. I mean, he knows the catch is not on, but look, it's almost past it, makes a stop, then gets the throw in pretty quickly as well.
Reflexes. That's what it is. It's reflexes. Unpredictable bounces off this outfield. We know that. Nawaz does well there. But still, it's also good running. I mean, most of this running involves just a lack of hesitation. Both batters going. And a good understanding between these two we've seen so far.
No run there, well bowled, and played straight back to the bowler. So Nazir, he finishes his spell. So they managed to get through that over without losing another wicket, which is key, I think. The score moves on to 40 with 2 down, and it's very important, like you said, to run those 2s when you can, because if you're being starved of boundaries, you've got to take the 2s.
Yeah, so have a look at that run rate required now. It's up to 9.25, so it just has been creeping up with 8 wickets in hand. Yeah, you don't want to be too conservative here. Simran 3 off 8. We want to get a bit of a move on as well. Rukhsar Ahmed, very good over in his first over. Now he's going to come back for a second. Nazir, also excellent. Only going for 10 off his 2 overs. So could be set for a blockbuster finish here, Rico.
Yeah, it's going very much to the way it did yesterday. I just get the feeling that Simranjit is going to go after Rukhsar here. I don't think he wants to be bogged down in this over.
That's his zone, mid-off to point. That can hit the ball really firmly through there. And so hits that one to mid-off. But I think Simran is pretty much looking to drill it at or over the cover. Hopefully not straight at him, where he has gotten out before. But if he gets it just past that man in the infield, the big gap, a deep cover, that's where I'd be targeting if I was him. But over to Yadav. He's probably going to think a bit more leg side.
2 is called straight away. Let's see if they go for 2. They probably will, because they're not fielded straight away. So good running again.
Yeah, and you're going to have a perfect piece of fielding to run the batter out there. A clean pick up and throw to the bowler. And so we just know, and Kings 11 know from fielding, that it's pretty difficult to get clean pickups. I mean, it's hard enough just to stop it from going for 4. So that's alert running to get through for a couple there.
Yeah, Nawaz and Hassan Ahmed are the 2 men straight. This is short. This could be the catching opportunity, and it is. And just the man I mentioned, Nawaz, he takes the catch. And Yadav, well, the shot was certainly on, but he doesn't get the placement. He doesn't get the timing. The catch is taken by Shahrukh Nawaz, and they get the big wicket of Yadav. And he goes for 14 off 12 deliveries.
Yeah, just doesn't get the contact. Gets deep in his crease. Tries to elevate it, but he knows straight away he's in trouble. Not off the middle. Nawaz has fielded pretty well in this innings. And so he does remove the dangerous Yadav. He's got to go for 14. Again, he didn't quite hit his straps, did he, in that innings. Score now is 43 for 3.
Big wicket to get. Just when the pressure's on, you can see, I just felt that they didn't want another tight over here from Rukhsar Ahmed. They had to take the gamble. They had to play the shot. And this time, I think Yadav does get one where he wants it, but he's not able to put it away. And now is the time to see Jaswinder. Now, he was a player yesterday that I think got them that victory. He played he was the only batter that was able to get hold of the bowlers. And also remember, well, we know we took 2 wickets in it, but it was his batting, 26 of 17. He batted brave, all right. He's always going to give you a chance, but yesterday it worked. Will it work again for them today?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Rukhsar Ahmed gets a reward for keeping things tight. Got 1 for 5 now. Hasn't he bowled well in this series? His economy rate has been outstanding as well. Just a real consistent performer. Jasvinder. He's normally pretty good under pressure. Gina doing a really good job of tying down the Kings. 7.6 was the average run rate yesterday. Very, very low, but the bowlers have been excellent.
Hits it pretty firmly. Should just be the one. And in comes the throw to Nisar, and it will just be the one. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be this, the next couple of 2 deliveries, I think, very important. Simranjit Singh will know that Rukhsar Ahmed is a wicket-taking machine. Will he be cautious? He doesn't want to now give his wicket away. As Yadav's just got out. He'd probably be hoping that with the Ahmed out of the equation and Nazir, they can go after some of the other bowlers. Misses out on this one.
Yeah, this is not his game, to be honest. Trying to hack across the line. Simran's more of a driver of the ball, an offside player. If the ball's pitched up, just lose this shape here. Probably a sign of the frustration that he can't get going in this innings.
And just another one that gets through. And he does the right thing. I mean, he takes a step across, tries to get himself in the zone of where the ball's being bowled, but not able to put it away. So there's another dot. Is another fine bit of bowling from Rukhsar Ahmed. 2 overs, concedes only 6 runs, and picks up that one very important wicket of Yadav. And the score, well, it sort of just poodles along now to 44-3. Tiki-taka start. This is what we got coming up next.
Yeah, coming up, we've got Jandra Brescia versus Pack Lions Getty. And you can see that Pack Lions Getty winning the toss and electing to bat first in match 17. The loser of that match will be out of the tournament. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how that works out in the second half.
So this now for me becomes an important over the 8th. I mean, they're going to target, and I think they will try and target the new bowler. Jaswinder, he's on strike. A powerful hitter. I mean, he's a powerful guy. And it's Faisal that's coming on to bowl. Faisal Shabir. Into the deck. No runs. The other thing to focus on is just the extras. I mean, when you get tight games like this, it's all about the extras. Just the 2 wides in the innings, just the 2 extras, nothing else.
What I will say is you got to get in gear now. You don't want to leave it any longer. It's getting out of hand. It's above 11 now. 44 after 7. You've got to be thinking 55, 66, 77. Stay at the pace. 4 behind at your peril here. Okay, Shabir, the 5th bowler.
It's very much the same. It's almost a repeat of the first shot. Just hitting it into the deck. And Shabir doing the fielding. So 2 dot balls to start from him.
55, 66, 77. That 55 looking a fair way off at the moment after 2 dot balls in the 8th.
Makes contact, but you've got 3 men that are waiting out there for these. So unless you're able to clear them, yeah, it's only going to bring you 1, the most, if you get a bit of a misfield, 2. So they've got to find a way to be hitting the ball in other areas. They haven't seen too many shots played out on the offside. Haven't seen too many that they've tried to clip away behind square in that big open fine leg area. Simran, see what he can do here. I think he's probably feeling, I either get going or I go. And he doesn't get going. It's another short ball that is right into him. And these are the ones I think that, you know, go back to the dismissal of Kuldeep. I mean, these are the sort of balls that if you get ready to play that shot, you get away with it. You know, you go outside the off, you get down to play the dink shot, and you scoop it because there's nobody there. But it's got to be a shot that you're able to play.
That's right.
So Shabir, it's been a fine over from him so far. Well, this one he goes for it. It's up in the air and he'll get it. Balle, balle, balle. In la zona. Shaka. Lagia manos arriba, árbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. How big a shot was that? Well, after all those dots, you needed something to happen. And just like that, bang, you get the boundary, you get the 6.
Yeah, I said that 55 was looking a long way away. But, yeah, just when they needed one.
And this one is out on the offside. It'll take some stopping. There's a great stop. Really good stop. That's where Simranjit is at his best. Now, oh, they've missed it. They've missed it. Nisar Ahmed has missed it. And Jaswinder saying, look, why don't we try and take the 3? And Simi is saying no. And look, they're still talking about it. Well, I tell you what, Simranjit, he's lucky still to be here. This could be the turning point of the match. Here comes the throw. He's out for all money. If he hits, he misses them. Yeah, and he can't believe it.
It's quite smart to throw it as well because he didn't quite have the reach to get there. But, wow, high drama at the moment as we get to the end of the 8th over, 53 for 3. So not quite the 55, but you got to still be searching for that kind of mid-60s, I suppose, after this over. It's just constantly reassessing where you're at in the game. It's either just a fraction behind, but do have 7 wickets in hand. Problem is, the batters there just had so many struggles getting going. Did get the maximo, which was important, though, in that over.
Yeah, that was, well, yeah. I mean, that was the big shot. Because up until then, Shabir, well, he had them exactly where he wanted them. Wasn't giving them anything, and you knew the risk had to come. And there's got to be a few more risks as well in this one. And they've got Jaswinder on strike. Hasn't quite managed to get under anything yet. They bowled well to him. I think that will be the plan to Jaswinder. Bowl short to him, short outside the off. That's where he doesn't like it. Ghulam Fareed to come on the ball. So, Jaswinder, wait, takes a look, gets ready, deep inside his crease, look. Firmly struck, down the ground, bobbles away for the fielder. He does well, makes the stop, keeps the ball within reach. Good work. Hassan Ahmed, well, what a finish this is. I mean, this over, they need to get a minimum, I think, minimum of 10. Of course, they'd love to get a few more. Minimum of 10, and then still, that leaves a lot to do in the final. He goes for this big. This is absolutely huge. Safi in the action. Safi takes the catch. Well, there you go. There's Safi, Mr. 100%. He's back to his best. And this one has been crunched out of here. Lovely shot. That was right in the zone. That is big. And there he is, Mr. 100% Safi. Yeah. Oh, he's back to what he does best.
What a big shot, though, for this point in the game. I mean, absolutely drilled down the ground. But yeah, Safi, good hands. Doesn't look that injured to me.
Goes again, and this time it goes down. Oh, it's another opportunity. But I think it's Simran who is disappointed. This is there. This is his shot. He finds the fielder. I mean, it's hit pretty hard. Yeah. Mohammed Imran, he takes the pace of it, but couldn't hold on to it second time round.
Almost pops up. Well, does pop up, but he's not able to reel it in on the second effort. I mean, that could be a game breaker as well. We're heading for another blockbuster finish here.
Jaswinder needs to get bat onto ball. Comes down. Oh, he's hit this big, but the fielder comes across, takes a catch, and he's gone. Well, it was a good shot. I thought he's going to clear the fielder here, but it's another one that, well, you think he's going to go a long way. It goes to the fielder, holds on to the catch there, and that's Mubashir Hussain taking it. So Jaswinder, not only does he get out, but it's a dot ball. A new batter will go and strike. Hits this so well. I thought this was sailing over him, Vinny.
Yeah, twists and turns, but another batter burns as he tries to turn this away. And yeah, Jaswinder, it's a pretty good shot. If it's in the gap, it's 4 or 6. But he just gets a bit too close to the fielder. And so will be another batter in the shed. Jaswinder goes for 3 of 6, 61 for 4. Pretty good player to come replace him, though, Vikas Kumar, who regularly opens. And he is one guy, he actually scored the most runs off the last over to win an ECN match.
Yeah.
Scored 26 off 5 balls when they needed 23 to win off the last over against Baraka Prato in the opener in Bologna last year. So very good play to come to the crease at this stage.
Yeah, you know the one thing also about Vikas, I mean, it depends where they bowl to him. You know he will get that, he'll go across the line and he whips it, and he probably can capitalise on that big area. behind square, which is open. Let's see how this goes. But the bowler certainly doesn't want to bowl this on his pads.
61 off 8.4. 2 to come in the over.
Goes straight through. He's eyeing up the big shot. And it ends up being a dot. And a dot is a massive win. And look, you see, here's the experience. Here comes the captain. And he's gives the ball to the bowler and also gives him a bit of advice and a bit of encouragement. Say, come on, son. That's exactly what we need.
Here we go. I don't know where the graphics have gone, but I can tell you it's 16 off 7. 16 off 7 required. Last ball of the over coming up.
Oh, it goes through again, and this is the end of the over. So finishing with, well, with that wicket as well, if you like, 3 dots. So the big 6 that came, and there was a let-off, couple of let-offs weren't there as well. I mean, Simranjit, just watch out for that. I mean, still a lot to do here, but just think the run-out opportunity from Nisar Ahmed to get Simranjit out, and then that catch that went down from Mohamed Imran. How important will that be? Yeah. 16 required in 6 deliveries.
They've got the right guy on strike. He just seems to just be hitting his strap, Simran. 6 and had a life last over. Thing is, they've only had 11 as their highest scoring over in this innings, and now you're asking for 16, and you've got to choose between Janak Avas, who went for 10 in the second, and Faisal Shabir, who went for 9 in the 8th, and they are going for Shabir. So his over went .1.62. Well, let's see what happens. 16 to win in the last for Kings 11.
And it's the leg stick that has been removed of Simranjit, and you can see Shabir, well, he's jumping for joy. Shabir, Shaba, time for him. And Simranjit, well, brave effort from Simri. He stayed there a while. He gets to 19 off 17 deliveries, but you can see he never really got going. And out of that 17 that he scored, I mean, I know that 2 of them were 2 sixes, so 12 came off 2 balls, so he really hasn't been able to get in here. But then you have to say, the quality of the bowling from both sides and the fielding has been so good. No batter really has been able to get in. This is what we've been seeing in Brescia. Once again, it's going to be another low-scoring match. 16 now required of 5 balls, so really the next batter coming in has got to try and find the boundary rope straight away.
Going to be real tough. But look who's coming in, Jagmeet Singh. He's no mug with the bat at all. So, yeah, big moment in the game. And it's a kind of length ball. It wasn't in the block hole. I mean, kind of backs away a little bit to that. I think if maybe steps across, he can whip that one away behind square. There's absolutely nobody in that quarter of the field. But, well, needing 2, maybe even 3 boundaries off the last 5 balls now. Jagmeet's turn to face Shabir.
It's right in the block hole, and, well, I think this is going to be run out as well. Yes, it is. So Vikesh Kumar trying to get to the other end. He can't. He goes. And it will stay 16 now off 4. And you're going to end up with another new batter coming out on strike. Really, really good work this time. Look, the ball, it's not that far away in the stance, but Nisar Ahmed is not going to make a mistake here. Look how quickly he is to get to that. His glove is off straight away. He's there. He knows he's got his man. And Vikesh Kumar, he tries in vain to try and get to the other end, to try and get the strike. He doesn't. And another one bites the dust. And what we're seeing here, Vinny, for me, what we're seeing is tactics. And I think this was a good opportunity, I think, for Kings to just change their tactics slightly, going back to what I was talking about getting some of these big hitters in the power play. They didn't do it. And, well, Manjeet is now coming. So we're still not seeing Malkeet.
Yeah.
So I mean,
maybe just out of nick. That's all I can possibly think.
Yeah, but you're going to go, what it looks like you're going to Malkeet then to perform maybe when you need to, when he's had no knocks at all. He's had no practice. 16 off 4. It's not impossible. We know that.
Yeah, I know.
This next ball has to be sent to the boundary.
That was just a brilliant delivery, that full straight one. And that turns out to be a run out. All right, let's go, Manjeet.
This one probably is one that you take. They decide not to.
Yeah, wheels just falling off Kings 11 now. I mean, it's funny. That's what cricket's like. I mean, last year we saw Kings 11 chasing down even 150 under pressure. Okay, slightly maybe different calibre of bowling in that tournament as they're getting here from Brescia, but still, I mean, it's going to be a tough one, especially if they look back and this is the game that might cost them the double chance. I mean, they will have to play Brescia CC a little bit later on today.
3 dot balls so far in this last over. And they will get something off this one. So that takes it to 15 off 2. And it's been, well, this time a low-scoring match is going to go in the favour, looks like here, of Gina Brescia. They're going to get the victory that they so desperately were searching for yesterday. Kings were the ones that got the one yesterday, which put them in this position.
Yeah, so fantastic defence from Gina Brescia. That'll give them a lot of confidence. Again, they can bat a lot better than they batted. But yeah, to defend this kind of score is very good effort and some sweet revenge for last night's result.
The bowl is in the block hole again. Really good bowling. I mean, this is what, when people say why the scores are low, I'm just going to say, well, look, why don't you take a look at this over? Take a look at the bowling here from Shabir. The length he's bowling, you cannot get these balls away.
If you think, you know, you can't really criticise the bats. I mean, grab a bat, walk out the middle and tell me what you're going to do with that ball. So, 63, it's exactly what Kings 11 scored last night. It was good enough to win last night, but this isn't going to be good enough to win in the first playoff match this morning.
And well, there you go. There's the delight, and Shabir is doing the celebrating, and so he should be. He doesn't take a wicket there. That's not why he's celebrating. He's celebrating because he's produced a magnificent over there right at the end. Only 3 runs, I think, that came off it. Or may have been just 2, actually. But it was absolutely fantastic. 16 was required off the last. Well, he got the wicket of Simi straight away with the first ball. And you can see there, Rukhsar Ahmed, he's congratulating all of his players. What a captain he is, what a leader he is. When he takes over the reins again from Hassan Ahmed here today. And straight away getting a victory. Once again, the batting from both sides just didn't click. They haven't been able to respond and get the batting going, teams. We've seen some uncharacteristic dismissals. We've seen batters making errors, but we've also seen some fantastic bowling and some fantastic catching as well. So it will be 76 to 64 victory for Gina Brescia. Kings 11 have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, so, well, things are going to get really serious in a moment because when we return in about 10 minutes' time, it'll be time for Eliminator 1. The loser of that match, Gina Brescia and PLG, will be out of the running of this ECS and also, of course, for ECL qualification. Let's go to the highlights. And it was walking 677 to win. Slight change at the top of the order. Well, quite a big change at the top of the order as they decided that Kuldeep Lal would go up there with Subjit. Subjit contributed 13 before he nicked behind. And Kuldeep was the one that seemed like he was just maybe hitting some form, but then he played this crazy shot. I'm sure he'll look back and regret that. Middle stump was uprooted. Nazir probably saying to him that I know how you feel, but if he had his time over, I'm sure he wouldn't have attempted that shot to fine leg. And Simranjit Singh came out and again just couldn't really get himself going, could he? Did whack 2 sixes, but a lot of balls, just wasn't able to score off. And that just saw the rate creeping up. Jasvinder at the other end, he ended up getting caught on the boundary at a key time as well. Came the last over, they needed 16. Simranjit Singh, first ball, he gets bowled, and then it was just going to be too hard. Look at Shabir, I mean, credit to him, because Kumar tries to create a run where there wasn't one. He was run out. He would have been a hope as well. They was scoring some boundaries. Ultimately, they just could not get Brescia away often enough. Just the 3 Maximos in the innings and 4 fours. And that results in a score of 64. So another low-scoring thriller. And we see just 7 and over as the average run rate between the two teams in the first match of the day. And you can see all top 4, in fact, reaching double figures, but nobody reaching 20. And that was just a case that nobody could get going. Simranjit Singh top scoring with 19 off 17, but he'll be frustrated, especially early in his innings. The fact that he just could not get going at all. Kuldeep, again, wastes a good start by playing a bit of a silly shot. I think he'd be the first to admit that. As far as the bowlers went, well, nobody went for more than 10. So Janakavas, look, he was entered into the equation for the first time. Would have been tempted to go back to him, but no, credit to Rukhsar Ahmed. He knows his bowlers really well, and he went back to Shabir, and he delivered, didn't he? And he finished 2 overs, 1 for 12. The wickets being split between the bowlers there. So 76-64. Gina Brescia, that takes them closer to that double chance. But again, they will have to deal with Brescia CC later in the day. And Kings 11, well, they also have another opportunity to get some points. And remember, margins matter in these playoff matches because there's only 3 matches that are played. So if all teams win and lose one in the top 3 today, it will be net run rate that decides exactly who gets the double chance tomorrow. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, and when we do, we'll be seeing the first eliminator. Jandra Brescia and PLG will be on the rack. 2 teams will arrive. Only one will survive to play Chivinate later in the day. We'll see you very, very shortly for more cricket action and excitement. It's Super Friday, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket action. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia on Super Friday. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network as we roll into the second match of 5 today. And things are getting serious because this is our first eliminator in match 17 and it features the teams that finished 5th and 6th respectively on the table after the round robin stage. It's Jandrel Brescia versus Pack Lions Getty. Let's see what happens at the all-important coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Pack Lions the call. Yeah. Tails the call. Tails. Laddie? Okay. Good luck, guys.
So it is Pack Lions Getty that have won the toss and PLG say they want to bat first. Look, I can understand why, because Pack Lions Getty, they only scored 1 win in the group stage out of their 5 matches, but that 1 win came against Jandrel Brescia, who they are playing right here. And in that game, match 6, it was 125 to 88. Jandrel Brescia, though, they did not bowl well, especially early, but credit to PLG, they batted well, they put a good score on the board and then defended it. But remember, that is their only win in the tournament so far. But if they can do it again here, they will survive. Of course, the winner of this match will play Cividate a little bit later on in another sudden death matchup. Let's talk about Jandrel Brescia, though. They had fallen off the wagon. You felt they were 0-3, were not playing well, but they have rebounded with a couple of wins. They finished with a 2-3 record, and they have shown that they can compete, and they're slowly coming together. So a chance for some revenge for Jandrel Brescia here to get one over on PLG, who beat them earlier in the week, but still, it's going to be a really entertaining matchup. It's all on the line. Only one of these teams will survive. Rico Fu is in the commentary box as we go to you. The news from the toss in Eliminator 1 is that PLG, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Let's see how it works out for them. Over to you, and let's get this match started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, looking very dashing in his Peacock Friday shirt as we have a look at the ground here today. And you can see plenty around us, plenty of greenery. But this is the other side. This is coming up from the, I suppose, the mountain side. And very dry, of course, because of those restrictions on the water, but very hard as well. You can see that it's the players' marquees and the marquees of the scorers, and the tournament referee there to the left as we get ready for this match. And it's elimination time. This is the first eliminator. So Jandrel Brescia or Pack Lions Getty, one of these teams will play no further part in this series. Who will it be? Well, the last time these two teams met, it was victory, of course, as you heard Mr. Maximo say, to the Lions. The Lions roared well. They put 125 on the board, only losing the 1 wicket, and then restricted Jandrel Brescia to 88. And yeah, Jandrel Brescia were not at their best on that day. And this one, well, probably based on that, has the Lions as well, they're behind, about 9 points behind them, which is a bit of a surprise. So Jandrel Brescia probably to do with the last 2 victories, close victories that Jandrel Brescia have been able to pick up. So they're favourites here, 94 to 85. And you can see the runs for and against, 89 to 79. And runs against, well, 98 to 87. But Jandrel, a team with a wealth of experience. Remember, we did see them in the 2019 European Cricket League as well. And they're hoping to continue what has been a little bit of a revival in form from them. I mean, they haven't been blazing and they haven't been outstanding, but they have managed to pick up 2 victories on the spin. Albeit the one yesterday, they were very fortunate against the Cividate, but they got the victory off the very last ball. And then remember, they got a win also against the Kings 11, 88 to 87. So they're on a high. And what can you say about Pack Lions Getty? Well, they're a team that were unable to get a victory to their name in 2021, but certainly have liked the way that they've performed in this series. It's been a very spirited display from them, and they're looking to try and get what would be another massive win for them to stay in the series. This one is played out, but remember, the winner will just go into another eliminator, and Cividate, a team that has been hitting more sixes than anyone else, awaits in that elimination battle. So everything to play for. It is going to be the big figure of Mohamed Afzal. Does the opening. It gets the ball to swing around a fair bit. And that's the key, I think, from him. Not too much pace. It's all about getting the ball in the right areas and getting that swing. Now bowling to Zaman. And Zaman, well, he pumps his back in at himself. It's a good running from Asad Imran. Gets back to the strikers, and Asad Imran, he's the second highest run scorer in the series, and that's, you know, that just goes to show just how much they depend on him actually. 121 before the start of today. So he's right up there as one of just 6 players that have passed the 100 mark in the series. And he's lucky here. This is an edge, and I don't know. I mean, my suspicions are that both perhaps the keeper and the man at slip here are a little bit slow moving to this. Let's see this again. Well, you make up your own mind. I think maybe just a bit slow getting to that. So it goes to 4 runs. That's Naheem Ahmed is the keeper. The bowler will certainly feel that maybe that one is an opportunity that perhaps should have been taken. What's that, Imran? Gets lucky. This one is up in the air. He may not be so lucky this time. Big moment in the match, and the catch has been taken, and he takes it pretty comfortably as well. Difficult catch because it goes up in the air a long way. Then it looks like it's going to be going over him. But, well, he keeps his shape pretty well. And Umar Bagh there taking the catch. And they do get the wicket of Hassad early. I mean, he edged one through the slip area earlier. And this one, look, good catch. Just for a moment there, I thought that was going to go over him. But Bagh says, no problems. Takes the catch and gets the wicket of the dangerous Asad Imran. So Asad, pretty disappointed with himself as he comes back. You can understand why. They do rely on him a fair bit. But he goes just for 5 of 3 deliveries. And it is Afzal that gets his wicket. So good start for Afzal. The new batter goes out to take guard. And it's Mudassar Riaz who has opened a few times with Imran. They preferred him to come in at number 3 this time, to go out there now with Zaman. Nicely played down. Beats him outside the off, and that's the end of a good over once again. Continues the pattern of the day, really, I suppose. Bowlers on top. And batters finding it hard to get going. You see on the screen, the first wicket to go down was that of Imran, 5 of 3 balls. Umar Bagh taking the catch of the bowling of Mohammad Afzal, who completes a very good over. You can see some of the top players, and the worry is going to be, certainly for the Lions, is that Imran, he has gone, and like I said, he's their top scorer. Mudassar Reyes is also up there with 107 runs he scored in the series so far as well. Well, they're going to need something special from him, but don't forget, they always have got Jawad Mohammed, who can come in and certainly give it a bash as well. Janjua, well, Nisar Ahmed and Ali and Wasim Ahmed are their main contributors. Start of the second, start with a single. And just to remind you, 5 matches today. We've seen one of the 3 playoff matches already completed today, and then this is the first of the 2 eliminators. Well bowled, but I think it's always, he goes pretty wide in the crease and angles this in, darts it across the right-hander, and the ball, yeah, the shape that takes is always probably going to go on to miss the leg stick. A bit of a strange reaction there from Mudassar Reyes. It seemed to have hurt him, whether he's carrying a bit of an injury. It will wait to be seen. Gets a bit of bat on this. Now he seems okay, runs through pretty quickly there. The bowler turns and throws. He knows he's got somebody backing up. Zaman. Back on strike. Just waiting for Diaz to sort out his pads. We're ready to go, says the umps. Hits this pretty well. It's up in the air, and the fielder, well, I think he decides there that the catch probably isn't on. I think it's one of those where I think if you're the bowler, you'd like to see him commit, especially early on. Certainly the captain would. It's up there a long time. I think he can probably commit to that. But he just wants to play safe. He doesn't want to get into a position where he commits and the ball then goes past to the boundary. 50-51 for me, but I think possibly when you're looking to get the wickets early, it's one that you go for. And this one, wow, how this misses, I don't know. What a good bit of keeping that is as well, though, from Naheem Ahmed. Very good delivery. Cuts the batter in half, and good take from the wicketkeeper as well. Good work behind the stumps. Look at this, a really good delivery. Just seemed to be a bit quicker. Look at the shape on that, the movement, and a good take from the keep. Slower delivery. I'm not going to say that he picks it. Maybe gets more lucky than anything else. Wasim started well here. He's somebody that they will be relying on a lot if they are to continue to progress and continue to improve. 10 on the board now. Got that one wicket as well, and it's the big wicket of Assad. And that just means that somebody like Mudassar Raj really has to get going. Just the one win that they've had, and it was against Tanjore Brescia as well, and it was a very comprehensive one, 125 to 88. Probably that's why they wanted to bat first again, but things quite not going as it did last time. This is a nice looking shot, chase on for the fielders, and they do well. And you can see the improvement in Tanjore already. These are the sort of balls that were going to the boundary, the sort of mistakes that they were making when they were playing the earlier matches. They weren't at their best in the field, but they certainly have started to put some performances together. Players are starting to stand up and fight, and one of those is this man here with the ball. Afzal bowling his second. Picked up the only wicket so far. And this one, oh wow, it would have been a big wide, but the batter decides he's going to get bat onto ball. I always say there, well, if you're going to do that, make sure you send it to the boundary, because otherwise it's not worth it. And he doesn't send it to the boundary. They get one, so basically he's done himself out of an extra ball. This one's down into the ground. No run. Afzal, all he's doing is just concentrating, keeping that ball outside the off stump. Goes big, but it will keep going and going and going, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Que grande, que guay. Well, this is another one. It goes all the way. It looks like it's going to make his way up the hill. It goes half the way up and comes down. He throws everything at this. I don't think he actually does get it out of the middle of the bat, to be honest. But still, powerful hit. Afzal. This one will be called wide. Just withdraws from the shot. Zaman thought about it, thinks about it, and then just right there at the last minute thinks, it's not worth it. So better over. I'd like to get a few more from it though. And this has been hit pretty hard. The fielder can't do anything about it. No, he can't. Balle, balle, inna sona shakka lag gaya. And that's what we need. That's the acceleration. And it's coming from that man there, Zaman. Zaman going big. This time it's straight, and this is going to be 4 more. Wow, a 6 and a 4, and he is hungry for more. He's rocking and rolling here now. And Afzal, well, after bowling a very good first over where he picked up 1 wicket and only went for 6 runs with this one, well, he gets torn apart. It takes him to the sword. And what a good over that was. And all of a sudden, they're right where they want to be. So the power play comes to an end. And a flurry of shots, some hard hitting. Probably first time today we've seen that, where we've seen sort of batters take control of an over. And we've seen some back-to-back boundaries there as well. Start of the fourth. Down the leg side, it's a new directed delivery. Chases on for the fielder. He gets there, picks up the throw, and well, a better throw. And I think maybe the batter, that's a raise, could have been in a bit of bother there. Apologies that we just lost the scores for a moment. We'll have those updated and up for you in no time. Wasim Ahmed. Well, he's hoping that his second over ends up being a bit better than that of his opening partner, Mohammad Afzal. Well, there we go, right back for you there. So you can see very good start, or very good finish to the power play. Certainly did accelerate. I think that, I'm going to check for you in a moment. I'm pretty sure that third over did go magical from Afzal. This one really does swing in sharply. Takes a single, and a good time to welcome back into the Brescia cooker is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. I want to say quick hello to everyone. Also, doing Instagram Live at the moment for a few minutes. I'm trying to do this once a day to get people looking a little bit behind the scenes. I think Mark Desfontaine's in there. Yeah, it did go magical. Third over went for 20 for Mohammad Afzal. Finishing with 6 wide, 6-4. Not ideal. Here's Wasim Ahmed. Again, he's getting the ball to really come back a long way off the surface. And yeah, Brescia, just shades of what happened back in match 6 when Pac Lions Getty got off to a really good start, 125 to 88 in that one. But yeah, right now, it's kind of eerily similar, isn't it? Hello to Adrian as well, who is watching from Austria. Now, this one I think goes over the stumps. I don't know if this will be a wide. And so it'll be called a bye. I think the keeper just losing sight of this. But once again, see, it comes back a long way. I think it's a good call. In fact, he's pretty lucky there, Madassa Riaz, it doesn't crash into the stumps.
He does get the ball to move an awful lot, doesn't he? And he gets batters in all sorts of trouble. You really got to, I mean, if you're a good cutter and you can get yourself in a position early, maybe. But he's pretty sharp as well.
Here's the next one from Wasim. Once again, coming back a long way. He's got the ball really talking at the moment. But I wanted to just answer a few questions I've got at the moment. ECS in Cyprus. If we do get to Cyprus, it's normally really late in the year. So we'll have to see. Nothing's confirmed yet for after the ECC, but that is normally when we get there. Of course, we've got so many places that we've got to be now, so we can't always be everywhere. Last ball of the over coming up. This one's cut away, and this will be 4. So Uzzaman getting going. And so they hadn't really gotten ahead of Wasim Ahmed, but this is a good shot. I like the way he gets his back foot back and across, and that gets himself in a good position to hit that. Doesn't try and overhit it. So a boundary to finish the over. The score is 39 for 1 once again. Very, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from in the world. Great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And look, Rico, I mean, these two teams, they haven't really had the best of weeks for the most part, but they have had their bright moments. This is an elimination match. We're going to have to say goodbye to one of these two teams at the end of this match. Yeah, I mean, the one we say goodbye to, and the other then has another tough match later on against Cividate. So, as you say, that's why it's very important to try and finish in the top 3. Yeah, and bottom 3 are going to be tussling really for that one spot. The thing is, there's benefits to every step on the ladder, and so if you do finish 5th or 6th, you have this elimination matchup. And essentially, to win this week, each one of these games will have to win 5 matches in a row starting here. So you pretty much have to beat the other 5 teams in the tournament. So look, we haven't seen it done before, but we have seen teams come from 4th at least to win in this format. We've never seen a team come from 5th or 6th, but it's a matter of time, and we know that these two teams, if they get it together, they are capable of springing an upset or 2. But can they do 5 in a row? It's a long way to go. Here's Zahid Ali. the wily old veteran, and he's going to get blasted away first ball over Fine Leg, who's up in the circle, and it's going to be 4. So it's not a good ball first up. Manasa Riaz gets a bit of a gift, and he catches it in, 4 runs.
Yeah, look, this is something that Riaz needed. I mean, we've seen that Zaman has played some nice shots, but, well, Mudasa, he's been right up there with the runs. He needed something to kickstart and get him going. That was a soft run. What he does well there, he puts it away. He doesn't just try to just time it, because there is a fielder there. He hits it hard, he clears the fielder, and he gets the boundary.
Zahid's normally so good at keeping outside the off stump. It's just a couple of times he's gotten it wrong in this series. When he goes down leg side, it's easy pickings. That's more like where he normally is. And so he gets it right next ball. I've got Sorab asking me about my diet secret to maintain fitness. I'll tell you, I appreciate that compliment.
I'll tell you what it is, I'll tell you.
Don't laugh.
There is no diet secret. Maybe the Lakers helped you this week.
This is in the air, and it's just out of the grasp of the infielder. It'll be 2 runs. That's well legged out by Madassa Riaz. Now they think about a third. That's well backed up, so just 2. I will say, in the battle of Mr. Maximo versus Carbs in Italy, the Carbs are winning. I did have a pizza and a pasta last night. I had the gnocchi, but I didn't tell you I also had a Diavola pizza, which is... Yeah, I mean, the pizza in Italy, they do it a bit differently, right? Like, a little bit more authentic. You cut it yourself, which, again, don't ask them to cut your pizza here. But, yeah, thanks for everyone in the Instagram Live as well. And Corey Ruckers is in there as well. He'll be joining me on Monday. Roshu has a marriage proposal for you, Rico.
Okay.
I don't think you're ready to take on another partner just yet. This one will be fielded down on the boundary, just 1.
Yeah, it's got his line right, hasn't he? After that first ball, that was a bit wayward. He's got every other one outside the off. He gets a fair bit of bounce as well, so it's pretty difficult to put away. I mean, there is that. He's leaving that gap out there between point and third. That's what you've got to try and aim for, the batter, but you can't get any pace on the ball.
Sid Gowd is joining us from Czech Republic as well. This is in the air, and it's going to be touch and go. It's going to be caught. So nicely held down there. Umar Baig is the man in that position. So it was Zaman who was on a bit of a heater, and he tries to muscle this one straight down the ground. He doesn't quite get the power to get it over Baig, who holds a good catch. And so that's the 2nd wicket now. The score is 46 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, another good catch from Baig. It's got good safe hands, hasn't he? And that's what, when you're bowling like the sort of line that Zahid Ali is bowling, you're relying on your fielders to be at their best, because you know, well, I'm putting no pace on it. They're going to hit it. They're going to try and hit it hard, and I'm relying on the fielders to take the catches. And no mistakes there from the fielder. He's been very good here today. Baig takes another one. And word on to the captain. Brings himself on straight away and gets a wicket. So that means that it's 5 overs now complete. 46 on the board. So just slow things down a little bit there, and the 2nd wicket goes down as well.
Now, I do have to apologise to everyone that was watching my Instagram Live, because my phone just overheated, and so that has cut out pretty much everything.
Been told about that. You can't leave it on the charger. It gets too hot.
It's too hot anyway.
Look, fuel your charger. I mean, look, you can make a cup of tea on that.
Well, maybe I will. Not as hot as my phone is. Anyway, here's Maqsood. He's been very good with his left armers this week. Well, that's pretty close, you know, and he's gone. Yeah, this one just seems back a little bit. Batter's saying, how's that possible? I'll tell you how. It was straight. You missed it. And you got to go now. So that's wickets in consecutive deliveries in the middle of the innings. PLG 46 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's have a look at this one again. I must admit, I didn't see it first time around. I was making a cup of tea on your charger. But let's have a look. Here comes the delivery.
I like it. It comes back off the pitch for sure.
I don't see it coming back straight away.
I see it do. We'll slow this down.
Let's have a look. So he's angling it across.
You got the angle, but you watch
him.
when it bounces, it definitely deviates. Look at this. See, at this moment, we think it's going to miss, but look, definitely comes back, and I think that's hitting. It hits him in front of middle and off.
Okay.
I think that's out. I think it's a fair decision. I mean, I'm looking for the ball straightening, and it does that.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it a couple of times, and I've still got doubt, but I'm not standing in the position that the umpire is wicket to wicket to call that. I think that the umpire's got to give that. But for me, it just looked like it was going to go and miss the off stump.
I'm going to say it's hitting the off stump, but I do take your point. But umpire's call, let's say, on that one, I think it was actually coming back quite significantly based on what I saw there. And I think that's a very good bit of bowling from Maqsood. So 46 for 3. PLG, I mean, what they did so well last time when they scored 125 against Brescia is once they got a good start, they didn't look back and they pushed on to that 100-plus score. And that is the only game, still the only game they've ever won on ECN, in fact. Nadeem, the new batter, he gets one that doesn't come back on him, just angles across, plays and misses. And that's the beauty of someone like Maksud or any left-arm seamer, is that variation they get kind of almost naturally, that they can bring the ball back, but if they don't bring the ball back, that also can create some confusion.
Well, so much happened in that small period of time there. We know that who's at the non-strikers end, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to seeing him.
Oh, this is close. Gets a bit of bat onto this, otherwise it could have been in a bit of trouble. Yeah, of course, the man we're talking about is Jawad Mohammed. He now goes on strike. Hasn't faced a ball as yet. And both these batters now have to start from scratch, both new to it. Nadeem gets a lucky one to get off the mark.
Yeah, for sure. Lucky to get some bat on that. And so, Maksud once again has been very, very good. Go to Yannick as well. He's joined us. I've just got my phone back to an acceptable temperature. Well, this one's another close shout. And umpire having a very long think about it. And he's gone. So, and even longer than I was expecting. And pause for think music. And can you believe it? We'll have yet another LBW. Mohammed, who was looking the goods yesterday, he's going to have to go for a golden duck. And Maksud gets 2 in the over. 2 for 1 he has now.
Great bowling from Maksud. So, yeah, this is plum. This is...
Oh, see. I'm going to disagree with you on
disagreeing with this one?
I think this pitch is outside the leg stump.
Do you really?
Yeah, have a look.
All right, let's have a look.
Where does it bounce? We don't really see the leg stump at the bowler's end. But for me, look at this. This one, where does this bounce? And I think it pitches here. For me, that's outside the leg stump. And I think it might even hit him outside the leg stump. So I respectfully probably disagree with that one. But like you say, umpires only gets one look at it. But yeah, a bit of bad luck, I think, for Jawad Mohammed, who has to go without scoring. Brescia roaring back into the contest in the middle overs here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that the ball's going to hit the stumps, but it does pitch just outside that leg stick. And of course, the laws of the game, the ball pitches outside the leg stick. You cannot be out no matter what the ball does. So, yeah, well watched by you that time. But the duck is still there. It remains, unfortunately. Jawad, he gets a rough one, but it's going to be a duck in late Garda. That's where he goes.
Maksud on fire. Well, this is another one. I think maybe he gets a little bit of bat on it. No, he doesn't. He's gone. It's another one. Another LBW. Well, this one's Ranja, who is the captain, who gets one. And this one does straighten for me. If there's no bat for me, and this one does look out. This is one that does seem to straighten down the line. Have a look at it on the replay. He's got a lot of practice on this one. Pitches straights for me. It's only the height there as well.
That one is probably the clearest of them all, to be honest, for me. I think no problems about where he's pitching.
Above the pad, though. I mean, I know he's back on his crease. Ranja is probably wondering how that's possible. Geez, we're getting all elements tested. See, this one, don't really get a good look at the top of the stumps, but this one, see, it's up. It hits him.
No, that's out, Benny.
Oh, I mean, that's high. That looks pretty high.
No, that for me, that if there's anything that's plump, that for me is plump.
No, what about the height, though?
No, he's hitting him on the roll.
Didn't hit him on the roll.
He's hitting him just about the roll. Have a look again.
This.
Have a look at it again.
I'm putting everyone. Let's have a look. This hits him high, I think. All right, Rico thinks this is on the roll.
There's the stumps there.
Look, I can see the stumps. Look at that. That hits him.
Gone.
There.
Gone.
That's too high for me.
Well, that's
Rico's
three.
idea of the knee roll.
That's three that we've all... Well, this one... Oh, well. That one was a hat-trick ball, by the way.
Yeah.
And it was in the air, but they get the run.
I suppose what we're saying is they're all debatable. Yeah, umpire, he liked him. 3 for 2 in the over for Maksud. 3 LBWs. Any pad sponsors out there? Could be your moment. At PLG, this innings turning around in a heartbeat now. 48 for 5 off 6 overs.
Yeah, I mean, once they lost the wicket there of Rizwan Zaman, he went, and then we saw that Mendoza Rodriguez, he followed pretty soon. And then that first baller, which is the unfortunate one for Jawad Mohammed, I mean, that one really was clearly the one that pitched outside the leg. That one was not out, but unfortunately the umpire just gets one time to look at it. Now they're in all sorts, 48 for 5 at 6. And, well, look, they can still get themselves to a decent score here. The question is, they've got to bat all the way through the innings. They've got 5 wickets in hand, bat through the innings, maybe get to a score 85-90 and then try and defend that.
All right, 7th overtime, and this is Rahim Qureshi to bowl. It's hit and should be handled down there. It is by Umar Baig. And so 7th overtime. I want to say a quick hello. Looks like Roshu saying it's his birthday, so happy birthday to you, Roshu. Hello to Zahid Chima, who's also tuning in.
Hello, Roshu. Happy birthday. Hello, Zahid. Nice to see you tuning in.
Hello to Prasenjit Behera. Always great to see you as well, watching from Sweden. Hello to Deepak. Here's Qureshi. Well, this is whacked down the ground, kind of off the end of the bat. So that'll be a one hopper down to Baig. It'll just be a single. Well, tell you what, the umpire's been kept busy. I like this question from Sorab. He's asking me, who out of you and me got more marks in school?
Yeah.
I've never really asked you this, what kind of a student you were.
I'll just concede. I'll just say you. I'll just say it was you.
I would have guessed me too, without even knowing. But let's dig a bit deeper. Here's the next one, which is a miss hit. And I think it'll just be one. Yeah, what sort of a student were you? Do you have any favourite subjects at school?
Naughty. No, I did have favourite subjects. But at school, I think in those days it was, what was it, CSCs or something? CSCs, got me CSCs. Then I went to college and I did a couple of years college and business course. Passed that with distinction, and that was me. Then after that, I vowed no more exams, no more studying. This one's up in the air, it's opportunity. Oh, it hits the hands hard there, the fielder. He's been so good out there that you'd expect him to take it. Well, that's one he wasn't able to hold on to. Umar Baig shows that he is human. He's taken 2 catches in the innings, but this one was a difficult one. Trying to take it side on, hits the hard hand and falls out.
Saves the boundary though. So I mean that's a positive, but I think he'll be disappointed he doesn't hold on to this, because he does get kind of set, even though it's to his side. And so yeah, a bit of a lucky one, if you like. And there's the old fast motion replay. Almost had a run out. You saw another batter holding his crease. Anyway, back to live action. Qureshi. This is whacked high in the air, and it's whacked pretty well. Going, gone. Maximal! Nadeem clears the front leg, and, well, clear the hallways, because this one is whacked down to the ground.
Well, this is a good shot, isn't it? It comes right out in the middle. He puts everything into it, and he muscles that over. Boom! Shaka lagya. And just like that, they get themselves moving again. They've got to keep going. That's the thing. They can't let the pressure of the wickets that fall and get to them. Got to still play your shots.
Shorter.
This was an interesting one.
Yeah, he throws the kitchen sink at this, doesn't he? Let's have a look at this on the replay. It's probably not the most balanced shot ever, but I suppose at this stage, you're just trying to go after everything. Takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 60 for 5 after 7. And just a reminder that after we finish our Italian summer adventure, we will be heading to Germany in August. So starting on the 1st of Germany, we've got 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld, and then we go to Belgium for the first time in a couple of years for an ECS. That'll be a 2-week series as well. It takes us into September, and then the ECC starting on 12th of September. 5 weeks of T10 international cricket, 21 nations, Rico, including 6 new ones to the format. Can't wait for that. It should be huge.
Can't wait. I've already seen some shots of the ground, some cricket being played there in Cardamom. Of course, the ground very close to Malaga. So if you're in the area at that time, or if you've got some holidays, come on, book your flights now. Get to Spain. Lovely weather. Beautiful ground. You can get involved in the fan zone as well. You're going to absolutely love it. Get to Cardamom. It's going to be great.
Maksud almost gets a 4th here. This one shaves the off stump.
Talk to me about Maksud's because it's very unusual and it can be very deceptive for a bowler. Just look at the arm. It almost looks sort of unnatural.
It's a tangles kind of action, a kind of whippy action of a Sohail Tanvir, the old Max Walker, if you want to go back a bit further. Just kind of loads up with both arms and then swings it over like a bit of a windmill.
Yeah, it's almost like he's going to pop his shoulder every time he bowls. So he's got that, whereas your arm would come straight up, he sort of does it like, almost like he's going to be, almost like a leg spinner sort of action.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the whippy coming over of the bowling arm, which can throw you off a little bit as a batter, because it kind of comes out of nowhere. I want to say a quick hello to Panav, who's joined. Nice to have you with us. I'm going to wrap up the Instagram after this over, but it's been nice to spend a few overs on there. As this one is quite audaciously paddled from outside the off stump for 1. So yeah, PLG, those wickets in the middle overs just completely derailing things. And so they've gone from a pretty good position where they were, what were they? Were 46 for 1.5 weight. And 46 for 2, in fact, at half weight. And right now, there's 4 wickets. Have really slowed things down. Maqsood has 3 balls remaining. Whacked square. This should just be 1. What I will say about Maqsood is he doesn't try to bowl too fast either. So he just has a good rhythm about him when he comes to the crease, and that's why I think he has that accuracy.
Yeah, he's not trying, you're absolutely right, he's not trying to do too hard. And the one thing I liked about him as well was, I mean, some bowlers, when you get a wicket or 2, you try and do things differently, you try and bowl faster. He hasn't. And when he was getting those LBW, he thought, well, if it's working for me, I'm just going to stick to what I'm doing.
Outside the off stump, this is poked away, almost carries to the man at deep point, but won't be able to reel it in. That's Adnan Ali out there.
This is a very important partnership that's developing here. Most of the runs coming from Nadeem, but when you consider how quickly they lost those wickets, all happening around about that score of 40, these two now are starting to get a very valuable partnership together. If they can push on to 80-plus score here, touch on 90, I think they've done really well, and it's going to be another classic encounter. It's going to be another classy finish.
Full. And played away to cover. I think you're exactly right. I mean, if you want to go back to Brescia, you know, they haven't really been that convincing with the bat in this series so far. You know, their scores off their 10 overs, 73, 88, 72, 88 off 9.4 and 70. So it shows you might not need a bunch of runs to potentially defend against Brescia as we get to the end of another over. So we're getting into the last couple of overs here. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who joined us in the Instagram live there on Mr. Maximo. Thanks so much. I'll have to say goodbye to you. Join us in the live chat though, ECN European Cricket Network, and we can keep chatting away. But we are going to head into the last couple of overs of this elimination match, first innings. And I certainly think PLG want to get a bit of a rig along. Still have some ability to advance the score. Zahid Ali is going to come back in the next over. I wonder if this was a little bit of a gamesmanship from Zahid. Yeah, that's probably fair enough. I mean, he'd taken a good 2 steps before Zahid had bowled. I've got to say, that's probably the way to deal with it. Now they're going to have a run out here for sure. And this is just a total mess up, miscommunication. And it's going to be Madassa that's the man that's going to be run out. So
nonsense. This is crazy. Madassa, why does he go? He just has to say to Iqbal, hey, I'm the one who's going well here. So, look, all right, maybe it's my mistake, but look, you got to keep me out here.
Yeah, I think that, he knows there's not 2 in it. But you see, he's saying no, but then says, all right, I'll go. But he probably should have held his ground and said, okay, bad luck. You got to go for that one. So, things not working out at all. That will be 1 and a wicket. So 1 ball into the 9th over now, 66 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's those little plays like this that can end up. I mean, that could be, when you think of the contest, there's maybe 10 balls to go in the innings.
Now.
Yeah, that could make the difference of 20, 25 runs. And, making the decision there. And Madassa is the one who's got to stay out there. He's got to go now. He goes for 14. And, or 15, isn't it, with that run? 1 run would count to his name. 15 off 11 deliveries. So, tough one.
Yes. Is this bowled?
Yeah, it's bowled.
Yeah, I think it is. Hits top of the off stump. So 2 and 2. New batter comes, new batter goes. And Zahid Ali, the wily veteran, he is going to take another one. And that will make it 66 for 7. Once again, PLG losing wickets in clumps.
Yeah, it goes back here. Misses it. I think this just goes clean onto the stumps. I don't think he gets anything onto this at all. So 2 and 2, another hat-trick opportunity.
Yeah, so Zahid, he's been a bit mixed, I suppose, but when he does get it on the off stump, he's been pretty good. So that one's exactly where that one crashes into. So it will be another wicket. We'll have to catch up. I think I've got 66 for 7 now after 8.2.
I think that's 3 Goldens in the innings. And what that does, it means that, well, Mr. Evergreen, the wily captain, Zahid Ali, is on a hat-trick.
Call him the Alan Border of European cricket. Because it's just partly the moustache, partly the demeanour. Called a wide, though. We'll risk the odd wide out there because he does normally like to bowl this line. Doesn't turn back quite enough or quite quick enough to get away with it. Geez, they have kind of gone off the rails a bit, haven't they? And from the last ball, the 5th over, they've lost 5 wickets. And amongst that, there's only been 1 boundary, which was a 6 off Qureshi. But yeah, apart from that, not too much production at all. Gone from 46 at the halfway point. Now they've only scored 22 since we're into the 9th. And this is skied as well. This is hanging a long time. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. So Zahid does it again. This time it's Mohammad Afzal who gets in gear. He started chugging towards that ball and he had the hands to hold it. So nice catch by the big fast bowler. Zahid gets another. The wheel's really falling off now. 8 balls remaining, 68 for 8.
Yeah, well done to Zahid. And look, I mean, he's doing the business out there for his team. He's sort of been helping them getting the resurgence back, getting themselves back in this series. He needed to perform well and his players to perform well. The last couple of days they did. And now he's picked up 3 wickets as well. But we also have to talk, look, this is their home ground. And Zahid Ali, the amount of work that he puts in every morning and every evening. Last night they were here. You can see that there's been some repairs that have been done to the mat out there. That where a lot of just that area there, the batter just walked through. That's all been done up. He was here till 9:30 last night working on the ground, getting it done. So we've got to give him a big shout out. Zahid Ali, not only is he leading his team, Brescia, but the work that he does around the ground. I mean, it's people like that, you know, that keep European cricket afloat. It's people like that that the youngsters have to learn from and take over from. So hats off to Zahid Ali.
Yeah, big fan of Zahid Ali as well. Getting some success on the field now with the ball. He'll probably love a few runs as well under his belt.
Oh, that's a bit of a mess up there, but fortunately it was backed up. Fielder was alert.
69 now. As we head into the last ball, the 9th over. Just got back into the YouTube live chat. I was having a few problems connecting, but now looks like I'm back in. I know a lot of chat about umpires and the fact that they only get 1 look at it. And you know, there's been a few marginal ones in this innings. This is into the gap. I think this will be for, no chance for the fielder, Nasir Mahmood, even though he made good ground to his left. But this one just skates off the surface. And so a handy boundary swings PLG into the 70s. Yeah,
very important shot. This was it's another one that's going to be a wide. But as I say, if you're going to go for it, fair enough, but make sure you put it to the boundary. That's the only way that is worth taking that risk. He does, gets 4, gets him into the 70s. But we now go into a very interesting final over. 73 it is for 8 wickets down. They need to try for me to get to that 80 score.
Yeah, and don't forget, yesterday and even today, the average run rate has been 7.6. So suddenly this is about a par total based on what we've seen the last couple of days. And typically it'll be in the 9s here if you want to take the whole of our time on this ground. Here's Qureshi coming in for over number 10. And they may think a 2 here. Taking a long time to get to the fielder, but they'll just stop at 1. And this is what I would say is that probably, I know you don't normally umpire differently for different formats, but I don't mind umpires giving a few more marginal LBWs in this format of the game because it's already so stacked in the batter's favour and the wickets aren't as...
You can't say that.
Yeah, of course you can say that.
No, you can't say that.
Of course you can.
It don't work that way.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you something in a second. In the air, and this one could be caught. It is caught. Nice catch, longest part of the ground. And that was Wasim Ahmed who goes back and takes the catch. So Tabassum Riaz got the strike, couldn't do anything with it. He's the 9th wicket to fall. They're down to their last wicket now, 74 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, he gives us a fair thump, doesn't he? But once again, there's something about that part of the field, isn't it? We've seen so many shots being played into the mid-wicket and mid-wicket square leg area, and the batter's just not able to get it past the fielder player. It's been catching, most of the dismissals, I would say, have been in that part of the ground.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I was going to say, though. This probably applies for me. I'm a bit more liberal on LBWs. I don't see anywhere in the laws of cricket that the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. It's a principle that we talk about. But the law just says if in the umpire's opinion, that's what they're saying, in the umpire's opinion.
Yeah.
So for me, like if it's a test match and you're giving a guy an LBW on a 50-50 one, then you're ruining his whole game here. But these guys get to bat 2, sometimes 3 times in a day. And so, you know, you've got to reward the bowler for beating the bat as well. So I'm not saying you should umpire differently. I'm just saying I don't agree that you need to be 100% sure. I don't think you're ever 100% sure about anything in life. So I just think, especially for things like, is it hitting wickets or not? Is it pitching or not? You feel more sure than not.
Yeah.
I think that's fine as a burden of proof. So,
Yeah, I think what you're saying is you don't want to overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I mean, as an umpire, when I was umpiring, I wouldn't overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
I'd ask myself probably 3 very basic questions, and if the answer to those were yes, then it's out.
Well, that's it.
But
I mean,
you don't then say, but what if? The what ifs shouldn't come into it. I think it's what you see.
Yep.
You give them on what you see, and if you do that all the time, well, you know, most of the time you're going to get it right. But everybody's human. Every so often you're going to make an error.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, and that's going to be, if anyone can get through the whole day with 100% perfection, well, right into me at European cricket, because I don't think anyone will. Everyone's going to make mistakes. I don't even think we were talking about mistakes here. We're just talking about differences of opinion of things that are close, and even with the replay, you know, you and I kind of did not agree on a couple, which shows you that it is close. So you've got to go give it to the guy in the middle. 2 to come. Will they bat out the overs? Well, this is a handy little one off the end of the bat. We'll take him to 75.
Yeah.
Nadeem gets off the mark.
Remember, there are 9 wickets down. That's probably the reason why the batters don't want to risk any crazy runs here at the moment. But look, a couple of balls to go. They can thump about, get a boundary here. Or something, you know, unlucky. Well, 1 ball to go, in fact. So it looks like it's going to have to be a big boundary. Get a maximum, get themselves to 80. I think they'll feel it's defendable.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, what's funny is they might end up with 76, but I think they might get 77 because there should be at least 2 here. In fact, you might as well keep running, make them forced to throw. The problem is Nadeem's running out of oxygen, so he's just going to be happy with the 2, and they're going to finish walking 677 for 9. PLG, not the prettiest innings, especially in the second half when they started to lose wickets and rapidly, but they do get what I think is a defendable total based on what we're seeing here in Brescia.
High score of the day.
Yeah, well, it is the highest score of the day by 1. But PLG, well, they defended 125 last time. They held Jandra Brescia to 88. But like I said, looking at Jandra Brescia's batting in this series so far, they've off their completed innings, they've scored 73, 88, 72, and 70. And so, you know, certainly it is defendable if they play well enough. Well, 2 teams arrive, but only 1 will survive to the end of the day. They'll play Chivinate in another sudden death matchup. Let's go to the highlights. And, well, early on, balls flying everywhere. Jandra Brescia, well, they're on a winning streak of 2. Can they keep it up? And it was PLG who lost that early one, but for the most part, they had the better of the first half as they got 46 runs in it. And along the way, Rizwan Uzzaman made a bright start for the men in green.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the wicket off Asad Imran there early. A good catch by Baig, took 2 good catches. He did put 1 down, which was a much more difficult one. But yeah, I mean, Rizwan Zaman, he was the key, wasn't he, at that point? But then they had that blip, and that all happened when it was the bowling of Maqsood that came into play. Here he is now, and he just had them in all sorts of trouble. That was the first LBW, and that, well, we were talking about debating. We had a debate about that one. This one, really, when we see it again the second time, which, of course, the umpire does not get the chance to, was probably pitching it outside leg and wasn't and shouldn't have been out with that one. Well, I thought it was plumb. Vinny reckoned maybe it was a little bit high, but one thing it was with Maqsood, he just bowled absolutely brilliantly. And then there came a little bit of a fight back, led by Riaz Mudassar, but then him getting run out here. I mean, this was, sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. That is when I think the batter there in the form of Mohsin Iqbal should have just said, you know what, you stay there, I'll be the one who has to try and get back and get run out because you're the one who's hitting the runs and hitting it well. And I think if they'd made that call, then maybe there could have been 10 to 15, maybe even 20 more runs on the total because there was still plenty of balls to go in the over when that incident happened. They do get to 77, 78 it will be for victory. But one thing we do know, especially the way that first match went, 76 to 64 in favour of Jandra Brescia, we do know it's the most runs, the highest runs being scored in the day so far. It's been low-scoring thrillers. Will this one go the same way as well? As you see there, as we said, Rizwan Uzzaman, he was the one who got things going after the early loss of Asad Imran. Then Mudassar Riaz, He batted really well. He kept things going for them, got 15. Riaz Mudasa. We know the Mudasas and the Riazes, they do combine well and get things going, but nobody else really able to get that contribution in there. And you see there, 3 golden ducks in the innings as well. So there's a few to go into the late Garter. I'm sure that's where Mr. Maximo will be thinking of going later as well. Here's the bowling figures. Zahid Ali, 3 for 50. Mr. Evergreen, he still got it. Oh, what a great man he is, a lovely man, and he certainly keeps cricket going in this part of Italy, and he's done wonders to the ground here again today. And also, Yusuf Maqsood, well bowled to you, Yusuf. And listen, I'm going to say thank you very much to Yusuf, and also to everybody of Janjua Brescia, probably Zahid Ali as well, for bringing us a bag of goodies. I'm going to hunt through to see what's in them now, but in the meantime, I'm going to just say to you once more, just have a look at the summary of this match. So what that means is that the scores on the board is going to be 77 and 78 required for victory. Well, in fact, it says 76, so I've made a mess up there somewhere in my calculation. So it's 76. Just wondering there if they ran one short or something there towards the end. Anyway, 76 on the board, 77 for victory for Janjua Brescia. You'd expect them to get it, but they have had issues, like all teams, with their batting. But can they do it? Can they not? One of these teams will survive. One we will sadly say goodbye to. Who will it be? Will join me, Rico Paul and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this cricket ground in Brescia where we're going to see another low scoring chase. The 77 is the score that'll be required for victory. And once again we've seen batters just not able to get in that innings. From the Lions we saw that it was Rizwan Zaman, 24 of 11, got going but wasn't able to finish things off, and then Riaz Mudassar and Mudassar Riaz both getting 15. But we saw a very good bowling performance from Yusuf Maqsood, 3 for 7, and then Mr. Evergreen himself, Zahid Ali, picking up 3 for 15 as well. Janjua though, a team that haven't been at their best with the bat, had a few issues, so they need to come out fighting here. Want to have a good start, and if they can do that, then they will get themselves probably into the next stage of the competition, and that just means that there's going to be another very tough eliminator for them. Tivadate await the winners of this match. Oh, this is very wide. And the wicketkeeper Riaz Mudassar has done very well to get a glove on this. So sort of a wild start there from Hassan Naveed. Once again, a very big thank you to Janjua for providing us with a few light refreshments. A bit of Keed. Keed, of course, rice pudding. Nice and chilled as well. Very nice on a warm day like this. And, well, we've got a few chana as well. And also to umpire Sukhbir, who's provided us with some lassi, salted lassi this time, from umpire Sukhdev, I should say. So thank you, umpire Sukhdev, for the lassi and also the chana. All very good protein for us. And I'm just mixing mine with a few ants that we have around to give it that extra bite. It's the new protein food, they say. Well bowled, Yorker leg delivery. And Naveed thought he was getting that fruit. Naveed once more. And he's got the wicket this time. It's just been smashed down onto his own stumps. So, well, those ducks in the pond, or in the lake, I should say, keep on growing. There's another one. And they're just going to get anything going. So there's the first wicket. Just bangs it straight onto his own stumps. Going to be very disappointed. Comes a long way down to meet this, doesn't he? Does Fahad Ali. But smashes it onto his own stump, so there's another one that bites the dust. He gets the wicket. Now you can see it just hasn't been easy, has not been easy for teams to get going 1 for 1. New batter that makes his way out there will be Adnan Ali. Very interesting, isn't it? I mean, when you look at the conditions, you'd think that they're set for batting. You think batters would go out there and do really well. But it's just not happening for the batters at the moment. I mean, I know the bowling's been pretty tight. But, I think they've been very good at just applying pressure. Applying the pressure at the right time. And the wickets have been falling. So it was Fahad Ali who goes for a duck. 3 balls up for him. Naveed once more. This is hit on the up. It's a powerful shot and will bounce a couple of times as it goes over the boundary. Well, that's the response. And the new batter Adnan says, well, you know what? I'm not messing around. I'm going to play my shots and try and get to this score pretty quickly. I don't want to be making life uncomfortable for myself, just plodding the ball around. So 4 of the first delivery that he faces. Smashes that away. What's the reply going to be from Naveed? It's not going to be a good one. It's going to be a Gundy ball. Well, that's as Gundy as they come. It's a full toss on the leg side. And Adnan Ali says, thank you very much. I'll put this one away as well. Well, back-to-back boundaries. Nobody in that zone at all. So he's let himself down a little bit here after a pretty good start. Getting that wicket and gets it all wrong. Ali on a mission. 2 balls, 2 fours, 8 runs. Oh, and then gets a beauty in there, Naveed. So what a comeback that is. That will be the end of the over, at the end of the first. He finishes with 9. He'll be disappointed, certainly with the second ball that he bowled to Adnan, the full toss. But he does recover well. 9 for 1 at the end of the first. They've just got to believe, haven't they? Got to believe that something can happen. Got to believe that they can somehow find a way to get back in this match. 339 now is the count of the number of matches that we have had without that golden ball. An ECN record. We thought on 2 occasions that maybe we were going to get it yesterday. It was not to be. And nice to see that Luke Belgium and Helix are on the chat. A bit of conversation going on there between the two of them. Yeah, I mean, talking about predictions and getting things right. See this ball. It's pretty hardly hit, and the fielder, well, I mean, this has happened so fast. I cannot tell you if he's got anything on this. Let's see if our cameras manage to get a hold of anything here. I mean, this might tell us, but it's so hard. It's cranked, and, well, I think he does get a hand onto this, but still, you can see how hard it's hit. It still goes all the way to the boundary. Yeah, just going onto the predictions. How can you predict anything from what we've seen here? I mean, these matches have been going one way or the other. It's been like a bit of a roller coaster. Teams haven't been scoring runs. I mean, there's been low score set. You'd expect them to be knocked off easily. They haven't been. It's all been happening in Brescia. And I asked a question, and the umpire is not moved. And, well, they're absolutely short. I must admit, I'm not convinced. What tells me this is the keeper. You see that the bowler goes straight away. The wicket-keeper, there's no reaction at all until it's almost like forced to get involved in the appeal. Let's see here. Nothing there at all, and then we start to see the appeal. Let's have a look here. I think if there is anything here, the ball has gone straight onto the ground and then up into the keeper's hand. And, well, they're trying. They're asking. The umpire is not moved. Now there's just a bit of discussion there from the umpires to the fielders and the captain, and I think that's all about, look, hey, you know, yeah, you can appeal, but if it's not out, it's not out. Keep it civil, and yeah. Yes. Oh, that's a really good ball. And has to get back onto this, doesn't he? Tabissum Riaz. Walks back to his mark. He's still probably feeling that maybe he should have had a wicket. But I think when he looks back at it again, he'll see that if there was a touch on it, the ball does go clearly onto the ground first before it goes in the gloves of the keeper. Nicely played along the ground. All a bit of rebuilding again going on here. Just tiki-taka style, but as long as they can keep picking up your boundaries, and certainly this man, who's at the non-strikers and now Adnan Ali, the way he's come out and hit the ball, he's certainly going to play his shots. Edge, but doesn't carry. And that's good work there by the man at third. And just dropped short this for the keeper. You could argue maybe the keeper is standing too far back, but I think this is pretty wide from him. Gets the dive in, not able to take it. Another one, that's a close call. Can almost sense the pressure that's out there. These teams. Well, of course it is. It's huge. Elimination match this is. Only one of these teams will progress. One, it'll be Curtains. Well picked up. In comes a throw. And it's a powerful throw as well. Adnan thinks about taking a second. He's told to stay where he is. And that will be the end of the second over. And they go to 17 for 1. And just keep an eye on that rate there as well. I mean, they're keeping it under the 8, which is very important. And nice time to welcome back into the Brescia cricket, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Nice to be back. Yeah, another game which could be right in the balance. I'm sure you caught this already for our viewers, but I thought they scored 77. It was 76 because of the one short on the last ball of the first innings.
It's snooking me.
Yeah.
It's snooking me. I was saying, right, 77, 78 required, and then it popped up on the screen. I thought, I said, I don't know what's happened there. Maybe there was one short, and well, there you go.
Not often you see teams with an identical net run rate, but these two had an identical net run rate, minus 1.950, but they had different points totals. PLG just winning the one game, and Chandra Brescia winning 2. Now this is in the air, miss hit, and it's a chance, and it's taken. Nicely taken by Tabas Marias down the ground as Naveed comes back, and Umabaik is going to have to go for 6. So that's another dangerous hitter that's gone. This one kind of clunks off the bottom of the bat, I think, down towards the toe. So Naveed is brought back successfully. Score is 16 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, the two opening bowlers combining there. And, well, Tabas Marias was disappointed when he was bowling not to have taken a wicket, but now takes a very good catch there to remove Barg. So Barg goes, he's disappointed with himself, as you can see when he gets out. You can understand that. You know that he was probably one of the key batters to try and get them close to this target. 16 for 2, so Naveed, start of his second over, picks up another wicket.
So fantastic bit of outfielding there as well. I mean, holding your chances. That's been one of the big keys to keeping the bats quiet in this series, especially over the last couple of days. So funnily enough, the 7.6 and over is... that was the run rate yesterday. I mean, that's right on the low side. If you told me a field like this, which is basically like playing on the Sahara, I mean, it's about as fast as it gets, and it's so uneven, so you expect there to be heaps of boundaries. But, yeah, the bowlers have been brilliant, and the catchers have taken their catches. I mean, this is why not too many batters are getting in and staying in for too long. So, 16 for 2. Again, you just want to track at that 8 and over. Don't fall too far behind. You saw Kings 11 get themselves into a bit of trouble earlier on when they couldn't stay with a run rate with the identical target. Down leg side, acrobatic stop from Riaz Madassa behind the stumps. I don't want to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network, of course. Fair bit of lively debate in there as well. But, I mean, you certainly couldn't be accused of saying that this isn't very, very entertaining this week in Brescia. There's plenty on the line. Only one of these teams will make it through to the Super Series. No Mohammed facing up. It's a pretty good ball. Oh, overcommits at the other end. Nadan Ali. In the end, keeper decides not to throw. Wasn't super confident that there was a backup fielder that would have prevented an overthrow. So, conditions right now, we're up to 28 degrees. So much sun. We're really loving the opportunity to bring you cricket from all around Italy as part of our Italian summer. You can have a bit of a telecation as well. A remote vacation, I suppose. Yeah, but Hassan's been really good here, hasn't he? That's what you want from your opener in the power play. He's only conceded 10 off his 8 deliveries so far. And he goes straight through Naeem Ahmed. And he knocks 2 stumps out of the ground. Just played all round that, got him through the gate. And so Chandra Brescia lose a 3rd wicket in the power play, 17 for 3.
Oh, what a sight, Vinny. I mean, I'm not doing the bowling, but they bring joy to my heart. It does, because, well, this is a seam bowler's dream. Look at the stumps. Well, they get split. They do the splits. What a beautiful delivery. He sees the batter coming forward, but he gets the ball right up there. It's a beautiful ball, and that is a lovely sight. Look at this. Well, the stumps are all over the place. Absolutely fantastic bit of bowling. The pressure now on Brescia.
Wonderful bowling. I mean, straight at the stumps. And Brescia feeling the pressure, no doubt about it. But this is a very experienced player to come to the crease. Zahid Ali, the captain. And so, I mean, especially with this target, just 60 more required. I mean, it's not like they're chasing 120, 130. I mean, Zahid can be intelligent the way he goes about it. He's been in this situation many times before. Goes out to the middle to join Adnan Ali. And Naveed, 3 for 10. He's been a revelation in the power play for PLG.
Well, the ducks just keep on coming. Well, Vinny, did you see any ducks in the lake?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I actually did see some ducks. In fact, I almost posed for a picture with the duck. I thought you'd like it, but the duck wasn't really playing along. It wasn't thrilled about.
It didn't want to be in the picture.
It wasn't a fan of me. But yeah, we saw swans. We saw cygnets, or baby swans. Fairly big by this stage, probably 2 or 3 months old. We did see plenty of ducks actually down in San Mione, the old town. They just roam around down there. Water was beautiful, by the way. Anyway, here is the captain facing up for the first time. Gets a full toss, angles it away. And they're going to run one on the fumble, but if this hits, he's gone. He was going to be gone by some distance. But he takes it on. I mean, you're not often hitting from there. But if you did, well, the captain would have been gone for another duck. This one would have been golden.
Yeah, I mean, look, see this. He was well short there. And maybe Adnan just forgetting for a moment.
I don't mind that run. I mean, balance of probabilities, you're getting there, I think, probably 80 to 85% of the time. Changes the strike, so Adnan Ali will push out and he'll get a single. Once again, good bowling from Naveed, falling straight.
Yeah, but I mean, he has got a few that have gone wayward, and he's been helped out a little bit by Riaz Mohdasat from stopping those. But when he's got them right, I mean, that again was a top delivery to Adnan. Adnan's looking to attack, and after those 2 boundaries, first 2 balls he's got, he's been kept quiet.
Last ball of the over, last ball for Naveed, and last ball of the power play. Zahid Ali facing up. And digs out a pretty good delivery. And this time, might get more than a single. In fact, he'll get a boundary. Well, that's just a push. And I don't quite know how this has gone all the way, but it shows you how fast this outfit is when you beat the infield. It's quite intelligent the way he just opens the face and uses the pace of the bowler. And the fielder, Asad Imran, had no chance once that got past him. So, first boundary for Zahid Ali. It's the end of the power play. 23 for 3, Brescia.
Well, that was quite amazing, really, because there was nothing in that. It just looked like one he dug out, and then when you look at it, it's gone through the field. And it just keeps on going all the way to the boundary. 4 runs, valuable 4 runs, gets them into the 20s. But it's at the 3 wickets that will be the concern at the moment.
Hello to Maiden Waters as well. Hope you're well. And I know that she was just asking, how's the Cartimer formulation going? Maybe we need some for the stumps. We don't have the Cartimer formulation with us. That's the special stuff we put in the base of the stumps to stop them cartwheeling to what I would call a ridiculous degree. Kind of works pretty well there, but it hasn't made the journey to Italy just yet. But the umpire's doing a good job setting him up so often. They've been knocked out a fair few times. Here's Davison Marias. Swing and a miss from Adnan Ali first up. They are just at that 8 and over or so where they need to be, run rate wise. Just 3 wickets of concern. I mean, what they really need is a partnership.
Yeah, big time. And that's one thing we haven't seen too many of today. And one good partnership here. Both batters get in, get themselves both sort of around a score around about the 20s, and that's the game. It's good delivery, attacks the stumps once more, but Adnan gets a good bit of bat onto this. And they think, oh, this is trouble if it's a good throw. And, well, the keeper has a lot to do here. But, well, not sure where Zahid was trying to go.
Looking for one that wasn't there, to be honest. Yeah, so they want to be about 32 at the end of this over. We saw Kings 11 faltering in pursuit of the identical target in the first match of the day. Oh, good delivery.
Oh, what a ball this is. I think it's, well, the finger goes up.
Well,
The finger has gone up here.
I don't know about this. I mean, Zahid Ali normally walks. I feel like he plays inside this and just grabs a bit of his body on the way past.
What's a delivery
he's
though?
beat-
I mean, there was a thud, but I don't know what the noise was. It sounded more like ball on pad to me. But let's have a look.
Yeah, and it took a long time to go. Slow it down as much as we can for you. See here, I think that beats the bat and just grabs a bit of the back thigh. I mean, for me, I think we're talking about the existence of doubt. Zahid Ali's body language also told me that I don't think that's actually got any of the bat. But he goes without a fuss, as you'd expect. The umpire eventually agrees, and Zahid, you can tell that he's upset, but he doesn't really show it. So, especially in such a big game, to be given out like that is a bit frustrating. Of course, we don't know. We're a long way from the action, so we can't be conclusive about it either. But what we can tell you is it's a 4th wicket down now, 24 for 4.
Yeah, has to, I think, pretty reluctantly have to go for 5. So, one very experienced campaigner has to depart, which means that Wasim Ahmed. Now, Wasim Ahmed, he's probably been one of their better players. He's played some and made some good all-round performances. So he's certainly one man that can do exactly what they need, which is to get that partnership in.
Yeah, Wasim's a good player. Coming in at 6, quite low. They need him to dig in now. Have another thriller on our hands. Look, let's also give credit to Pac Lions Getty. I mean, this is a team that didn't win a game at all last year. They only had 1 point, and that was from a washout in their 8 games. They didn't make it through to the final stages, but they have come on in leaps and bounds in the last 12 months. They've been really pushing these other sides. Right now, they've got every chance of surviving in this tournament. Well, so Wasim says enough of this. This one is going, and it's gone a long way. Maximo! What a way to get off the mark from Wasim Ahmed as he launches this one for 6.
What a shot this is. This is the same sort of delivery that's had all the batters in trouble. It's full, it's right up there. And he just leans back, hits this clean out of the middle of his bat, and it goes sailing for a huge 6.
Now, I just want to mention quickly, Yusuf Maqsood, who bowled very, very well in the first innings. I want to thank him for bringing us some more food. You want to mention that already?
Yeah, I've mentioned it already.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
but
Maqsood.
let's mention it again because it was very nice. The key was lovely.
Yeah.
Rice pudding, chilled, on a day like today. Yeah, thank you very much.
We're very lucky, been spoilt here. Anyway, last ball of the over. Yeah, smart batting. And in fact, he might even get 4 for it. I think he was happy to get 1. But there's nobody back at third man, so Wasim perhaps changing the game just in a minute. As he leans on this one, uses the pace. Smart batting. He gets 4. It's the end of the over as well. So at the end of 4, the score is 34 for 4. Once again, want to welcome you guys to the commentary Ice Cube. We've been calling it the Brescia Cooker. Well, the pressure is on in Brescia at the moment. It will get hotter, I think, as the afternoon goes on. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico full as well. Super Friday, Peacock Friday. We're really settling in. And well, all these matches are pretty significant, of course. Top 3 playing for that double chance. But the eliminators, I mean, the pressure is really on these teams. Because they know one bad game, they're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, look, talking about pressure, Janjua Brescia playing on their home ground. And they're playing an eliminator here. We may not see them again.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, they had a terrible start to the week. They were kind of nowhere after 3 games, 0-3, and they did not even look like winning a game. They got thrashed by PLG in that match, in match 6 earlier in the week. But then they did put 2 good performances together heading into that, into this game. So they will believe, you know, that they can win. Of course, they're right in the game here. It's pretty much a par total. Hard to say 76 is par, but based on the last couple of days, this is what the scoring's been.
Yeah,
but we debated why that is. But
yeah,
it's just been the case,
but
right?
what a big moment that was. Their new batter comes in, Wasim, and then hits a 6 and a 4. 10 runs. 10 runs when you're getting scores of around about 70. That is huge.
Yeah, and you look at Zahid maybe getting the rough end of the stick there, but it might have worked out for them because then they do get 10 soon after. Now, here's a bowler that I think is pretty interesting, and that is not going to be out.
No.
But Fakhar Imran is a guy that likes to bowl leg spin around the wicket and just tries to get the batters in a bit of a muddle, right? So this is never going to be LBW, but what he does, he just tends to tie batters up a lot with this angle of attack. Forces them to sweep, but when they get out in the middle, it will probably go to the boundary, and this one does. That's a good sweep by Adnan Ali. I mean, sweeping is one of those shots, Rico. It looks a lot easier on TV than it actually is. You got to get the timing quite right, but that was a well-executed shot for 4 that time.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, I just think that when he's bowling this line, you know what the attack is going to be. I mean, if he's going to be full, that sort of a line, the batters are going to be playing the sweep. You really got to get that side of the field right. He's not going to be hit, I don't think, too long on unless he gets it wrong. So I would be quite inclined to get one man. I mean, they've got a fine leg in on the 45. Him getting pushed back on the line there, square leg all the way back, really trying to get the players in the area where these sweep shots are going to go.
Yeah, now he changes the angle. And so, yeah, it's an interesting one for me. I mean, firstly, I'm not sure how wide it was. Yeah, maybe it was wide. The heel comes up. I think the toe's always down. Look at this in the replay. Yeah, it just gets down in time. But I want to say hello to all of our viewers once again. And Shrug saying, looks like it could be a day of low-scoring thrillers. Or could be. So I want to say Eid Mubarak to all of our Muslim viewers, Islamic viewers. That's on behalf of Keanu. So I'll wait for this because we're going to have a dot ball. A lot of yelling. But yeah, I know it's that time of the year. So hello to everybody that is celebrating that once again. Imran, interesting little contest this. He's after him and he goes offside. He goes really well, but well knocked down. I mean, these all matter. They think of a second, but think against it. I mean, that's a really good stop, Rico. We've seen those missed all week. He's just pretty committed to getting something on it. That's Jawad Mohammed out there.
Yeah, that was coming to him pretty quickly from the bat of Adnan Ali. He does well. He knows what he's got to do, stops the ball, pars it in front of him, then picks it up and gets the throw in. And the batter's deciding that it's not worth taking the second on.
You don't want to run out right now. Just building a partnership here. Wazim Ahmed's had a good start. Facing up now. This is smarter. He's trying to hit with a spin if it's outside off. I think that's Wazim Ahmed's plan. If it's outside leg, you're kind of forced to sweep or hit across the line. You've got that immunity of LBW. But if it is on the stumps or outside off, hitting with the spin's a good option. Just trying to hit it well. Cause some problems for that outfielder out there. This is one that's kind of straight and he tries to dab it and misses. Gets a bit of glove on that, I think, if anything. It's the end of the over. So Imran, pretty good over from him. He only concedes 7. 5 overs down. The score is 41 for 4. This game's still very, very, very much in the balance, Rico.
Yeah, very much so. 4 wickets. I mean, they'll know the importance of breaking this partnership. I think they'll be happy to take any one of these 2 wickets here now at this point before they start to pile on a few more runs. And then they'll believe with the other batters that are coming in that they could take control of this match. It's very evenly poised. I mean, we're at the halfway point. Wicket-wise, we're not quite there yet. 4 wickets down, but another wicket goes here. And then really it is anybody's game. Right now, you probably just favour Tanjua Brescia are probably just in the driving seat.
Similar approach now, going with leg spin on a slightly different angle. Mohsin Iqbal coming on. Bowling is, I say moon balls, but he's really not afraid to take the pace off. A bit short though. This should be pounded, but it's hit straight to the fielder who drops it. I think that's 6. Wow, big moment in the game. I mean, it deserved to be hit for 6. It was Gundy, it was short, and it was hit hard, but the fielder down there, though he gets hands on it, it bursts through, cost them 6 runs, Maximo time.
Oh, this is a huge moment. Huge moment. I mean, if that is out there, but that's a wicket that they wanted. You can see Mohsin Iqbal. He can't believe it. The catch is dropped, and it's dropped by a good field as well. Tabasum Riaz.
Now it's cut away with the spin. Again, it won't be an easy one. It's going to be 4. Well, it was a matter of time till we saw this, and this one shoots along the ground for Jawad Mohammed. So a couple of moments, again, just conspiring against PLG. This one, maybe it was nature, but does bring up the 50. Tanjua Brescia now in the box seat in this chase.
Yeah, I mean, so you can see the reaction from the wicketkeeper there. And, yeah, I mean, this negativity will start to rub off onto it. You've got to try and still stay positive. I mean, again, that's on 2 occasions, really, that in a match which is the score is 51 for 4, and 20 runs have come off 4 balls.
Yeah.
20 runs off 4 balls. So that goes to show just how important boundaries are.
Now for the first time, the runs required is under the balls remaining. This one doesn't get too much better at all. I think that'll be a leg bite, but yeah, it's called leg bite. So that's all you need to do now, especially with the field back. So it also takes the pressure to really go after the leg spinner in a ridiculous fashion. If he bowls you a bad ball, for sure, just whack it. But if it's a decent ball, you're fine to just get some bat on it and run. Keep the equation in your favour. Well, he's not ready here because I don't think that Wazim was ready at the non-strikers end, so that won't count. We'll have that one again. Iqbal obviously working pretty quickly, but bowling pretty slowly. Good ball. Yeah, that's a good ball. Trying to force the batter to hit the offside. He didn't want to.
Yeah, he's not wanting to play the straight shot, is he? Had the nally.
And that beats the bat again. So, well, the runs was momentarily below the balls, but now it's back above. 25 of 24 required. 6 overs down. Brescia, 52 for 4.
Huge moment though in that over. Wasim dropped on 11 in the ball, and then also going to the boundary, and then he hits the next ball for 4 as well. That was a wicket that they really wanted at that time, and they would have put them in the driving seat with the catch going down for 6 and the next ball 4. Brescia will feel that they're there now.
I think they think this is the key in these middle overs, to stick with this leg spin, and they're going to get another over of Imran here around the wicket. And I think Mohsin might get another over as well. I mean, you're relying on them not bowling bad deliveries. And this one will be 4. I think once again just spins at the last moment past the fielder. So PLG just struggling to deal with the conditions at the moment. 4 runs to start the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, that's twice now that's happened. It's not good.
7th over, pardon me. Don't want to get ahead of myself. Yeah, it's frustrating. One thing we haven't seen so far is Asad Imran with the ball. Left-handed or right-handed. Surprises me slightly. It's another ball that pitches outside leg stump, which means just swing away. They're going to go for 2. No, they're not. Wow. Interesting one, this. I think if the direct hit, he would have been gone. Ends up bouncing off the keeper into the stumps, but I think by that time the batter gets in. In fact, I don't think it ever was going to be out on second look. How would you play Imran? It's awkward, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're playing. You're looking to sweep him all the time, to trying to get that ball. Look, trying to get to it before it's up in the air. Let's see what happens here. And they do take the wicket. They take the catch, and they do break that partnership. And it is Ali that goes. Well, has it come too late, or have they still got time? It is now 57. Another wicket goes down, so that's the 5th now.
It's well bowled, actually. Yeah, it lures him forward. He's not in control of the shot. It's a bit of a nothing shot. Loses his shape completely. Adnan Ali. He's going to have to go for a run of ball 16. He's the 5th wicket to fall, 57 for 5. And yeah, like I say, if you get the length right at this angle and this approach, yeah, I mean, you're trying to sweep him, but if you don't quite get it right, it's easy to lose control of that shot. You can get top edges. You can just miss it altogether. You can kind of get tied up and have the ball hit your body. It's an interesting tactic that's being employed by PLG, but I think they think it's their best chance of getting those dots and getting those wickets that'll bring them back into the game.
Yeah, I think they're looking to tie up these 4 overs of spin, and then maybe, I mean, you mentioned that the likes of Asad Imran probably coming in to bowl towards the end.
So you got Wasim Ahmed there, who's 26 off 10. He's been joined now by Hasib Abdul halfway through the 7th over. Just punches this away. And slight fumble. Well, they might get 2 if they're alert to it. They decide against it, thinking that caution is the better part of valour there. Abdul off the mark with a single. I mean, remember, each of the bowlers, they're defending 7.7, so if they can go, let's say, 14 or less off their 2 overs, and they've done their job, Iman's kind of on the cusp of that.
Oh, well, where's this? I mean, does it hit him full? I think it's probably outside that leg stick, which is what...
It bounces first.
Yeah, which is what saves the batter here. Good umpiring.
Yeah, I mean, I think this hits the back leg, it goes past the front leg, and then see it bounces, and so from that point you're fine. And so this is what I'm talking about. It's just something you wouldn't practice much, I don't think. Ahmed, though, has to watch again. Abdul misses out on one. So, once again, runs and balls tied up. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 59 for 5. 18 off 18. Well, another blockbuster finish coming up. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, well, Super Friday will continue into the 3rd match of the day. It's the 2nd playoff match. I mean, these are the matches that are involving the top 3 teams from the group stage. And the best 2 performers out of the top 3 today will make it through to the finals with that crucial double chance. News from the toss, Brescia CC winning the toss and bowling first. But Gina Brescia, they'll have to bat better, won't they? And they've had their troubles batting first. I think that's what's behind Brescia CC deciding to bowl. Remember, Brescia CC won earlier in the week on opening day against Gina, but that was batting first when they made 85 and defended it. They are going back to Mohsin Iqbal, so they're continuing this leg spin attack. And why I think it's risky is, you know, the leg spinners do dish up a greater proportion of bad balls, I think, than some other bowlers. But if they don't, I think it's a clever way to keep things quiet. I feel like this is a really important over. That's too short, but he hits it straight up in the air, and this one should be caught. It is. So Hassan Naveed takes the catch, and this was not a good shot at all from Abdul, who tries to muscle it. Doesn't really know where he's trying to hit it in the end. And so Jandra, just when you thought they were in a winning position, they lose another wicket, and that's now 60 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of deliveries. I mean, you're expecting the batter to put this away, but he goes aerial, and, well, Naveed has a lot of time to get himself into position, takes a catch. So, I mean, look, you've still got Wasim that's there. So Wasim is going to be the key here. But Haseeb went for the big one, doesn't get it right. He goes for one. Well held by Naveed. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him here. So maybe this little ploy here of having the spinners to be bowling this little spell in the middle together and then go up to the pace will work. The key thing for them here is to try and get themselves to a position where the runs required is more than just run a ball.
Yeah, that's right. And look, that's the thing. You're trying to hit a Maximo, you better not miss hit it. I mean, that's exactly what happens there. He kind of slices it down to long off. So there's a lot of pressure in this. You know, we have had a golden ball in Eliminator 1 before. If you remember at the start of the year with the ECL, with Star CC of Luxembourg, it was their only win.
Oh, this could
really
be out.
Height is the only thing here.
Oh, wow. I mean, how high does this bounce? I mean, it's hitting him up in front for sure.
Yeah,
it's only the height.
Middle stump line. I don't know, we'll get a look at it. I think it's a good decision for height. Here's the next ball, and it hits the non-striker. And now he wants to run, and he's almost going to run himself out. Wow, a lot going on here. Okay, we didn't get a second look at the LBW, but my feeling is at that trajectory, the ball hit the very top of the pad, and I think it was a good decision. See, hits him above the pad, yes, straight as the day is long, but I think it's climbing over. Iqbal's been decent here. Even the bad balls have been causing issues for Jandra. That's a bad one that won't cause an issue, just a wide.
Yeah, I think that's quite clever. I mean, okay, it's a wide, but he's thinking maybe he can draw the batter out the crease. It was worth a try.
End of the over, 60 for 6. So 2 overs to go. 61 for 6, I should say. Oh, not even the end of the over. Let me come back to you here. The score's going up, score's going down. I got 61 for 6, and now last ball of the over. This is going nowhere. I might grab, I think, as a bye. I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. It is a bye. So 62 for 6. You know, I've got to say, I think it was a very good LBW decision because you've got to also understand that a guy bowling like this, it's going to bounce more than someone that's skidding them through like a medium pacer or a faster bowler. It is loopy spin, and it hits him, I think, probably level with the top of the stumps or maybe a fraction below, but I think that in that time it would have climbed just over, but it was certainly going straight over middle stump.
That is all over the place.
Yeah, it is. That worm doesn't even know what's going on. Got the double helix. It looks like we've got the Mango Lassies have come in. Kicks 11, bringing it. I can hear a bell in the background, and I'm smelling the burnt toast again. And I think we probably have to share with the viewers what we know now about... I have to. It's a part of life. Rico's saying in the background, I can't. I'm just going to say it. Why can't why can't I say? I tell you what, I'll put it in the chat so then people don't have to listen to it. Okay? Some people might not. I'll put it in the... I mean... All right.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
I'll put it in the chat.
It's, you try to take your mind off it, but you can't. And, well, now you've got the bells ringing as well, which just add to the, what's the word I'm looking for? To the old scenario, perhaps, here. But you can put it in the chat. Wasim Ahmed, he's the key, 27 not out. Well, this is flying right up there for him, and it's an easy hit, and that's not a good delivery. And gets this one completely wrong, and it ends up being an easy put away for the likes of Wasim. He's got to get this in the right area.
Shrug already got it before I even got my message
How
out.
did he get it already?
I
Does he know about it?
Might have Google Maps it.
Ah, okay.
Hey, how good is this game? 10 off 10. Glad we settled on a score. Wow, this is so high pressure, isn't it? 2 teams arrive, only 1 survives. It's the left armers of, I said, Imran. And again, there was some concern about his action left-handed the other day. Does bowl both hands. Improved it a lot, though.
Yeah.
Improved it out of sight. So now he's back to bowling. Left hand spin to the right-handed batters. And goes for this. Now this is sailing out of the ground. Maximo! Naseem Mahmood hadn't done too much, but he launches on this one. There's every chance he could hit this straight up, but instead he's hit it out of the ground. Surely Janjua from here. They can't lose. They need 3 off 8.
Yeah, I mean, it was right in the slot, and that's the difference it makes. You need a tight over. Tight over takes you to the last, but we already saw a Gundy full toss being smashed away on the leg side, and now that one hit big out of the ground over mid-wicket into cow corner. So 3 needed, and it looks like very much that the Lions are not going to be roaring here today. We're going to be saying goodbye to a team that, well, had a much better series this year than we know they did last. Getting better all the time, but just little moments, little errors that meant that they're not able to see this through.
I thought they might go for glory, but to be honest, the field is back, and so I don't think that strategically is that smart. I think you probably got to bring them all up and try and force the batters hit over the top. Just 2 required now. So PLG, well, they certainly have improved a long way, but right now they're a couple of runs away from being knocked out of the tournament. And now this one will tie the scores. So we will go to the last, but they'll need a maiden for a golden ball. So when the moment came, Mahmood, he was able to get one out of the screws. 9 overs down, the score is 76 for 6. Once again, go back to that 1 short in the first innings. That would have given him at least 1 more run to play with, but I mean, there's been a lot of twists and turns in this game. Brescia look like they're going to sneak across the line here.
Yeah, I mean, we've said that the reason these matches have been so tight because of how well the teams were bowled and fielded. And you have to say that maybe the team, the underdogs, Packline Getty, they're the team that are learning all the time. And they're the team that have made just some of those mistakes in the field, haven't they? We've seen balls go through fielders for 4 runs. And you think the equation here, imagine that it is 8 or 12 required. It's completely different scenario, and as it is, it's just 1 run and it's all over.
Jawad Mohammed, he's going to have the unenviable task of trying to bowl a maiden over here. Any score wins it. Well, there's 1 dot. In fact, it could be more than a dot. Umpire says not out. One thing that will be true is if you can string a dot or 2 together, the batter will kind of exponentially be increasing their heart rate every time. But you've got a guy on strike that's 33 off 16. You can't imagine he's going to miss 6 in a row. Maybe a wicket would be interesting. This time he launches it, and this one will go out of the ground. Game, set, Maximo! Wasim Ahmed finishes 39, and he does knock Packline Getty out of the tournament. Again, we've really enjoyed their progression as a cricket side. They have registered their first win during the week against Brescia, in fact, but it is Brescia that gets some revenge here in Eliminator 1, and they win this one with 4 balls to spare.
Yeah, I mean, well done to Brescia. They give themselves another chance. It's going to be another tough match for them. Their second of the day against Chivadate. And that's going to be interesting. Chivadate, a team that have been able to rest up this morning, so they're going to come into that match fresh. Janjua, they've had a hot one out there. But that man, well, he's done his job, hasn't he? Well done to Wasim Ahmed, finishing on 39 of 17. It's, well, I can tell you, such a huge innings. I mean, the highest run scored today by anybody was by Rizwan Zaman in the first innings of this match. So nobody's been able to score runs all the way through today. So you can see just how important that 39 of 17 is. And then Naseem Mahmood, well, hitting that 1 big 6 as well, made all the difference. It all came down to the 9th over. It needed to be a good one from Asad Imran. It ended up being an expensive one, and there was no coming back from that. But this is what's coming up next. And Brescia, they're playing their first playoff match, and they're playing against Brescia, a team that got the victory over Kings today. But again, having their issues with the bat. They only made 76 batting first, but Kings, well, they had more problems. They only finished on 64 for 6, so They've won that one match already. This is an important one. Get the win here, and that they know that they will be getting that double chance to get themselves into the final. But let's just have a look at the highlights here again. Look, wickets were falling, and you saw the first wicket fall, and then there was a good second over where Riaz went for a few, but it needed Naveed to come back, and he came back with an absolute bang. There was a 6 and a 4 there, which really got them up and going. This one was a good catch, and well, he did hold on to that one, and the fielder was jumping with joy. But the one that really mattered was the one that got away. What a beauty this was from Naveed once more, totally doing the batter, and that was well, that was sensational. It really was. And this one, well, they all went up, and Zahid, well, he's saying that it's nowhere near me, but the umpire gives the nod and says, yeah, I think you got a bit on this, so he has to go. And just at that point, it was a little bit tricky, but what they managed to do was just kept getting the runs when they needed. Look, there was a good contribution from Adnan Ali as well. Remember, when he came in, the 6 and a 4 started him off, but it was these mistakes here, like that one going through the field. The wicketkeeper was absolutely gutted there, kicking the dirt with frustration. There was another one as well. That made the difference.
Isn't it funny how sometimes things can work out unexpectedly? I mean, Zahid Ali getting that caught behind, we thought might have been a bit rough, but it kind of just actually gave their momentum, gave a bit of momentum to their innings, because it did bring Wasim to the crease. And he'd ended up top scoring with 39 off 17. So in the end, I think it probably works out better for Brescia, considering how well Wasim hit them. And when the going got tough, Wasim got going. He made sure that he would get them to the target. Brought it up with a big Maximo. Well, sad, of course, for Pac Lions Getty, who bow out of this series. But also, Brescia, they're up and about. They've won 3 in a row now. We know that later on they will take on Chivadate for that final spot on finals day tomorrow. Looking at the scorecard, see, Wasim Ahmed actually comes out at number 6. I think it's very low for him to bat. But it worked out well, because when they needed just those final runs, he was able to step up to the plate. Assisted by Nasir Mahmood later on as well, who hit a big 6, which made a difference as well. Apart from that, Adnan Ali with 16 was the other significant contributor to the total. Looking at the bowling figures, well, Hassan Naveed didn't do anything wrong. Took 3 wickets in the power play, 3 for 16, probably best of the bowlers. 1 each for Riaz, Imran and Iqbal. But they just struggled with their 5th bowler on this occasion. They bowled Asad Imran for 1 over, and then Jawad Mohammed at the end couldn't keep them under the target. So, Rico, we will take a quick break. When we return in about 15 minutes, we'll have playoff number 2. Once again, big thank you to Pac Lions Getty. I really enjoyed their cricket and how they move forward, certainly in the 12 months since I've seen them. Wishing them the best for the rest of the season. Brescia, though, we will see them a little bit later on. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with playoff number 2 in a second. The middle match of the day here on a Super Friday. 5 games of T10 cricket action. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Paul. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series Super Friday. Hello, welcome back to Brescia Super Friday. We're 2 games into 5. Well, it's always sad when we have to say goodbye to one team, but we are going back to the playoffs with the top 3 right now. And we'll get to have a look for the first time today at the team that topped the table after the group stage. That's Brescia Cricket Club. They're here taking on Gina Brescia. Well, these two, of course, they've had some real epic battles over the last couple of years. Let's see how they go here in match number 18, playoff number 2. Let's go to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Okay, Gina to call. Tails the call. It's heads. You ball first. Okay, good luck guys. Thank you. All the best. Have a good game. Thank you. Yeah, Brescia won the toss.
So it is Brescia CC. Their captain, Kalab Sajjad, has won the toss and elected to bowl first. So, yeah, interesting one for me that they do want to put in Gina Brescia, and I think that's all to do with the fact that Gina Brescia have had a bit of trouble, especially with their top order. They're just not really doing the job when they've been batting first. So, yeah, their captain, Kalab Sajjad, I think he'll be pretty happy with how they've gone so far. And if we go back to match 3 on Monday, it was Brescia CC that in fact defended a total of 85, so they did get the wood on Gina Brescia on Monday. And I think these 2 teams, they did occupy the top 2 spots after the round robin stage, so we'd expect an epic battle here. Of course, Gina Brescia, if they can win this game, they guarantee themselves a spot in the top 2 in the double chance tomorrow. Brescia CC, our first chance to get a look at them. They will, of course, play Kings 11 in the last match of Super Friday as well. So all to play for here. News from the toss is that Kalab Sajjad of Brescia CC, he's won the toss. He's going to field first. Over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of another match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Certainly looking forward to this one. 2 top teams, Brescia and Gina Brescia. Well, these 2 did battle last year for many a things, for many a trophy, for many a championship. They were very much the top 2 teams in Italy last year, but now they go head to head and a lot at stake. Brescia, they know, get a victory here and it keeps their chances of a top 2 finish alive and giving them the double chance. Gina Brescia, having defeated Kings in the first playoff match this morning, 76-64, they know that that will certainly put them in the driving seat. So 2 big teams going at it. You're seeing there that Brescia electing to field first, so they put in Gina Brescia in. Gina Brescia, I mean, unlike some of the other teams, I mean, look, they've not been scoring big runs. The batters haven't been getting up there and causing problems, but they're sticking with their task. And well, this is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. It's saying that this one will be 96-96. There's so little in it between the 2 teams. Look, the average runs for and the average runs against, just 1 run in between the difference there. It's saying it's going to be a tie. Well, if they're saying it's going to be a tie, well, maybe we're finally going to get our golden ball here in Italy, in Brescia. But it's going to be a very exciting match. But yeah, just getting to that point, I think Gina Brescia and their captain, Axel Ahmed, is saying, well, look, I know that the openers haven't quite clicked, but I'm not going to change it around. I'm going to keep them up there, going to keep them doing it. They're going to have to click sooner or later. So Axel Ahmed gets another chance with Fahim Nazir. I think he just doesn't need to be in so much of a hurry, Nisa. I mean, he's getting himself to starts, probably getting himself to double figures more times than not, and then he goes to get himself out, trying to do too much with balls that are short of length outside the off stump. Let's see how he goes about this one. And the same would probably apply to Fahim Nazir. Well, he's been bowled, going for big shots the last 2 innings. He's a much better player than that. These 2 both are. Let's see how they go as we get ready for the start of this match. And opportunity for us to say hello to the 2 umpires, Amira and Sukhdev. And Sukhdev, thank you very much for the chana and the lassi, salted lassi from him this morning. Very much appreciated on a hot day like this. Both thank you ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੁਭਦੇਵ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਪਾਇਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਲੱਸੀ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੁੱਕੇ ਚਨੇ ਵੀ। ਬਹੁਤ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਸਵਾਦ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ। Here we go, first ball, and he gets this moving away from the batter. It's called a wide. It just does a little bit too much. Javid Mohammed, the bowler. Walks back to his mark with a smile on his face. 2 men on the leg side on Brescia. Everybody else out on the off. Waits for this one. Plays it through the gap. Here's the sweeper up there who should stop this. and does. Gets a nice easy throw back into the keeper, Nasir Hussain. Just to remind you once more, 5 matches today, so all the 3 playoff matches. So this one and one other, which will be Brescia taking on Kings 11. And then, though we've had one eliminator, and sadly we had to say goodbye to Patline's Getty, then Dua Brescia winning that one 82-76. Dua now have the second eliminator play, and that is against Cividate, and that match is coming up after this one. So 5 matches today. All of them are going to be exciting ones with everything to play for, especially the next one, the eliminator. This is short, and Fahim gets a fair bit of bat on this, works it away. I think Fahim Nazir is probably more comfortable from what we've seen from him already with the shorter ball. It's the one that's been pitched right up to him that's caused him the issues, pitched up and coming and swinging into him. Javed Mohammed wants to get the breakthrough. Have a slip in place, though my feeling is he's pretty wide. This one is played up and it goes all the way. I'm sure this has gone all the way. Yes, it has. The manos arriba from the umpire. Put him up like you just don't care. 6 runs. Good shot. Gets down on one knee. Gets right underneath this. It's a lovely shot played. And that's what he can do when he plays top quality shots, Nisar. And that's exactly what I'm saying. He doesn't need to be swinging wild and trying to chase every ball. He can wait and play every ball to its merit. If it's not there for the big hit, be prepared and be happy to take the single. Short, spins on this, and he'll send this to the boundary as well. 6 and 4, and hungry for more. It's a short ball, and he just rocks back, swivels, and says, thank you very much. You can bowl that to me again, no problems. 13 off the over. Still a couple of deliveries to come. So Javed Mohammed just allowing the batters to get on top here. And Nisar, classy campaigner. Now boundaries to both sides of the field. No protection really on the leg side, so it wasn't a good delivery really. He's got to get it back outside the off, moving away from Ahmed. Up in the air, fielder. Oh, it's wide off him. And this one, I think, probably goes up all the way again. It does. Manos arriba. Arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 más. And this is beautifully timed. Hits it pretty well. There's a fielder out there, but you can see he's got an awful lot to do. And that one only just getting over the line. 6 more. And this over is in danger of going magical. 19 with the ball to go. Finally starting to see something a bit more like it from Gina Brescia. Under pressure. Here's the bowler. Takes his time to compose himself. I think the umpires were just once again just checking. That one was the 6. It clearly was. In the air, and there's going to be 4 more, so it does go magical. 23 come off the first, and it's the perfect start for Gina Brescia, but not a good one for Brescia CC. And Gina Brescia, they know a victory here will see them get that double chance to make it into the final tomorrow. It also means that they could have a much easier path tomorrow. And this is, let's have a look at the top batters there. So Nazir, the left-hander, is out there at the moment. 157 runs to his name, a strike rate of 204. Nisar Ahmed, not far behind. Well, you see he's ranked up 100 runs now in this series with that start. And then you've got Shahrukh Nawaz as well, who is another one that's waiting to go big once more. On the other side, it's all about Imad Khan, Yasir Dulu, and Afridi. And with the ball, with the top bowlers, Bashar Khan, Naveed and Afridi as well. Bashar wonder if they'd be tempted to maybe use him a bit earlier here. It'd be unusual for him to come in before the power play is complete, but it all depends on how they attack the seam bowlers. Imad Naveed, it starts with a bad one down the leg side, and this one now gets clipped away. So it's a time now for the left-hander to get going as well. And Nazir, oh, this is right in the slot for him. Just plays this one with ease, an easy shot, 4 more runs. So it's all boundaries at the moment, but this is something we haven't seen in the first 2 matches today. Maybe it's all going to change in this one. Match number 18, and it's the second playoff between, well, you've got to say probably 2 of the biggest clubs in Italy. And the bowler says, forget it, I'm not getting this one, you can go get it. Yeah, I mean, no bowler wants to be given the ball back like this. And he says, hey, I'm going to try and conserve my energy. And you've got to laugh. Well, he finally gets the ball back, and it gets back to him from the batter. Well, both the fielders are not helping the bowler. Well, let's see where this ball is going to go. And if it's not a good one, he's going to bowl. He's going to blame the fielders for sure. Naveed. Better line. This time just played out and bobbles away to the fielder. Yes, here does the fielding. Yeah, they've got to just get the feeling, especially the way that first over went. That even though just the first over, they're already sort of gone into a shell a little bit, Brescia. Doesn't seem to be too much talk happening out there. Doesn't seem to be too much positive chat. That's certainly something that the captain, Kalub Sajjad, needs to change pretty quickly, and the keeper needs to get in the act, try to raise the morale of the players. But this one, if this went onto the stump, certainly would have. Nisar Ahmed looking for that cover drive again. Almost plays it onto the stumps. Spending a lot of time working on the ball in between each delivery. Naveed. That's good delivery. Quick. Good line, good areas, good channel to be bowling. There you can see that Nasir was just, the only thing he was trying to do that one, maybe just guide it down into that third man corridor. Not able to do so. It's another dot ball. Ahmed. Oh, goes right across this one. And these are the sort of shots that I'm talking about. There's no need to really play that shot. You can quite easily just go on the back foot, just punch this out on the offside, take a single, give the strike back to Nazir. That's one thing they need to be focusing on doing. You've got a left and right hander out there. They've made a very good positive start with 23 coming on the first over. Now they should be thinking about, look, you know, let's make it difficult. Let's make these fielders in warm conditions have to run from one side of the field to another. Let's make the bowlers have to think about where they put the ball. Let's put pressure on them not to bowl wides. They're not doing that at the moment if they're just if they're not rotating the strike. Ball to go in the over. Goes for the big shot, goes up in the air. The fielder does come across. Not able to take the catch, takes it on the bounce cleanly. And Nisar will go back on strike, getting a single there of the last ball. Good over for Naveed. He went for 4 the very first ball, and then he came back well. Score moves on to 29. 2 overs down. Interesting whether to go with Javed Mohammed back again, or what the decision is from Kalub Sajjad, the captain. And remember, these 3, they have their new sort of table now, and with a win in the first match, Brescia 2 points. They remember a win here, they know that they get that one of those automatic chances to go through to the final tomorrow. But what about that will then set up a very exciting match between Brescia and Kings, knowing that the winner would take the second spot. we could get into a situation if Brescia win this one where it could all, and Kings end up winning their final match against Brescia, that all three teams are on the same points, and it goes down to net run rate. This is up in the air. Will this carry? No, it won't. More luck for Nisar. One thing we have found with Nisar is he gets out early, and when he does go on to score a few runs, he gets a bit of luck that goes his way as well. So that one could have gone anywhere. He survives. But what he does do is finally gives Nazir the strike. Nazir, 6 not out. 4 of those coming in a boundary. This is hit firmly through the covers. 4 runs, nobody out there. Just over pitched and not trying to hit it too hard. It's all about the timing. Look, just a beautiful stroke. It's a poetry in motion, I should say, as that one races through the covers for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. So a bit of chat between a fielder and the bowler. And once more, it's the bowler that there he goes. Has to go and fetch the ball. Not helping themselves, are they? And yes, here says, that's okay, I'll go get it myself. So goes back eventually to his mark and thinks about where he's going to put this next delivery to Nazir. 10 off 4 balls now, 34 on the board. Better delivery. They're the ones that have troubled Nazir. The ball's coming into him. Anything moving away has been pretty good. Anything short, he's latched onto those pretty well. But those ones have caused him trouble. So that's a good one there from Yasir. Good comeback. Bit of width, and the fielder goes down trying to stop it, not able to. This one goes over the rope. It's 4 more, so 4.4. And once again, lovely flow of the bat, and the fielder, well, it's probably one that he should have done better with. That's Sajid Afridi. It just bounces awkwardly, but you see when he's turned, as soon as he turns his back on that, he's relying on luck to try and stop it. It is a difficult field to field on, we do know that. Oh, this is a quick one, a bit shorter at the body of Yasir. Goes through, good work there from the keeper behind the stumps. Nasir Husnain gets down quickly. Up in the air, and it will be taken, so they get the catch. It's well taken as well by the fielder, and it is the captain, Sajid. So well done to him. So to get the first breakthrough, and it is Nazir just trying to go over that infield once more. Makes pretty good contact, but not clean, not out the middle. And it allows Khalib Sajad, the captain, to make up the ground and take a good catch as he plucks this out of the air. Well done to him. Big moment, get the breakthrough in that partnership, and they remove the man who's scoring more runs than anyone in this series so far, Fahim Nazir. Nazir going for 14 as he moves on to past 170 in the series. 38 for 1, and that was right at the end of the power play. So that's how it finishes. So though they got, no, remember they get off to a cracking start. 23 came on the first over, and sort of crawled their way back into it. Well done to Yasir as well. He was hit for a couple of boundaries in the over, but he does pick up the wicket of Yasir. And now is probably, yeah, I was going to say now is the moment that I would turn to Bashir. And Bashir Khan, the leg spinner, is going to come on to bowl. And they've done this a few times. I mean, Bashir's come on, and depending how the spin's gone, if it's been pretty tidy, then Kulab Sajad will come in as well, the captain, straight away to bowl the next one. Goes down for the sweep and misses out on it. Nissan's got to be careful. A few times he's been out getting the ball top-edged. A good opportunity and a good moment for Mr. Maximo Sandu to come into the Brescia cooker.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Interesting name so far. Brescia's coming out and he gets reversed, and he gets reversed really well for 4. Nice classy shot. We've seen Nisa do this time and time again. He likes to hit with the spin, and that's exactly how he takes on Brescia, and he wins this time.
Yeah, this is a good shot. He decided to go for the sweep shot on the ball before. It was a similar delivery and missed out on it. And then he decides, well, actually, you know what? Why don't I just do the switch? And he does. It does the reverse and gets 4 runs. Nicely played shot. Confidently played shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good tactic if you can do it, because you're kind of going with the spin. And a lot of the right-handers, well, they'd like to do that, but they just don't really have it in the arsenal. Yes, let's see who's named. Who's back behind the stumps for SCC today after taking a day off, where Dulu did the keeping. Dulu playing as a specialist bat. Let's say a quick hello to everyone who's watching the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, Rico was just talking about the fact that potentially all of these top 3 teams could win and lose one today. And we'll go to net run rate, so margins matter. The margin, Gina Brescia were able to beat Kings 11 by it. The first game was 12 runs. Poor cricket really, just a bit of a lazy throw. Airmailing it over the keeper. They do get an extra one. Naveed's not impressed. That's I think also double whammy, because it brings Nisa Ahmed back on strike. Nawaz will watch. Tries it again and hits it very well again. Hits into the gap and gets 4 more. That certainly messes with the bowler when you get this angle of attack. So he turns himself around pretty quickly. It's got to be premeditated, that stroke. But geez, he hits it very, very well twice this over, and he moves up to 29. 29 of the 44 runs so far. We talked about left-handers really liking the matchup against Bashar. Well, Nisa's not a left-hander, but he's acting like one here in the 4th over. What do you think about Nisa Ahmed? He's the guy that tends to click when the going gets serious. We saw that as he played out of his skin for a half century in the Eliminator against the Czech Republic when playing with the Italian national team in the ECC T10 last year. This time he does go right-handed, pulls it away. Just happy with the one there, so we'll get to see Shruk Nawaz for the first time on strike. And Ree Asan saying maybe they could have sent Janika Was in at 3. That's possible. Hasn't had too much cricket this week, though. So once is in their top 3 run scorers going into this match. Anyway, that brings up the 50 off the last ball of the 4th over. Bashar goes for 12. So 50 for 1 after 4 overs. And this is week 2 of our 5-week Italian adventure. Albano and Fresh Tropical qualifying from Milan. And they will be joined by the winners of this week in Brescia, next week in Bologna. We will have 9 teams taking part. So, yeah, good participation there. And I think we have the 5 teams in Rome that will be going at it in week 4. And the winners of the Super Series in week 5, also in Rome. They will go to the ECL in 2023. I know that Rico is going to be watching with interest in weeks 3 and 4, but he is taking a little bit of a break from the commentary box. Well-deserved break. Corey Ruckers will be joining me for the next 2 weeks. And then Rico will be back in week 5. Well, this time he goes for it, but he's gone for it once too often. He falls down as he hits it as well. And so Nisa, he goes to the well once too often. Again, tries the same trick to Sajjad, the leg spinner, but he just gets it all wrong. And I think this is because this ball's a bit straighter. It's not really outside the off stump to the right-hander. You see here that he basically completely loses his balance there. This one's in, coming back at him. So he's actually not hitting with the spin at all. And a pretty simple catch taken by guess who? Bashar Khan, who gets some personal revenge points against Nisa. He really lost his composure there. I mean, you can understand him going for it, but you do kind of have to premeditate that shot. And Sajjad keeps it simple, and he gets the big wicket of Nisa Ahmed for 34. It's 51 for 2. I guess that's the risk. I mean, you can't really criticise him trying it because he did try and get away with it twice. And similar sort of bowler. In theory, you're hitting with the spin there, but the thing is, Sajjad's pretty clever. He bowls a lot of top spinners, even slight wrong-uns that come back towards the right-hander. And that's what happened on that occasion. That's why, look, credit to him. He does find a way to get the bat on the ball, but he can't control where it goes. Ends up going well in front of the square. A simple catch taken. Now here's a man that would love to get going in this series, Hassan Ahmed. He's a player we've seen for a long time on ECN. When he first burst onto the scene playing for Brescia in the ECL in 2019. Also seen him playing in Switzerland for Zurich Nomads. Now playing his trade for Jinnah, but he hasn't quite gotten going this week yet. Gets a filthy full toss, and he mishits it, and he's going to be gone first ball, and he is. And just staying inside the field of play is Sajid Afridi. So Hassan Ahmed cannot believe it. He gets a big, juicy full toss off Sajjad. And normally it's a matter of how far will he hit it. Well, not quite far enough, 49 metres. And Hassan has to go for a golden. Can you believe it? Sajjad's on a hat-trick. The score 51 for 3. Hassan Ahmed just cannot take a trick in this series so far. Credit to Sajjad, who gets close to the line, but certainly stays the correct side of the border. Now that's cricket, I suppose. And so suddenly, we're going to watch the Brescia CC skipper on a hat-trick as Janik Avas does stroll to the wicket at number 5. Hassan Ahmed, I mean, if he's up and going, I mean, that one is going helicopter pad or further. But that's the difference between hitting it in the middle and maybe 1 or 2 inches away. Just a reminder of our hat-tricks Hall of Fame recipients. I'm going to go into the middle. Let's pick up Chris Batten, who took one in Spain in cards him up in the 2 days we did get on the park. Right now, hat-trick chance. There won't be no chance as Janik Avas lets go past harmlessly. Yeah, Chris Batten, he took 3 and 3. I think he's the oldest man on that list. 58 years of age and had international cricketer Viv Kingma as the middle of it. Well, Janik has had about enough, so he goes dot and 6. Maximo! That's a pretty good shot to get off the mark. And Janik Avas is a very good inclusion for Brescia. He'll play today and tomorrow, trying to help them into the Super Series. And yeah, well, Hassan Ahmed, I mean, he must be taking the pads off. Having a really good think about life right now. Now he gets beaten outside the off stump, Janika. So, in the end, pretty good over. And Brescia finish it 57 for 3. But 2 wickets there, including the dangerous Nisa Ahmed, who'd scored 34. And Hassan Ahmed, first ball, a ball that never touches the ground before or after hitting the bat. Riyasad saying that's some power from Vas. Didn't even get the middle, still gone the distance. Yeah, well, wasn't far away from the middle, but Janika is a powerful batter, like I say. Brings a lot to the table, doesn't he? And you look, that batting lineup is pretty long now. Someone like Mohammad Imran coming in at 7. Even Ghulam Fareed can whack him round. He's batting number 8. Bashar will continue. This is pulled away, slightly short, and this is going to be 4. Crashes into the banner. A rare short delivery. I mean, it wasn't that short, but short enough certainly for Shrek Nawaz to get into a good position, get deep in his crease. And just a bit too quick for that fielder. Brescia, despite losing wickets, their run rate's pretty good. They're on 118 pace at the moment. Today we've seen a lot of low-scoring innings. So if you can get that ton on the board, I think you're feeling in pretty good shape. The last time these two teams met was day 1. It was Brescia CC that batted first, 112 they scored. Brescia scored 69 in response. This is on a length and played away into the gap, and this will be 4 as well. Janik Avas again showing his power. Doesn't try it too hard to hit that, but just make sure he stays on top of it. Again, good footwork. And a lot of batters will tell you, they have their weight forward, but they're very quick to jump on the back foot if they think it's on a length or maybe slightly short of a length. And gets down on top of that ball, gets 4 more. So, one thing I would say about Hassan Ahmed, at least didn't waste too many balls. Only the 1. Janik Avas has come out looking very, very good at this stage. He's quickly come out and overtaken Sharuk Nawaz. This is pitched up and takes it on, but he might have found trouble. He has. So just when you think it's Masters Day, he slightly mishits one all the way down to deep square leg. And the catch was taken down there by Imad Khan, who, judged it very, very well. Not an easy one. It never really goes that far above head height, maybe a couple of meters. It was flat, but he knew exactly where the drop zone was going to be. So Brescia gets the last laugh on Janica. It's gone 4-1-4 wicket here in the 6th over. And the score now is 66 for 4. This will bring Mohamed Imran out. He's coming out at 6, coming out ahead of Wiswan Mohiuddin. Listed at 7, but Mohamed Imran, let's see if he can get going. Taking wicket's so important. Remember, if Gina Brescia do win this game, then they are guaranteed one of those crucial double chance spots tomorrow. And they'll leave Brescia CC and Kings 11 to fight for the other one tonight. If Brescia CC win, then all 3 teams still have a chance for that for the 2 double chances. No one's excluded. Bashar to Mohamed Imran. Good delivery first up, just deflected away for 1. We're sad, a bit disappointed to see the end of Janica Vas, but I mean, that's the way it goes, isn't it? Just one he slightly mishit. Sometimes you get away with that. If you mishit it worse, you probably do survive. Played around the corner by Sharuk Nawaz, who hasn't had a lot of the strike. Thinking of 2, he's going to take it on. Good throw, would have had him in trouble, but it wasn't a particularly good throw. Not a lot of power in it. So they do get back for a couple. Nawaz moves to 9. Mohamed Imran will have the strike in the 7th. At 6 overs down, 69 for 4. Going at this pace, we're going on target for 115. I mean, I think from here, you do think that 12 and over is a possibility, which will get you 117. So yeah, maybe something in that 115, 120. I think they'll be pretty happy with where they are in the game. Looking at Kalab Sajjad, 2 for 7. Potentially game-changing over. He's coming back again. No surprises in the 7th. Bashar Khan. He finishes with the figures of 1 for 24. Now this is in the air and it's in the gap and it's going to be over the field anyway. Maximo! Mohamed Imran takes it on and wins. Again, step hit ball. And judges it perfectly. Very good hit from Imran. Wasn't really a bad ball from Sajjad, but he just takes it on. Once again, appreciate your thoughts in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. If you have any questions or comments, we love it when you interact with us. Well, he can't resist, takes it on again. This time finds the fielder who does well to block it. Just a single. As Rico pops back from his lunch, and yeah, Rico, interesting little battle here. I mean, Gina Brescia run rate's good. Brescia sees he have the knack of taking wickets just when it looks like it's getting out of hand. And this is going to be another one because he chops on, just loses his shape here, Sharuk Nawaz. So Sajjad, the captain, gets a 3rd wicket. He's been brilliant through these middle overs. And Gina Brescia lose a 5th now, 76 for 5.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that we've seen a lot of. I know, me and you, we quite often say when we talk about the batting team to say that you don't have to maybe value your wickets too much. But what we're noticing here is that there seems to be very little value of wickets at all. I mean, a good example of that was Janica Vas. He did the same thing when we saw him play that last match against the Kings. He goes out there, hits 2 balls to the boundary, gets himself to 10 and then gets out. He does the same thing here again. We just see another good batter there. Sharuk Nawaz just gets himself out. I mean, that was a bit of an ugly shot, really, to that ball, playing it back onto his stump. So, yeah, I mean, there probably is a time when, you know, especially towards the end of the innings where you don't have to have sort of too much value in your wickets. You've got to take those suicidal runs. You've got to try and really up the tempo and get the runs on the board. But I think there's sometimes when you need to have a bit of value to it, and that's where maybe a lot of the batting teams have been letting themselves down and not going on to score bigger runs. Sajjad, though, take nothing away from him, has been good. Gets that one right up there, gets that drift in. Single taken. It's a new batter that comes out there. Here's now Rizwan Udin.
Batting pretty low, but again, specialist. Runs at this. Mohamed Imran just has to pull out of the shot and bunt it for 1. Yeah, but Sajjad, he's a player I've got a lot of time for. I think he leads his team well. He makes good tactical decisions as the captain. He often puts players above him in the batting and the bowling order, but have to say, he never really lets his team down. And, well, speaking of letting the team down, we can't be too critical of the fielders on this surface, but this just blasts straight through the infielder. So it will be a boundary to finish the 7th over. Sajjad will finish with 3 for 20. That's 7 overs down now, 82 for 5.
Yeah. It's one of those, and it bobbles about. I mean, you've got to... I think it's a sort of field you've got to just be really brave and prepared to be hit by the ball. If you aren't, then you'll stop it. If you have second thoughts, then it's going to get through you. And this is what's happening in, well, start of September, the 12th of September to be more precise, when we get into action of Group A of the European Cricket Championship happening in Malaga.
It's going to be great, isn't it? I mean, 6 new countries. Let me try to name them quickly that didn't participate last year. We've got Ireland, Denmark, France, Malta, Switzerland, and... I always forget that. Oh, Scotland. Scotland will be in there as well. So Scotland, France, and Malta all in Group C. So a new experience for them. And of course, England, because they won last year, they automatically get through the championship week. That's just the structure that we're going for with 21 nations. But how exciting for all the players involved. And look, the English team, let's see what kind of a team we get again. I mean, maybe we'll get Harrison Ward. I know he's desperate to get back in there. I know Dan Lincoln likely he'll want to return. Oh, big trouble.
Is he going to be able to pick the ball up? Oh, wow. Oh, what a miss this is. And well, I say that the wicketkeepers are being guilty of this. Well, so the bowler said he misses it the first time. Look, it goes through him. He nutmegs himself trying to pick the ball up. 3
people have had shockers here. The 2 batters and the bowler. Because they both run when they shouldn't. The bowler can't pick it up, and then when he does, he misses. Yasser, and now he's going to get swung. It's going to be close to the field of play. In fact, it's over the field of play. Maximo, and, well, he did decide to retreat to his end, Mohamed Imran. Now he gets 6.
Yeah, this is just... I mean, it wasn't the batter that he would have got out, so I suppose he's not rubbing salt into the wound, but he knows that, well, he should have had at least Udin out. Imran, another good shot from him, showing what strength he can bring, and that's another 6 to him. Here comes Yasir once more. And this time the middle stump has been, well, it's been ripped out of the ground. That's a very fiery, pacey delivery. And Yasir, well, he stayed pretty calm, didn't he? When he messed up the run out, no reaction from him. When he gets hit for 6, no reaction. And now he destroys the middle stump, no reaction. That's well bowled. He's just staying focused on the task at hand. What a good delivery this one is.
Yeah, it's a classic 6 and out, isn't it, really, from Imran. He tries to go after this despite it crashing in the middle stump. It's a bit of a nothing shot, loses his shape, loses his wicket, loses the middle peg. Well, there it goes. And so Mohamed Imran follows suit as he's dismissed for a pretty entertaining 15 off 7. 2 Maximos in there. Score is 89 for 6.
Yeah, good delivery though that was for Yeti. You could see he just put a little bit more into that, didn't he? He really did, as we like to say. He bent his back and he got the ball to talk and gets through the defences of Imran. Not that he was trying to defend that one too much. New batter, it comes in and it's going to be Ghulam Farid.
Yes, they've got plenty of batting. I mean, this is the way they'll play, but there's still a quarter of the innings available. They'll certainly want to keep pushing for that kind of 10 and over, take him to 114.
Big appeal. Oh, and this time the fielder gets wrong-footed, and it's Yasir Dula who now has to go back and field it. Do they get 3 here?
They do.
Oh, they get 3 out of what should have been a close one. Have a look at this. Poor Dulu. I mean, he gets totally wrong-footed. Look, he doesn't allow for the spin. It starts to spin here. He starts to hit spin. Then he goes sliding down. Then he has to get up and run after it. In the meantime, the batters have ran 3.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad shot. A lot of things counting against Yasser. The angle, the bounce. Also, the fact that he's running straight in front of the umpire. That's going to make it pretty difficult for him to make a decision. Good running, though. I've got to say, Farid looked really, really fast. Not often you see 3-leg buys, but you do. Yasser just needs to get off the wicket. Who wants any chance of a wicket?
It's a good delivery. Gets a bit of bat on the way through. That's why the bowler doesn't entertain any appeal at all. Good fiery little character, isn't he? Yes, here. I mean, he doesn't look like somebody who's going to be steaming in and getting that ball to rip through. Yeah, he gets some pace on it.
He's skiddy. That's what he is. That's the end of the over. Scores 93 for 6, so 2 overs remaining. Again, 10-10, Gina Brescia. Pretty happy with 113, something like that, I think. Well, it has been a low scoring couple of days. Brescia CC, though, team that represented Italy in the ECL earlier this year. They had some great results on the way, including beating the champions, Big Pack-Care, the eventual champions of Europe. And they end up finishing in 3rd out of 30 clubs. That's quite a remarkable effort. And so, well, these are the 2 teams that had to play the playoff game last year. You remember, Rico, because you did it on the 31st of October, where Brescia CC did secure the ECL spot. I mean, as champions of the last 2 years, they had a playoff to determine who would represent Italy this year. Anyway, this is a full toss to start the 9th over. Mohudin just angles that away, gets a fair bit of bat on it, and Afridi comes into the attack, but immediately disappears for a boundary.
Yeah, just a little bit too full, wasn't it? And fueling the coffee course to get deeper. Joka, look out. Just starting to see once again to get past the fielders here. I mean, even though I think the ball has slowed down a little bit, maybe going in that sort of 3rd man area, still enough on that one to take it to that boundary.
So Sajid, I mean, full straight, that's what we're going for. We've got the full bit right. That's sometimes all you can do. It's just kind of throw the bat at it. If it's outside the line of the stumps, if you get the middle of it on the ball, you don't really swing hard. You're using the pace of the bowler. That one did skate away to the boundary. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. I'm getting some Central European Cup news. CE Cup taking place in Prague at the moment. I know that Phil G and Danny Hudacek on the commentary for that one. I'll be tuning in when I get a chance. I've got a pretty full schedule today. But Austria beating Luxembourg in the first game today, chasing down 119 apparently. So I'm sure everyone will be keeping an eye on those results as well, because we're always interested in everything that's happening in the world of European cricket and elsewhere.
Looks like a horse's head, doesn't it, that cloud there? A unicorn, maybe?
Depends what you're looking for. We have a slight technical hold-up, I believe. But anyway, I mean, despite losing 6 wickets, they haven't lost too much pace and momentum in this innings at any stage in Brescia. And so, 11 balls remaining. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they can push on to. I mean, we've seen some remarkable last overs in the last couple of overs where teams just ground to a halt or they've gone the other way.
Yeah.
And it's gone magical. Makes such a big difference, I think, when it comes down to it, Rico. But it looks like we're about ready to go. Really exciting. Of course, don't forget, coming up next, we've also got the second eliminated Cividate. We'll see them for the first and only time today. They're playing for the 4th spot in the finals against Chandra Brescia.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Cividate. They're a team that have brought so much energy, so much passion into their performances. They're going to be bubbly. They're going to be up and about. And, well, I wish both those teams luck, because what a match it's going to be. But again, one of them we're going to have to say goodbye to. And talking about saying goodbye, it's time to say goodbye to that batter, Udin. He does what he does pretty well. He scores quickly. But now Udin, he might as well go back and have a bit of pudding. He's had his lunch. Now it's pudding time, because he's got time to do it. As he finds his stumps being knocked out. Afridi, well, he came into the attack and the first ball went for 4. But now he gets it right and he gets a wicket. And I'm sure that he's going to get some congrats from his captain there, Khalib. He's just right up there and swinging wild.
This is what you want your death bowlers to do, is be hitting the timber as many balls as possible. And okay, maybe that's kind of a slot length, but I mean the batter's still got to catch up with it. Mohudin couldn't, and so he will depart. And so yet another wicket going down, and they've been falling fairly frequently, but still the score's reasonably healthy as well. Gina Brescia now 10 balls remaining, 97 for 7. Fastest should be out, comes to the crease.
Yeah, you're right. What they have been doing, even though those wickets have been going down, they've been managing to get bat and ball. You saw there even there at the beginning of that over, Udin was able to get the boundary. But now, of course, you're getting to the lower order batters. Question is, are they able to do the same thing? Are they able to get the same rewards? And, well, maybe. This is a nicely timed shot. There's a lot of work to be done there by the fielder, and he can't stop it. What a lovely shot this is. Doesn't try to hit this too hard at all, the Shabir. And he just gets himself in a good position and works this round the corner. 4 runs.
Very smart batting. Nobody back there. So using the pace once again. But I'll give you an example. Over 6, 7 and 8, they lost a wicket in each over in the middle, but the overs still went for 12, 13 and 11. So, I mean, often, you know, when you don't get people sticking around the partnership, the run rate can stall. This has kind of been the exception. Gina Brescia, who've now passed 100 with an over and a half remaining.
Good comeback from Mafridi. Puts a little bit more into this one and gets the ball in a much better location and better area. That's time Shabir couldn't work on it. Shabir, they'd be glad to have him back in the side. Certainly bowled very well, didn't he? And his contribution in that victory against Kings was massive.
Sajid.
Well hit straight down the ground. This is going to take some stopping. It is not going to be stopped. Lovely shot. Love the way he uses his feet. The shot was on. The footwork was clinical. The shot was masterclass. 4 more. Top draw.
Again, this is a ball which is going to knock middle stump out of the ground, but he's good enough to get bat on it, and plenty of bat on it. Shabir, who's come and whacked 2 boundaries out of his first 3 balls. That's good batting from the number 9, isn't it? You can see the depth in this Jinnah Brescia batting lineup. And Afridi's gone for 12. Another one of these overs which has a wicket, but has also gone double digits. Last ball coming up of the 9th.
Goes to the slower ball, gets the dot.
Not too bad. 2 swings, 2 misses, but also 2 fours. And so 9 overs down. The score is 105 for 7. Yeah, put him in for about 8 to 12 here. So yeah, 115 or so. Brescia CC should be a really interesting chase. We know they've got a lot of good batters. Imad Khan's been in very, very good form. Listed at 3, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him open. Got Dulu. Again, Dulu's one which has done it when it's counted. And he was brilliant in the Group C final in the European Cricket League against the Scottish champion club Carlton. But we haven't quite seen the best of him yet this week. Imran Naveed is going to come back and bowl the 10th over. So strap yourselves in, guys. And let's go. Last 6 deliveries. Used their resources very well, Jinnah Brescia, to get through 9 batters. Vivek Davda, hello to you. Hope you're well. Got a bit of a challenge for us to hand out nickname Stumposaurus to a cricketer fitting of such a title. It's like a cricket dinosaur. Well, I tell you what, you just wait for week 4 in Rome, because we might have a couple of Stumposauruses playing. I'm not going to say anything else at this stage. Rika, you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to keep it up my sleeve for a couple of weeks, and maybe just remind me when we get to Rome in a week and a half. Right now, another slight technical issue, I believe. Not great for the players, of course. I always want to sort out these technical issues so that we can keep all of our systems going, make sure the scoreboard keeps ticking away and that you can have all the information that you need. And on a day where the temperature's about to pass 30 degrees and you're out there in the middle, you probably don't want to spend too many extra minutes out there. I think we're ready to go. So it will be Ghulam Farid facing up. First ball of the 10th. Imran Naveed is the bowler.
Naveed, that's that his own little start to the over, doesn't he? Edged, and the wicketkeeper, well, he doesn't even move here. And I'm not sure how far or how quick this passes him, but he doesn't move. I don't even know if he sees it.
Yeah, I think it's past him before he even thinks about diving, to be fair. I mean, when you swing hard and you get an edge like that, it flies away so quickly. So Farid gets 4. Accidental 4, but 4 that it'll take. Takes him up to 109.
Yeah, you see here, I mean, we're talking about the Naveed before he bowls. He gets the ball, he sort of arches over. It's almost like he does like a hamstring stretch before he gets started into his run. There he goes. That's the little stretch, and in he comes. This is up in the air, and he goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, Vidro. Eso es 6 carreras.
It's a great shot, isn't it? I mean, low full toss, not an easy one to get away, because often just rushes you because you're not expecting it on you that quick. But he was ready for that, Farid, and he absolutely smacked it out of the ground by a long way.
So 2 balls, 10 runs, a sneaky 4, edgy, suerte, 4. Well, nothing lucky about this one, full toss, and gets smashed straight down the ground. 10 of the first 2 balls. 115 now on the board. Changes the direction, changes the angle, and gets the dot in.
I mean, they're on a free roll now, as we'd say, because, I mean, I talked about 115, about where they might end up. They've still got 3 more balls to build on it, even if they don't get any more. Still been a decent last over.
Yeah, Sukhdev, the umpire, quite rightly, just having a chat with Naveed and said, look, you can come around the wicket if you want, but you can't be running in front of me. And as a result of that, I think Naveed decides he's going to come back over the wicket. Been hit, but slices at this. They'll take one, they'll think about two, they're taking him on. And a good throw will have him in trouble. Well, this is going to be pretty close. It's a direct hit. I would have thought the fielder was going to maybe try and go to the keeper's end.
Well, I think he's gone. There's no doubt about that. I think it's given out on the field. I don't think he's even in the frame, probably a couple of steps short. But, yeah, I'm also surprised that he didn't decide to go to the keeper. You can see there, it was a good throw, no doubt about it. But, I mean, the pace that's going, if you can get that to the keeper, I think you probably do gun down the striker. But still, that's a good result, I think, for Gina Brescia to keep Farid on strike. Although Shabir did hit a couple of nice boundaries while he was there, but Farid has done it off this bowler. That's why I think I'd rather have him facing. So it will be an 8th wicket. It's 116 for 8.
Yeah, and that brings that Rukhsar Ahmed out there. He's be looking to play his part when he gets the ball in his hand up in the air, and then once again the fielder decides to run around this, place it safe, doesn't want to commit to taking the catch and giving away the boundary. I suppose that's fair enough there from Imad Khan. And a little bit disappointed is the striker that it's only a single. That means that Rukhsar is on strike. Now what will he do here? A couple of balls still to go. Will he try and just get the strike back to the big hitting Farid, or will he go for a big shot himself? Well, he goes for a big shot himself, gets a little bit lucky, gets an inside edge, which quite easily could have gone back onto his stumps, but he does get the single as well. But I think that is it. I thought maybe there was one ball to go, but there's not. That is the end of the proceedings. And it will finish with 118 for 8.
Yeah, pretty healthy score. I mean, remember they were sent in, Gina Brescia, and they haven't always had the best time of it batting first. I mean, if you asked me actually at the start of the week, I'd say that this is about a par total in these conditions with the field the way it is. But based on what we've seen so far, it's a lot more than par. But Brescia CC, they are a very, very good cricket team, and I'm sure that they will fancy their chances of chasing this down. Gina Brescia, if they can defend it, they will be assured of that crucial double chance on finals day. And they certainly weren't afraid to swing away here in match 18, playoff number 2.
No, they weren't afraid at all. Both batters, both openers scoring quick runs and really going to town in the opening over, especially that of Javed Mohammed, 23 coming off the first. Then a pretty tidy one from Naveed, and then came the catch from Qalub Sajjad, the captain. And that got to the wicket of Nazir, the left-hander. And then Nisar Ahmed, well, he was getting funky out there. He played some beautiful switch shots. And but then, on this one, he got himself off balance. And Qalub Sajjad, the captain, who took the catch to get the first wicket, then involved in taking the second. And then there was another. But one thing that they did do, even though they were losing wickets and they lost them at regular intervals, you can see that at the end of the innings they were 8 down. But in between, they were also hitting boundaries. On average, probably getting a couple of boundaries and over. And that's what kept them to their score. And Qalub picked up another wicket there. That was quite a soft dismissal of Nawaz, just playing right across the line and playing onto his stump. But right on cue, new batters come in and we're finding the boundaries. Hit a couple before they got knocked over. That was a good bit of bowling there from Yasir. And here we go, that's another one. Good, right up in the slot from Afridi after his first ball. Also went for 4. And what a lovely shot that was. New batter comes in, just glances it away. Then a bit of fortune as well. There was nothing fortunate about this. This was just a great pick-up and throw. Direct hit. And not often you see that. One stump and the bail goes, but 2 stumps stay. And Rukhsar Ahmed then came in, but they weren't able to get another boundary there towards the end to push on to 120. But when you think of the scores that we've seen today so far in the first 2 games in the teams batting first, 76 and 76 on both occasions, you have to turn around and say that that is a pretty good score. And well, you're doing it in the playoff as well. So Gina Brescia, knowing that they've already got 1 win under their belt, another win here, and they know that they have given them the opportunity of having 2 chances to get into the final. You had a quick look at the scorecard there. Of course, the main contributor there was Nisar Ahmed. Had a bit of luck, but he did do well. And then he saw contributions there, quick, healthy contributions from all the other batters just to keep them in contention with that score around 120. On the bowling front, yes, here, 2 for 17. He bowled really well, but again, it was the captain, Kulab Sargent, who picked up 3 more wickets and only conceding just 20 runs. And bearing in mind that Nisar Ahmed was really taking the attack onto him, he weathered the storm really well and picked up those 3 wickets. Wickets as well from Bashar Khan, 1 for 24. And he's a young bowler that continues to impress all the time. And Afridi picked up 1 for 12 there as well. So midway through the summary of the second playoff between these 2 big clubs, it is Gina Brescia that have got the runs on the board. 118 to 119 will be required for Brescia. Now Brescia, their batters, we're going to have to be at their best as well to knock these runs off. But one thing we do know about Gina Brescia, they're a team that have been able to defend very low scores. So with a few more runs to defend, you would favour them to win this one and book their place into tomorrow's finals day, and also give them one of the double chances to go all the way through to the final. Well, join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, as we return for the conclusion of this playoff. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Bentornato. Hello and welcome. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy. We are in the second leg of our Italian summer. Remember, week 1 was in Milan, where Fresh Tropical, the winners and the runners-up, Albano, have booked their place in the Super Series starting on the 25th of July. We're now in Brescia. And, well, the pressure is on in Brescia, as you like to say, as we're finding out which 4 teams, will play a part in tomorrow's finals day. Everything to play for here. This is the second playoff match, and Gina Brescia have put the runs on the board. 118 to 119 required for victory for Brescia. 2 top teams here in Italy. Brescia, they've got this match and one more later today against Kings. If they can win this one, it keeps everything wide open, because Gina Brescia have beaten Kings 11 already. And they know that they're 1 victory away, i.e. this one, if they can do it. And they'll book themselves a double chance tomorrow to go through to the final. But who will join them? This is up in the air, could be a wicket first ball, and it is. No mistakes, and yes, Edulu goes without scoring, goes for a first ball. Duck, yes it is. Well, he only plays one way, I suppose, Dulu, and that's aggressive, and he tries to get off the mark quickly. Well, he's a leaner Dulu that we remember in Spain when he played for Brescia there in Cardama. Well, maybe the leaner Dulu means he hasn't got quite the power that he used to have, because he hasn't been able to show it as yet. And a wicket straight away, and Mohammed Imran gets the dangerous Dulu without scoring. Perfect start for Gina Brescia. Dulu makes a slow, lonely walk back it is when you're not getting any runs on the board. And, well, what that does mean is Imad Khan comes in at number 3. And not too many balls being used up. That's the only positive you can say when you see something like that happen. Good catch also, has to be said, from Shahrukh Nawaz. Made no mistakes there at all, though you would expect somebody of his stature and capability to take that. So Mohammed Imran gets a wicket off the very first ball of the innings, and now will attack Imad Khan. And Khan, well, he has a swing at this, and where's this caught? Nisar doesn't take it too comfortably, but he seems to be okay. Looked like he was in a bit of pain to start off with. Have a look at this. It just seems to be pretty awkward. Yeah, it's okay, just the way he just couldn't get his balance there, but once he's moving, he's all right. Oh, this one. He certainly does get that ball to move so much, doesn't he? I mean, goes wide, angles it in. Batter seems to think he's in the position to be sort of clubbing this straight down the ground, and then sees the ball sharply move away from him. Is well hit and gets it through the gap. 4 runs. Shouts of catch there from the bowler, Mohammed Imran. But I think this has been hit very well. Hits it on the walk, doesn't he? Hits it on the walk. Gets plenty of power on the shot. It is up. It's in the air. But it's just out of reach for one of those many fielders inside the 30-yard circle on the offside. They're going with that field that they're stuck with quite a lot. A lot of teams have been deploying this now, actually. Just 2 men out on the leg side. Everybody else on the off, including the sweeper. This one is played out to the empty space. And, well, acres of space, you can say, on the leg side. There's nobody there, not a soul. And if you get this wrong, it's going to be runs. And Imad Khan, well, he likes to come out of his crease, doesn't he? He's sort of gradually walking towards the bowler before the ball is released. And then he's got very quick hands to put it away as well. So, a wicket at the very first ball. And now comes a fight back from Imad Khan. 2 boundaries from him. A good time to welcome back into our commentary position here. Just on top of the hill behind the bowler. at this beautiful Brescia ground, where we've got some beautiful scenery.
We
Mr.
sure
Maximo, welcome back.
We're on the hill, but we're looking at a much bigger hill behind the ground.
It's 4 more, and this will be 1 bounce 4. So lovely shots here from Imad Khan. Well, he's one man that has shone. It's one of few of the batters that has been able to get some good shots. Look at the way he does this. He prowls on it and then gets that one knee down to give him the space to hit over the top of those close fielders on the offside. So though the over started with a bang in terms of the wicket, it's finished with a bang by Imad Khan. 12 come off it, 12 for 1.
They get the 12 they need off the first. 340 matches without a golden ball. Another famous cricket number. That's Sanath Jayasuriya's highest test score. Triple centurion. So, well, we're going to get to 350. I mean, we wondered whether we'd get to 300. We started the count in the 250s when we went past the previous ECN record of 253. And I tell you what, the Eliminator 2 matchup, Chivadate Jandra Brescia, that's a rematch of yesterday that really should have been a golden ball. With scores tied, ball was missed, keeper missed the stumps situation. So anything's possible. Here's Fahim Nazir. He's been getting the ball consistently to shape away. And it's a lot of skill that's involved there. I mean, to so consistently and predictably swing the ball. You can see why they give him the new ball, Rico.
He's a talented player. It's somebody who likes to enjoy the cricket he plays as well. It's quite often he's smiling out there. But, yeah, he's shone well with the bat, though. He's just gone off the ball a little with the bat, but with the ball, he's been phenomenal. He really has. Clipped away, 4 runs. And when you've got just 2 men on the offside, you cannot, on the leg side, sorry, you cannot afford to be bowling anything on the pads. If you do, well, this is what's going to happen. That's a clinical shot, though.
Yeah, but this is the one that doesn't really swing. I mean, I must have jinxed him because that's the same kind of line that he's been bowling, but normally he's been swinging the ball prodigiously and it will end up outside the off stump. So when it doesn't go, batter was able to pounce all over it and flick it away into the vacant space on the leg side for 4. Good shot.
This one's along the ground. It won't get it past. Well, it shouldn't go past the fielder. It doesn't. They keep it to 1.
Yeah, so right now, you've got to say, Brescia CC, they're no strangers to this situation and also to the pressure of the big games, having played in the ECL. Obviously, they won the biggest game of their group week, beating the Scottish champions Carlton, who were previously undefeated at that stage. Made it all the way to the finals week where they handed Pakake their only loss in championship week. But ultimately, they would finish 3rd. They went down to the English side, Tunbridge Wells, in qualifier 2. But very experienced team. But so are Gina Brescia. I mean, Gina Brescia really, really want that spot at the ECL. They felt they played well enough last year to do it.
Doesn't go anywhere, this one. Gets lucky. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, watching Gina Brescia last week, especially when it was those T20 finals weekend in Rome. And they're the team that they won everything, Gina Brescia. They won everything. The only thing that eluded them was representing Italy in the ECL. And that is why this is so important to them this week. I mean, there's still a lot to do, isn't it? This is just to qualify for it.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
Take your pick. It's a number of bats out there. Nobody ever bought me out that many bats.
Yeah, I tell you what.
They just said, right, Rico, we know the way you bat. This bit of wood will do you.
Yeah,
but,
so you can't have any excuses. You've had a big selection. Yeah, but Imad Khan, he had an interesting ECL as well. ECL, of course, is the Champions League of European Cricket. It's the top team from every country involved. 29 nations this year, 30 clubs, including the champions of USC Rotterdam coming back. They didn't even make it out of the group week. But Imad started opening the batting for Brescia CC, ended up finding a home in the middle order because of the form of Ali Raza Islam, who was thrown up there.
Talk about up there. This is up, up, up and away. And 1 bounce as it goes over the boundary. Good shot to play inside the power play. You know that the men are inside the circle. I mean, he's doing the best he can, the fielder. He's backpedaling, he's trying to get there. But in the end, all he has to do is fetch the ball from over the fence.
Yeah, and he holds his shape pretty well. Doesn't quite get it out of the screws. If the long one was back, he's catching that, but he wasn't back. He was up. You can't have more than 2 outfielders, as you say. So they've gone for a deep kind of forward square leg or deep mid-wicket. And the other one is back at 3rd man. So last ball, the 2nd over coming up. They're staying on pace at the moment, Brescia CC.
Firmly struck through the gap, 4 more runs. And good bit of batting this, and it's sensible batting, it's powerful batting, it's manipulating the field, know where the fielders are, and even though you've got all those bodies out in the offside, you play it well enough, it's going to be 4 runs, end of the over, and a good over that as well. They're keeping right on touch where they want to be. 26 for 1 after 2.
That was a slower ball. He picked it well. And once again, holds his shape. This is what's happening with the Super 3. And these are the top 3 from the round robin stage. They'll each play each other today. So they'll play 2 matches. The top 2 performers get those seedings tomorrow. And the double chance that goes with the 1 and 2 position. So essentially, the 1 and 2 will play each other tomorrow for a spot. The first spot in the Brescia final. The team that finishes 3rd will play the winner of Cividate and Jandra Brescia, eliminated 2, which is coming up next. So a huge Super Friday of action. Of course, normally we call it Super Thursday in the ECL. We have a 5-day program because we have a 6-day program in ECS. That's why Super Thursday becomes Super Friday, but it's no less super. Here's Mohammed Imran in over number 3.
Goes for the shot. Oh, dear. Well, this one almost gets past the fielder. Though it does go the other way, it holds up nicely for Fahim Nazir to take the grab. I thought this one was going to get past him.
Yeah, he got a bit lucky, and whatever it hits, slows it down as well as deflecting it away from him. Interestingly, you see, he needs to ram it up to the stumps to Mohammed Imran. You don't see that very often, but it's a ploy maybe to keep the batters in their crease.
Straight down the ground, 4 runs. Nobody stopping this. A really good shot. But he's just showing there that he can stay inside his crease and still play these sort of shots. Powerful strike from Afridi.
Yeah, it was a good shot. And what I've really liked about Afridi, I know it sounded a bit like a broken record here, but he's playing his shots out of a good batting shape. He's not lifting his head, he's not getting lazy, trying to hit across the ball. And that was a really nice shot. Big gap straight down the ground.
This one cuts away. Now, this has gone back again now, and I think this is, for me, more to do with the bowler saying, no, I'm not comfortable with you standing there. I don't feel right. Go back. And there are some bowlers that just don't like it. I mean, you must have had that when you were keeping. You must have had a lot of bowlers that, hey, Vinny, I know you're good there, but you're just putting me off. You need to go back.
Yeah, and that would have a reply from me.
Gone. Good delivery. He tries to work this away. It's an interesting shot, actually, from Afridi, because you know what Imran is bowling. He's bowling those that are going to move away from you. He tries to get inside this and play this on the onside. Gets the back of the bat, I think. A good catch taken by Nisar.
It works out really well because there's no way he's catching this if he's up to the stumps. So he plays across it. It's such a thick edge. And so Nisar was in the ideal position to catch it. He's well balanced here. Little skip to the left, but he has plenty of time to get back to his right. So Imran really bends that one round the corner and gets the big wicket of Afridi for 17. Caught behind. Only 8 balls, which 4 of them went to the boundary in the innings of Sajid Afridi, but he's the second man to fall, 31 for 2. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I would often say to the bowler, if I was kind of sure that it was the right tactic, I would say just pretend I'm not there, because they start bowling differently, thinking, oh, they have to be careful because I'm up to the stump, something like that. I said, look, I'm doing this based on what you're bowling normally, so just forget it. Some could do it, some couldn't. But also there's some bowlers that, it's not necessarily pace, it's the way they move the ball. Bowlers that move the ball more unpredictably, I was less likely to stand up to, because it's hard to react to the movement. But bowlers that swing the ball fairly predictably, I mean, sometimes you can get away with it. But yeah, it works out well for Nisar, because that big edge would have flown for 4 if he was up to the stumps. Instead, it's the end of Sajid Afridi. New batter coming to the crease, Farooq Khan, the left-hander.
Well, Farooq goes down to one knee and he tries to bash two. I'm not quite sure where he was trying to hit this shot. I mean, when you go down to one knee, normally you're looking to hit the ball over extra cover or somewhere or point. And I think he's still trying to hit this sort of over, sort of mid-on. But gets it completely wrong.
He actually looked really good when we saw him yesterday, but then ran himself out. He was run out by about 6 millimetres at the bowler's end. I don't think you could believe it, but the replay told the story. He's eyeing off that leg side, isn't he, though? There's nobody back. Square on the leg side. There's the third man at mid-on. Last ball, the power play.
Got him. And this is really good bowling. I'm not going to say it's good batting. It's not good batting at all, in fact, for Khan. The first shot he played, I think he was seeing a different ball to the one I saw. And this one, the second one, He's probably not seen it at all. What was clever there, before the ball was bowled, that the bowler, he moves the man that was on the boundary on the leg side and gets him to come in. So he's saying, you know what, look, I've moved him in now. Have a go. He does have a go and finds his stump shattered all over the place.
That's exactly what happened. I mean, the eyes tell the story. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And Farouk Khan was eyeing off that square leg side boundary. And we talked a lot about the fact that a lot of wickets fall in the third over because batters know they're running out of the power play and they often will try things they wouldn't try otherwise. So it just wasn't there for it at all. Plays all round it. He's got to go for a duck. So 3 wickets in the power play for Jinnah Brescia, and Brescia CC are 31 for 3.
Yeah, but it goes back to one of the things that we talk about. I mean, we've mentioned this a lot. I mean, cricket, there's a lot of tactics, I think, that are involved in it. There's a lot of things to do with skill, a lot of things to do with knowledge, but there's also smart. You've got to play smart as well. You've got a key bowler, he's got one ball to come. The smart play is, don't play a shot like that. Play him out, get a single, whatever. Don't give him the satisfaction. Don't give the opposition the satisfaction of knowing that the openers have taken another wicket. But they do. They give them the satisfaction. 2 wickets have been taken in the power play. In terms of the score on the board, well, look, they are running behind, but not that far behind. Didn't have to throw that wicket away.
So new batter coming to the crease, Najibullah Yasser. And change of the over as well. So won't be facing. We're going to have a look at Hassan Ali, the left armour. And he gets one cut back a lot to Imad Khan first up. This almost takes out off stump.
Yeah, I've liked the bowling of Hassan Ali, the youngster. He's a very tall man, and he gets the ball. See, he does that. He creates what all right-handers hate. That angle coming from the left armour causes problems. Swing and a miss. Imad so tries to give himself a little bit of room by moving.
It's not a smart shot. I mean, he commits to the plan, but there's 3 men waiting for that on the leg side boundary. I mean, if he just plays an elevated cover drive, that's where the gap is. Because of the 5 outfielders, you've got 3 on the leg side, but then on the offside, you've got the deep point, deep, long off. But you've got nobody over in the deep cover region. That'll do.
Well, that wasn't the best of deliveries, though, wasn't it? It was down on the leg side. Anything that's gone anywhere near the pads of any batter has ended up to the boundary. And this is why I think you've got the captain that is saying, look, this is the field, Rukhsar Ahmed, and he's saying to the bowlers, that's where you've got to bowl because that's where your fielders are. You haven't got the protection of a bad ball on the leg side. And that's why there's a massive gap between the man at square leg and, well, and the wicketkeeper.
There's nobody in that quarter of the field at all. So you're basically saying, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Stay away from the pads. Don't get too straight to Imad Khan. He's on 18.
This one also is probably pitching outside leg for me. So
he's definitely thinking about it. That's another one that Imad's thinking. He wants to turn around the corner. And with the ball pitching outside leg stump, you shouldn't be LBW. That's where that one's aimed, but he just couldn't get any bat on it.
Yeah, slightly shorter as well. And I think the bowler just checking, probably asking the umpire how many balls to come.
Yeah, so, I mean, basically 12 and over required from the get-go here. They want to be 48 after 4. Just falling a little bit behind where they need to be.
Timed pretty well, but will be fielded by one of those 3 that are on the boundary on the leg side. A bit of a dodgy throw for Nisar, but well backed up and take another single.
The last ball coming up. What's been a pretty good over from Hassan Ali. Okay, with the exception of the boundary, I suppose, but you think they need about, well, now it's over 13 and over. If you can get out of this in the kind of 5, 6 or 7 region, be very, very happy. Once again, really nice finish. So it's the end of 4. Brescia CC just a little bit behind the 8 ball, 36 for 3 after 4. Very, very warm welcome to you. Great to have your company once again, our ECN family. And a reminder, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Even if you're watching on FanCode, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are trying to get to 300,000 subscribers. We said that if we do it by the end of Italy, we'll do the Ice Bucket Challenge. So we'll actually do it, shirt and all.
Yeah.
But only if we get to 300,000 before the end of Italy. So tell your family, tell your friends, register another account, whatever you have to do. But we want that 300,000.
We do.
And the more subscribers we have,
that's our Italian job. That's our Italian job, 300,000.
It allows us to do more with what we're doing. And obviously, you know, it started, ECS started kind of around the same time as the pandemic. Obviously, the world's changed a lot. We want to keep doing what we're doing and bring you so much cricket.
I can smell that burning again. There's a funny smell around the ground.
We are smelling it right now.
That
now
funny
we
smell
know
of
what
burning.
it is.
If you don't know what it is, ask somebody in the chat, they'll tell you. But right here, very interesting game coming on. Remember, Gina, they can lock up the double chance here, and that could be huge tomorrow. Mains Brescia CC. If they don't chase this down, they'll have to fight for it with Kings in the last game of the day.
Clever bowler comes into attack as the captain, Ruxar Ahmed. He's been very, very good, isn't he? 8 wickets in the series so far. He's not too far behind. Well, a bit of a mix up there in the throw again. No need to be throwing this like this. That's what Nisar is probably trying to say. Yeah, Ruxar is on 8 wickets. You've got the likes of Bashar Khan, who's right up there with 10. And the likes of Kuldeep Lal as well. But I'm sure he's eyeing up a few more here, Ruxar. You know, Ruxar, you know, a lot of people sort of used to, I know still do ask, well, what did you sort of bowl, Rico? What did you sort of bowl? And I think the best person that I can compare it to is what Ruxar does here.
Yeah.
I just bowl line and length at the stumps, yeah, occasionally you get hit, you get driven, but I'm always at it, yeah. Always going to be niggling away at the stumps. Up in the air, this has gone a long way up. The fielder takes a very casual catch. And there you go, it's just like that. You're not doing anything fancy. All you're saying to the bowlers is, well, look, I'm going to put it up there. You want to take me on, you take me on. And the thing is that if you're able to vary your pace around like that, well, you're going to get things go your way. And that one, look, there's one man out there, and this couldn't have been placed better in his hands. So Ruxar takes another, and he moves on to 9 wickets now.
Because he's reaching, he ends up essentially taking one hand off the bat and just hoping he has the power to get it over that man. You got a great view of it there. Rizwan Mohiuddin. He's right in front of the camera, side on. But yeah, Yasser, no luck for him. He goes for a duck. Yeah, well bowled, Rico. Get your first wicket of this one.
Yeah, you see, that's all
Score
you got to do.
37 for 4. Brescia CC. Long way back, but they still do have Imad Khan at the crease.
Yeah, another duck. That's going into the late gutter. Hey, who was the Australian bowler that was always there all the time? Come on, I can't think of his name. Began with A, I think.
Terry Alderman?
Alderman. All the time.
Yeah.
Didn't try and do anything fancy. Didn't try and bowl fast, but he was wicket to wicket all the time.
The smiling assassin, they called him, because he ran in.
Had loads of wickets.
Looked like a smile in his face. Bowled really well in England as well. It really suited him.
Yeah.
And he actually played for my club, Terry Alderman.
Did he
Subiaco
really?
Floreat, yeah. A little bit before my time. We had a fair few international and first-class players out of my club. All the guys at Subiaco Floreat, including Jeremy Fatouros, who's got a fair few connections in Europe, actually. And he's the current captain of the first grade side there. This is in the air and should just be one. And it is, I think. This is fielded by Rizwan Mohiuddin out there. Yeah, Terry Alderman, very good bowler. But I mean, now you see it with bowlers like, the Australian equivalent now is someone like a Josh Hazlewood. Probably going back a little bit like a Glenn McGrath as well. It's just very metronomic. I mean, it can turn on you as well if conditions aren't in your favour in the shorter form of the game, where you do become a bit predictable.
Yeah.
But I think the stats speak for themselves. This one is just a one-hopper.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there were days when, you know, you'd come on to bowl, and because you were so, I mean, you were almost like a machine. You're programmed to bowling that line all the time. And there were just times that you got batters that had such a good eye and such good timing that you did go for a few. But the thing was, if you stick to it, you're always going to come back and get them. And that always used to work for us. It used to work for me as well. And the thing is, you've got to have the old surprise ball. And my surprise ball, in those days, it wasn't the slow one. It was the quicker one. It was the bouncer.
Yeah,
the bouncer was the one that got the wicket.
A good one to have. I'll have a look at those 3 ducks. Balls 1, 2, 3. 3 more for the pond, Rico.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you talk to Dennis Lilly, I remember like hearing him talk a lot, and he said, look, having a slower one's great. Obviously, that's what you want to try to develop, especially in short form cricket. But if you have a quicker one, if you have one that's a bit quicker that surprises the batter, that can be even more effective. You're not trying to bowl flat out all the time. It's Hassan Ali. He's bowled really well so far. Well, this was a pretty good shot. It's going to be 4. He just takes it on. Imad Khan, well, he's not slowing down. He knows it's a mountain of runs in the second half, but he's on the charge and he smashes the boundary to start the over.
Yeah, cracking shot, Imad. And when he sticks to trying to time the ball rather than try to bash it, he plays some really good shots. And well, he's hit that one pretty cleanly. So the attack is on once more. Well, this one probably going to hurt him. I'm sure he's banged this to the back of his foot. Well, he seems to be all right at the moment. Showing no pain.
Might have hit the pad. But yeah, I mean, this one could have easily gone onto the stumps. Yeah, I think clunks the pad. Luckily, for Imad Khan. But he's been drawn out there by Naveed Chowdhury, who is a very, very good hitter in his own right. He's better than your average number 6, that's for sure. And his skill is normally coming out, not taking too long before he starts smashing boundaries. Here he's facing up to Hassan Ali. The ball, though, has really troubled the right-handers, though, with that angle across so far in his spell.
Yeah. The other thing with Hassan is, I mean, when he gets that ball, I mean, everything is, for example, just in this spell so far, he's in his second over. That was his 8th delivery. Every ball that he's put going across the right-hander, they haven't been able to get back on the ball. But then every so often, in each over, he'll put, on average, 2 balls sort of straight on the legs. And they're the ones the batters capitalise on. And that's that one again. This time they've got a fielder set for it. Tidy work, gets the throw in, just the 1 run.
Just 1. I mean, where's this rate up to? It must be getting out of hand. Up to around 17 and over required. So you really need a magical over. And if I take you back to the very start of this game, don't forget that it started with a magical start for Brescia, 23 off the first.
Yeah.
And that would become pretty important, I think. Setting up this total of 118. And they're defending now. Just a single off the next ball from Imad Khan.
Chowdhury now goes on strike. So, I mean, you said it. It's not your average number 6. He's somebody who can give the ball a big tonk as well. That's what they need here. Just that injection, that acceleration, and this partnership could be what they need. This one hardly comes up at all, but it's the line. It's that line. That's what I'm talking about. Every time he gets the ball on this line to the right-hander, they haven't got bat on the ball. It's another top over. Just 12 runs coming off his 2 overs. No wicket, but look, he doesn't need wickets, so it's all about containment and keeping the score down.
He bowled brilliantly, got to say. He's done his job, especially when you've got 118 on the board. You have someone that goes run a ball, you're very, very happy. Looks Rahman to probably come back for his second now. I mean, just look, the boundaries have dried up. That's the issue. In the last 15 balls, there's only been 1-4. That was the first ball of that over from Hassan Ali, which was a pretty good shot down the ground, but yeah, rookie did not concede one in his first over. Here he comes back in over 7.
So this one goes through and shout to catch it. I think you got to try and stop it. That's the most important thing. It was one of those which probably ends up being the Yorker to the fielder. And you got to get something behind it. It wasn't able to.
Yeah, Mohamed Imran in that position. Just couldn't read the line or the pace of that ball. Looks Ahmed doesn't really react. Just goes back to his mark. Accepts it. Moves on. Good shot from Imad Khan, though. 50's up for Brescia. They got to get a move on. We're up to that point of no return. 3 a ball. And you rarely see it pulled back from here. Brescia, if they can go for the kill here, they've secured that double chance. They'll be really happy with their day's work. They'll be able to take the afternoon off and kick back.
Yeah, I mean, just to remind you, when these two met early in this series, it was Brescia 112 to 69 winning. So, Brescia trying to even that one. This is a nice looking shot, but once again, you see, the field is set, and that's what makes it so hard here for the batters. You've got those 3 men on the boundary, and very few, especially in that square leg area, have actually gone over them, hasn't it, Vinny? I mean, we've seen a few that have gone over mid-wicket, but square leg, very few batters have been able to clear square leg today.
That's true. It's into a slight breeze, I think, but only a slight breeze.
Trying to get this in the gap, and he will. 4 runs. So, not able to clear square leg, but he is able to get it through the gap between long on and mid-wicket. Nicely played. And you can see the fielders there just saving their energy because they know that's past them. Talk about energy. How are your energy levels? Isn't it so hot and muggy now? I'm just feeling really sticky.
Yeah, well, we're in the Brescia cooker, that's why. It's only going to get hotter. Wait for this eliminator. And then game 5. We haven't had a game 5 yet.
I wonder if we can see the heat coming off the ground again. Show us.
Well, even the ants have gone into hiding. That's how I know it's pretty hot.
No, they haven't gone into hiding. I've got the plan for the ants. Nicely played. And it's going to be another one in the gap. 4 more. And this time it's Chowdhury that gets in on the act. So he's now playing some nice shots. And this is just what you were talking about. He's not your average number 6. He's a pretty good player. Yeah, what I did, you see, I got a little cup. I cut it up a bit. I filled it up with some water. I've given them a swimming pool. They're having a whale of the time. You can hear them. Wee, wee, wee. Love it here. We love it. European cricket is the best. As this one, this gets played out.
It's going to be another 4.
Oh, it's 4 more. How does this go to the boundary? Maximo. Well, I've never seen Maximo move so fast. When I was talking about the ants having fun in the swimming pool, we saw this one go through the fielder and then once more in between those two there for 4 runs. And then, well, something. What was that, Maximo, you were trying to get rid of?
There's a locust, but don't worry. I just set him on his way.
Yeah.
That's probably doesn't give justice as to how big that thing was. Anyway, does take us to the end of the 7th over. 63 for 4. They must have heard the ants are coming. So
it did. See,
the big
it
ones are
heard
coming
the ants having fun in the swimming pool that I made for them. And it thought, I'm going to have some fun as well.
17 run over. Give you a strange stat, though, that we've had. I'm going to come back to this in a second. But right now, we've had, I think, 13 4s in this innings, but no 6s. Weird. Anyway, this is going to be huge. Eliminated 2 is coming up in half an hour. Jivadate and Jandril Brescia. There's only room for one of those teams in finals day. Here's from the toss. Jandril Brescia winning the toss and bowling first. They'll be chasing again. Last night, they chased down 70 off the very last ball. Just ask Abdul Rahman, the Jivadate keeper, who had 3 stumps to aim at to take the game to a golden ball. He missed. So could we have another thriller in the next game of the day?
Hit straight down the ground, and this is 6. Here's a big one. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona shaka lagya. Well, Brescia, it may seem unlikely, but they're not giving up just yet. They know if they keep hitting these boundaries, then this game is still on. I mean, it's you said it was a point of no return. It hasn't gone any higher. It stays around 18. 6 off the first ball. Oh, this one's hit him. And where does it hit him? Oh, no. It could be in the soft part. He looks like he's all right at the moment. Well, that one has stung him. He's giving it a rub. Don't be afraid to rub it. Ooh, lucky.
Might have just been sucking it in there, so no problem. But what I will say is they must have heard me say there's been 13 4s, no 6s, because Shabir's first ball absolutely nailed down the ground. Imad Khan, I say if he was a 1980 BG's hit, he'd be staying alive. That's exactly what he's doing for his team right now, but can it continue?
Well, this is a slice, and this is going to be a slice of luck it is. That's what they needed. It was one that he was looking to flick away on the leg side, but it goes straight up in the air, and the catch had to be taken, and it was Shahrukh Nawaz. He's taken some very important catches. Well, that one is probably very important for them because they do remove Imad Khan, who was trying to do the impossible single-handedly. And this one just goes straight up in the air, just comes off sort of the top edge of the bat. And a nice catch taken. So they do get the breakthrough. It is Shabir that gets the wicket of Imad Khan, but not before Imad made a very healthy 38 for his side, but just hasn't had the support from the other batters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, got a very capable batter coming in now, Kalab Sajjad, who's batted really well during the week, but you've left yourself 50 off the last quarter, so that's 200 pace. I mean, that's basically 20 and over pace. It's going to be really, really tough, but Sajjad will give it a shake.
But you've got to go at the pace of that train that just gone by, which is rapid. And, well, he can hit it pretty rapidly, but he is a little bit hit and miss, you have to admit. I mean, if he hits it, it stays hit. But he's guilty of missing the odd straight one as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, two big hitters are there, but Shabir goes for the 6 and draws the dot, draws the out. Sajjad to face up for the first time. Steps away, can't reach it, even though it's well within the line. So, Precious EC does look like they'll be fighting with Kings 11 for that last spot in the top 2 tomorrow. The way things are going, got to give credit to Gina Brescia. I mean, they've had their struggles batting first, but they got off to a good start. Despite losing wickets along the way, they still put a very, very good score on the board, 118.
Shabir bowling to the captain of Brescia, Sajjad, who hits this pretty hard, but it will get fielded. Nawaz making no mistakes.
Yeah, well fielded. Just was prepared for any type of bounce then, wasn't he? You don't want to overcommit your body position. We know it can be very unpredictable. Shabir has come back well after getting nailed for a 6 first ball.
That's a slow, thoughtful walk back to his mark. Turns round. Now he's got bowling to Chaudhry. Chaudhry knows he's got to try and send this out of here. He tries, and it's a it's a perfect lob for the bowler, and he ends up stopping his shot. So he wants to go for it, then he stops the shot and gets the perfect lob over the bowler Shabir, who bowls very well. To remember, it did start with a 6, but it only ends up just 9 coming off the over in the end. So you can see they're just starting to fall way behind here now. 71 on the board, 5 wickets down.
There's worms just distancing now, aren't they? We're seeing some worm entanglements today, but this isn't one of them. Brescia CC. Well, it's just kind of showing that the 118 innings is a bit of a blip. I mean, all the other innings have kind of been in this 65 to 85 over the last couple of days. Over number 9, first ball's launched down to the ground. Well, Chaudhry, he hasn't given up yet. This one is picked up off the stumps and deposited halfway up the hill. Maximo! What a good shot that is. Good aggressive player. It's a mountain to climb, but he's going to try and climb it.
Yeah, big hit. And, I mean, if he can get Sajjad to hit a few big ones as well. I mean, it's magical overs is what they need. Well, we have seen magical overs. There's been no shortage of them. This one will go to the fielder, who makes no mistakes. As the ball bubbles towards him, takes a single. So Gulab Sajjad will have to go through this straight away.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say it's impossible, but getting that way. I mean, if you can really get after Farid here, maybe get it down in the 20s last over.
Up in the air, and he gets it over the infielders. It won't go to the boundary. They come back. Well, they should be looking for 2. They decide not to. Just going to keep it to the 1.
Chaudhry feels like he's the man that can hit the flurry of boundaries required. I probably agree with him. It's been there longer. Again, I think when you get after a bowler with a 6, you want to get back on strike to him as soon as you can. See if you can double down. 3 to come in the 9th.
Drags this from wide outside off to the man at mid-wicket. Will be just another thing. Of course, net run rate plays no part in this at all now.
No, it doesn't. Yeah,
I mean,
because
they might as well just swing and see what they can get, because if they lose, then it's going to be whoever wins out of the next match.
Exactly.
Not the next match, but the last match in the playoffs between. It looks like it's going to be between Brescia and Kings 11. So net run rate will not come into it at all.
Yeah, you said it. Clever change of pace last ball. Now pace is back onto Sajjad. We'll just drag this out for a single. Hello to Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi. Still waiting for a golden ball match. Here we are. It'll be worth the wait though. I mean, I don't mind waiting. As long as we get some more close matches. I mean, I just love close matches, especially matches that come down to the last over, in particular the last ball. It doesn't look like one of them at the moment, but still very important match in the scheme of the landscape of this week. Last ball of the 9th.
Straight down the ground. That's going to be a big 6. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And that is nicely hit. And Valentine in the tower. He's going to feel this ricocheting all the way up through his bones. But there you go. You okay there, Valentine? Let us know you're okay. Give us a thumbs up. Come on, buddy. Let us know you're there. Is he there?
That one rattled
is he
the
good?
Tower.
Well, Valentine's. Come on. Tell us you're all right. He always worries me when the ball hits the tower.
We might have to wake him up. Might be having a little siesta there, Valentine's. Right.
Maybe he's having a sneaky little Valentine.
87 for
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
Big shout out to our crew, Spring Productions. I mean, they're doing things that are very, very skillful with the production. We're certainly in debt to them. Great. We've extended the contract to work together for another 4 years. Looking forward to that. 4 more years. Now we're going to start with the first ball of the 10th. This should be out. Hassan Ahmed isn't going to drop that. So Sajjad gets full toss. Tries to deposit it out of the ground. But it's as much the way Hassan Ahmed went. And this time he's on the other end of the stick as he holds on to a simple catch. Sajjad goes for just 3. First ball of the 10th over is a wicket. And the score, 87 for 6.
Yeah, full toss. He's sort of leaning back, isn't he? Not able to get any power in this. Gets a bit of height. But a very easy catch taken there by Hassan. And that's a little chuckle to himself. He's probably just can't wait to see the end of today. And I think the players here, being in the heat, having the opportunity for them to savour and celebrate another victory for them and prepare themselves for what's going to be a tremendous final stage tomorrow. No doubt that they like to get into a cool place, get some cold drinks behind them, and get some rest in before they start off tomorrow. 87 for 5. Shabir gets his wicket. Oh, well, the bowler just moves out the way here. I mean,
That's late, isn't it?
it's very late. I mean, okay, I'm not sure why he's moving out the way, what happens here. And maybe he knew this ball was going to be too good for him.
I mean, he's ready. There's no distraction.
Just here, look,
late on.
not sure why, I'm not sure what that was.
That's got to be a bug in the face because there's nothing that happened behind the bowler. And so, I mean, I think you get one of those for free, I think is about. Even though he goes really late, all I can think is that he had something buzz around his face. We know there's a fair few of those.
Yeah, let's see if we spot.
bugs out
Maybe it's that, what was it that you had here that scared the life out of you? And,
Yeah.
wasn't a bad
The
ball,
way
was
it's-
it?
Oh, no, it's a perfect ball, top off stump. I think common sense prevails. I want to say a quick hello to Mohammed Sajib. Sajib, saying he's a big fan of what we're doing here at European Cricket. Great to have you watching, Sajib.
And this will be one again for Hussey to just eventually get his paws on and gently throw it back. Yeah, look.
Hassan Ahmed's a big game player. We'll see Jin Brescia now. We're certain we'll see them in qualifier 1 tomorrow. Maybe he'll turn it on then. Going back to the ECS in Switzerland a couple of years ago, he was outstanding in the final, especially in the field, actually. The Zurich Nomads.
Well, it's an exciting looking shot, but it's pretty tamely doodles along to the man at mid wicket, makes it stop.
Got
get
CD
the ball
Tam
in.
up in the chat saying, looking pretty hard to hit sixes, boundary size too big? Question mark, but it's not actually. It's the same boundaries you always have. I just think I've got to give credit to the bowlers. And I've got some stats on sixes. I'll share them with you in a second.
Well, this will be 4. There's a bit of an inside edge and the ball will race away. So, valuable runs, I suppose. It's always nice to go into what will be, well, after the next match, the Eliminator coming up after this one. Well, they're going to have a bit of a break. It's nice that they'll be able to take some positives from this because, I mean, the score that they get into here has been more than enough to win matches today. And you would think it probably, well, they would hope that if they can get to these sort of scores, it'd be more than enough maybe to beat the Kings 11 because Kings 11 have struggled with the bat.
I think so, yeah, but also Kings 11 could break out at any moment. I think it'll be a really close game. A couple to come in this one. Firstly, let's have a look at Faisal Shabir. Good slower ball, completely misjudged. Yeah, so this week we're getting 4.0 sixes per 10 overs. Last week in Milan, it averaged 3.6. So we're actually seeing, on average, about just over 10% more sixes here. But I mean, what happens is when you see a run or a couple of games where there's not many, you start to think, well, it might be the field condition. It's not that. It's actually just, I think the bowling's been pretty good and batters haven't gotten in long enough to really put their foot down. Here's the last ball of the game. He played away for a single. And so it will be the end of the game. And look, congratulations to Jin Brescia. They've played really well. 2 wins out of 2 today. They have locked up first seed tomorrow. We'll see them in qualifier number 1 and a chance to go straight through to the final.
Hey, I want to be up there. You see what's up there? I bet you it's lovely and cool up there.
Well, you could say they've parachuted right to the top of the standings, Jin Brescia. Essentially, that is what they've done.
Yeah.
But, Brescia CC, we will see them again in the last game of the day against Kings 11. And we talked about that, the importance of that game, playing for the double chance. It's not impossible to win from outside the top 2, but it certainly isn't particularly easy to do it that way. Jin Brescia, after being asked to bat first, they batted well, they had a good start, and they were able to put a winning score of 118 on the board. So I think a lot of respect between these 2 teams. You would expect that. 2 very, very high quality teams. Really the 2 form teams from last year and the year before in Italy. This time it is Jin Brescia that get the chocolates. And we can look forward to Eliminator 2 now, starting in about 15 minutes. Chivadate, their only appearance today. For them to make it into finals day, they need to get past Jin Brescia. Now, last time these 2 teams met, it was a last ball thriller. Jandra Brescia scrambled to buy off the last ball to get the win by just that solitary run. They both had 2 and 3 records in the group stage. Jandra Brescia swept aside Pack Lions Getty this morning to qualify for this game. They've won 3 in a row now after starting their tournament with 3 losses. And you can see at Chividate, they will be batting first. That's being sent in by Zahid Ali, the Jandra Brescia skipper. Let's go to the highlights for 119 required. Wasn't going to be easy, and Brescia CC lost Dulu first ball. And although they were able to whack at quite a few boundaries in the power play, the fact that it finished with a couple of wickets just put the skids on from there. Even though they kept trying valiantly, they weren't able to get near this target.
Yeah, I mean, they tried well. I mean, Imad Khan, I think his innings was great. I mean, he put a good partnership together with Afridi, didn't he, before that one? I mean, it's an unusual choice of shots, really, against Mohammad Imran. Then, well, you saw a lot of bowlers were right on the money. Imran, he had a very good day, didn't he? Once again, he's an experienced campaigner. He knows exactly how to deal with things out there. But take nothing away from Imad Khan. I think he certainly would, this knock here would do him the world of good. And maybe also Freddie will be pleased that he's got some runs on the board going into what's going to be now a crunch match, which is going to be the last one of the day coming up after this eliminator between Chividate and Jandra Brescia. But they kept on playing the shots. I mean, pretty very much the same sort of style as Jandra Brescia, really. Jandra Brescia, remember, they got to 118 for 8. They were scoring runs, losing wickets at the regular pace as well. But it's all about how quickly you score your runs. If you keep getting those 2 boundaries, 3 boundaries and over, and you lose a wicket as well, well, look, you're still going to end up with a decent score on the board. So you see there were 2 very good contributions, big contributions, one from Imad Khan, 38. Then I like the batting there towards the end there of Naveed Chaudhry as well, 30 or 14 from him. But it's those ducks, look, that's the thing. Look, 0, 17, 38, 0, 0, 33, 5. It those ducks, and they're good players as well. Dulu is one of them, and you got Farouk Khan there. And yes, if they could have just contributed with 10, 15 runs and got a partnership going with some of those batters that did get it could have been a different result. And it's only talking about a difference of 24 runs. But look, that is what is the amazing thing. Extras, 0.
Yeah, and a proper clean innings. You hardly ever see that. Even no leg buys.
Yeah,
that's what
that
makes it pretty
is
unusual.
amazing. 0.
Now, that's what good teams do. Jandra Brescia, one of the best in the country, if not the best. And we'll find out by the end of this few weeks.
How many times have we seen that? Not that often.
Only 2 or 3. Yeah, in a 10-over innings. Fantastic effort, especially defending. So 3 wickets for Mohammad Imran. He was the standout star with the ball. He was able to get those breakthroughs early. Just put the Brescia CC bats on the back foot. 1 for 20 for Rookie Ahmed and 2 for 14 Shabir were the other wicket takers. Let's take a quick break. When we return, we're looking forward to this next game. There's going to be a lot of pressure because 2 teams show. 1 team will have to go after eliminator number 2. It'll be Chividate versus Jandra Brescia for the right to join the top 3 in finals day. Join us when we return for more FanCode European Cricket Series. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Welcome back. It's Super Friday, Peacock Friday as well. We're in Brescia in the north of Italy, and Brescia bringing the pressure, of course, because this Super Friday, 5 matches long. We already had to say goodbye to Pac Lions Getty earlier in the day. They were knocked out by Giandrua Brescia, who now qualify for Eliminated 2. It's Cividate who will see for the first time today. All Cividate needs to do is win this game, but it won't be easy against a Giandrua Brescia side, which has won 3 in a row now, and they have been gaining momentum. So it is Eliminator number 2, match 19 on the schedule. Stefan Gooch with the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Andrew the call. Hill, Tails the call. It's Tail. Good luck, ball first. Okay, good luck guys. Thank you. All the best, have a good game. Cheers, good luck.
So it is Giandrua Brescia. Their captain Zahid Ali has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. I can understand why. I mean, they'll know exactly what they have to do in the second half of this game. But I can tell you that these two teams played about 24 hours ago. And in that game, we got so close to a golden ball. Cividate scored 69 in the first innings. And in response, it was 69 with a ball to go for Giandrua Brescia. The ball was missed and the keeper missed. And for that reason, they scrambled through for a bye at Giandrua Brescia and they won 70-69. I've got to say that Wasim Ahmed, he's impressed me. Batted a bit low earlier. Maybe we'll see him a little bit higher. Him and Naeem Ahmed are crucial. I've got to say, Isra Munshi, again, if he comes off, he can score quick runs and he'll get the opportunity in the first half of this game to do just that for Cividate. But also watch out for Aslam Mohammed. Also Zain Ali have been very good. Final point, the man you saw just then, Zahid Ali, is a wily customer. I think that his off-speed bowling could cause some problems, particularly for some of those Cividate batters that do like to go hard against the pace. So we'll go up to the commentary cube now, and in the Brescia cooker is Rico Full as we get ready for the 4th match of the day. It's Eliminated 2, match 19, Giandrua Brescia winning the toss and bowling. Let's see if we have another thriller, Rico. Over to you. Let's get this one started.
Hola, muy buenas. Y bienvenido aquí en Campo de Cricket en Italia. Somos en Brescia. Y eso de Campo de Brescia. Y eso es de FanCode European Cricket Series en Brescia, Italia. Y ahora contra 2 equipos por una grande partido. Porque de equipo que ganar se puede marchar mañana en el final, de día de finales, donde contra de 4 equipos solo y perder eso y luego que ya está, no puede marchar más en este torneo. Un grandísimo partido. Yep, it's a big match. 2 teams coming together here. Cividate, well, they've been able to put their feet up this morning, courtesy of finishing 4th in the table. It means that they could have waited to see who they play in this elimination match, and Giandrua Brescia were able to defeat Pac Lions Getty in Eliminator 1, match number 17. So now they've earned the right to have a go at Cividate. Remember these 2 teams, you heard Maximo talk about it there. They gave us a sensational match yesterday. It was Giandrua Brescia that won it off the last ball. Cividate could have taken it to the golden ball, but well, the stumps were missed by Abdul Rahman. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. It says 98-94 in favour of Cividate. Well, that's not something that Giandrua, they want to be hearing. They believe that they're a team that have got enough sort of depth and history to go all the way. Well, they're going to have to show their best here if they are able to do it. And the umpire says, where do you think you're going, young man? I've got the ball in my hand. You can't go anywhere without the ball. Kata ki karda? Ball mere kola bowling tu gan la pya. Hale nale wait kar. Main hale tenu kya nahi aa sakda. Well, that's our umpire there. Sukhdev, look, once more, thank you very much for treating the whole European Cricket Network team to some chana and some lassi. And I'm sure everybody met up. Paul, Fletch, Michael, Mihail and Diana, including myself. Rico and Vinny, we thank you very much. The lassi was delightful. Lassi, it's a drink we talked about before, just the milk and yogurt mixed drink with a few sort of gentle herbs. Certainly do help on a hot day like today. His captain's going. 2 more matches to go today, remember. First ball, just blocked away from Wasim Ahmed. This time they do take the single. So they're off and running, and it's the first time we're seeing the batter, Zakinda. So he's hoping to make a impression straight away here. Walid Zakinda, very first match he's playing. Let's see if he's able to add some more depth to the batting of Chividate. Kuljinder gets beaten by a good one. The captain of Chividate. He so far has had a mixed series, you have to say. Kuljinder Singh. He has produced some gutsy and gritty batting performances where he's stuck around when the likes of Aslam Mohammed and Zain Ali have been scoring runs. He's just kept the other end going. And then there's been times when he's played a bit of an aggressive cameo innings himself, so he is somebody that can adjust pretty well to the situation. But of course now the only thing on his mind is that some way to try and get yourself past that. Ideally that 110 mark, but definitely the 100 mark. I think they get to 110 and they are such a bright and bubbly and energetic team in the middle that they can probably go on to defend that. I mean, there are sometimes some errors, so they're naughty but nice. You have to say that. But certainly the energy, if they can get the runs on the board, the energy will be there in the field, that is for sure. And this one goes through the keeper. How far does it go? And it will go all the way. I think this will be buys. So 4 very valuable runs. And just like that, you can see how important these extras are. We just saw there that in that last match, Gina Brescia giving away no extras at all. 0. And that includes buys as well, by the way. Nothing. And here, when batters are struggling to get bat onto ball, the 5th ball of the over goes for 4 buys. So only 2 really off the bat, 4 buys. It's a good ball right in the block hole. Decide not to take the single, so that was not the best bit of batting from Kuljinder, not just quite backing himself, but no, you need to back up there and try and take those and make those count. There's one of the areas that I think they've been guilty at. They're not the best of runners. They're not very quick to seize on those opportunities early on. They're always missing out on a handful of runs by not taking those singles. 6 at the end of the first. So a nice start there from Wasim Ahmed. Just having a look at some of the top performers. And let's look at Chividate. Aslam Mohammed, he has been in good form. But he was in good form early on. The last few innings he's been a bit off the ball slightly. And so is the man Ali, who's on 72. But somebody who's always been there or thereabout is Munshi. Well, look out for him, because he can certainly bring the explosives to the party. Well, the fireworks, I should say. This is a wide. This time Kuljinder does just allow it to go. But again, he's not keeping an eye on his partner. Zakinda was quite happy to try and get down to the other end. Nasib Abdul starts with the wide. Placed this out on the off, and this time they do take the single. That's better. That's what they have to do. Nicely fielded. An easy clean pick up there by Jaspinder Singh. Nicely Jaspinder in the side. And want to wish Jaspinder's daughter a lot of our best wishes as well. Know that she's a youngster that's just starting to play cricket as well. And she gets plenty of encouragement from her dad, of course. But, hoping that she's just joined the club and enjoying her cricket very much. And, well, your dad is very proud of you. But, hope you have a very good season. And looking forward to seeing more of you in years to come. That's one thing that we're seeing a lot of in Europe, especially at the moment. Just a lot of development, a lot of growth not just in the men's game, but also in the women's game. So it's nice to see that Jaspinder's daughter is taking up the game and playing for a club. Well, this one, he certainly does get funky. Well, this is how you play a shot when you're lying down. He doesn't quite get a lot of bat onto this, but he lies down and plays this literally. And tries to get funky. A little bit of showtime in the middle. Let's have a look at this. He goes all the way down. And look at this. Bang! He hits the deck hard, doesn't he? Sukinder. And look at this. Boom. I'll tell you what. It's a good job that the stumps didn't feel the vibration of that. Take a single. It's a good shot to play for just one run. But it's a shame that he's prepared to get funky, I suppose. So going back to, of course, the growth of cricket, of course, the juniors. And, of course, we're very proud of our Cricket's Cool programme. And we hope to see some youngsters from the different parts of Italy, particularly in Brescia, coming together here maybe tomorrow in between the third match and the final. We always have an allocated space for the kids from schools and from clubs to get together and, well, whatever it is that they fancy, whether to play a little match out there in the middle or do some training or some coaching sessions. We're very, very proud to be part of the Cricket's Cool program, and cricket in juniors growing all the time in Europe. This is how the team's finished, and this is why you're seeing the likes of Cividate. Well, they had a bit of a rest as Janjua and the Lions battled it out earlier today. Now Cividate finishing fourth are playing the winner of that match, and of course it was Janjua. 11 without loss, 2 overs gone. He's played out onto the off, and this is the time where they would like to get some acceleration in. It's the last over of the power play. It's one thing that Vinny reminds us of all the time. It's one reason why we do see a lot of wickets in the third over, because you have 2 good overs from both the opening bowlers, and then the batters are thinking, hang on, this is the last on the power play. We need to get something going here. Wasim Ahmed bowling his second. Nice looking shot, and it's appreciated by the teammates of the 2 batters out there. Cividate, the ball is stopped, just get the single. One thing that Cividate have done pretty well, even when they've started slowly, because of some of the big hitters that they've got, they have managed to get acceleration in. Well, this one goes over the stumps. It's another one that the wicketkeeper, but he does well to get a hand to it. Batters once more only take the single. This is where, for me, they lose the runs. I mean, okay, I know boundaries are essential, but turning ones into 2s are as well. You see now, I mean, their score is, what we at now, they're 13. Really, you can add those, say you add those four extras to that, which you think that they probably should have taken. Yeah, 14, so it would take them on 18 now. Asking the question, and the finger goes straight up from umpire Shubdev. And it looks a nice full delivery. Certainly didn't get to see it properly live because of the batter getting in the way. But I'm looking forward to seeing this, the replay. It was very full, it was very straight. But have a look, it goes right across. And yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about that. I think he steps right across, and this ball, you can see he's hitting him low on the pad. He's going to go on to hit the pads one more time here. Yeah, that's going for me on to hit in between middle and leg. And there's the wicket. And there's the joy from the bowler. So Wasim Ahmed gets the wicket. And once again, he continues that trend of wickets falling in the third over. And just like I said, it's all about batters trying to get the acceleration in, knowing in their mind this is the last opportunity that they can manipulate that field where they've only got that restriction in place for 2 men being out. So they get the wicket, and it's a good one to get. It's that of the captain, Kuljinder. He goes. Kuljinder gone. LBW once again in the second match on the trot. He's not able to make a big contribution in the match. So Wasim looking to finish well. And this one is played out of the offside. Good bit of work there from the fielder, Jaspinder. Keeps it to 1. And, ball to go in the power play. And a fine time to welcome back Command. It's looking very dashing on Peacock Friday. Well, it is Friday. Fan-dazzy-dozy, they say. And it's Mr. Maximo. Welcome back.
Big Friday. Super Friday. Peacock Friday. Gotta say, a bit of peacock about the Brescia lineup. It's a bit of the funky lime green in there compared to the lineup, the strip we saw back in 2019. Wazzy Mama's been good, hasn't he? Last ball of this over. Attempted launch, but failure to launch from Sikandar, who only gathers 4 from 11 in the power play. 3 overs down. Chivadate 15 for 1. Yeah, so it's a big call to throw Waleed Sikandar right up to the top of the order. It's the first time we've seen him this week. So, I mean, one thing you would say, at least he's had a good look at it now. Obviously, trying his hardest to get things moving, but not too much going on. See there, 6-5-4 in the 3 overs. So now these middle overs come super important. Remember, these two teams had a low-scoring thriller yesterday, 70-69. You might not need 100+ to win this game. Just set yourself to get something, even from here. You go 10 and over from here, then you've got 85. I think that's a score that plays pretty well. But he's got to start somewhere. They've got Zain Ali, who's there now. They'll have Aslam Mohammed probably coming in next, and then Munshi. That's the engine room, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah. I mean, they've stuck with, for me, I mean, see if this delivery first. They had to get, oh, this is such a good ball. But what is this? Has this taken anything, or has it just gone straight through? I think this has just gone straight through. There might have been a bit of a upper leg or something on this.
I
but
don't think there's
what
anything
a good
on
ball.
It. Just misses everything, I think. Misses the inside edge, goes straight over the stumps. Have a look at that. Comes in. I don't know if it may have flicked the top of the pad, but I doubt it. Certainly looked a long way from the bat.
Good delivery, yeah. Yeah, I mean, going back, I mean, got Ali in here. I would still go for Arslan at 3. That's a Gundy ball, and that is going to be 5. So they've done some good work out there with the ball, but now they're getting it wrong. And again, just highlight the fact that to what we saw in the last match, top teams don't give you too many extras, and that's exactly what we saw from Gina Brescia against Brescia. No extras at all.
Wow.
And here we've already seen 5 wides, and we've seen 4 byes as well.
You need a little kickstarter, don't you, if you're struggling to score, and that helps. I mean, the movement just working against the bowler there. And, yeah, by the time we got to the keeper, it was miles away from him. So, Hasib has to sort it out. And now he overcorrects, goes the other way. So, getting the movement, but not really the control at the moment, Hasib Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, it's his second over, so it's not like he's, you know, he's not used to what he's doing out there. And certainly I don't think the ball is starting to swing around more than what it did earlier. Just a case of his line and just getting his rhythm right again.
So it swings a bit. Driven away, just the one. There's all sorts of things flying around this.
Yeah, there's
flying around this field.
Things happening. I wonder if they're too far for our guys to catch hold of. But that looks pretty spectacular, doesn't it?
They were big eagles in the sky.
Bit of avatar going on up there, isn't there?
Like pterodactyls. A Jurassic Park feel about the mountain behind the ground here. Thought it was a bit too wide once again. Just lost the handle a bit here, Hasib Abdul. Yeah, so Chivadate, they have 6 runs in wides this over. That's a bit like hitting a 6. There you go. That looks like fun.
Looks like a lot of fun.
What do you think? ECL final, ECC final, that's how we get into the commentary box? What do you think?
I don't mind giving it a go, yeah, why not?
Another outswinger this time. Just played back to the bowler. So, yeah, well, Sikandar, I'm giving him till over number 5, and I might be giving him the old pulling the cane on him. Only because you think of who you got to come, Aslam Mohammed and Munshi. Munshi, ideally, I think you want to come in around over number 6 or 7. Aslam Mohammed, I think you want him coming in over 4 or 5. Now they're going to go for 2, and they're going to get away with it. So Sikandar gets a couple.
Yeah, he's always taking himself away from the ball. We see a lot of batters doing that in Europe. So he's already he's taking a couple of steps away down the leg side. And then clever bowlers is picking that and just getting that ball inside that wide line. and they're not able to get back on the ball. They take themselves too far away from it. But now he gets funky. He tried to do this earlier when he ended up lying down, and the ball went for just a single. This time he might get lucky and go back for two. Well, it's an exciting shot to be playing. Well, he's played it twice and he's got his free run, but it's the way he goes down, and that's what I'm talking to you about. He hits the deck so hard. Is it worth it? Bang!
Yeah, well, this wasn't the most graceful landing. Had to pick himself off the canvas because he actually doesn't get too much of this at all. Actually takes too much pace off the ball, and that's why it ends up not even going for 4. So he gets 2. Credit to him. He does get up and get going. Last ball of the 4th. Up in the block hole, played away by a single for Wally Takanda. That will be the end of the 4th over as well. The score is 28 for 1. Great to have your company once again. Big day, long day, Super Friday here. We are in the Brescia Cooker, or the inflatable ice cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day so far. We are always sad to say goodbye to any teams. You had to say goodbye to PLG earlier today. Both these teams, I mean, they find themselves in the position because they didn't quite do enough to get in the top 3. They don't have safety today. Cividate, though, that'd be one of the stories of the week. I was wondering how they'd go without 2 of their 3 top run scorers from last year in Darashiko and Usman Javed, but they've really impressed us, and I have liked the work of their middle order. Let's just hope they get enough of an opportunity to really influence this innings.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get out there. There's no point that these 2 batters chewing up too many deliveries, and then you don't get the likes of Arslan Mohammed and also Isra Munchi to get out there and shows what they can do. So they've got to be very tactical the way they go about this innings.
Goes for it and goes for it pretty well. This one's out of here. Maximo! Well, that's what they've wanted out of Wally Takanda. They set him up the top of the order to do a job. There's been a lot of swings, not a lot of contact, but he gets that one right out of the screws. And Yusuf Maqsood, who's had a very good couple of days, he's greeted with 6.
Yeah, I mean, Maqsood just look, he's still holding his shoulder. I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's your own doing. What are you playing that shot for? When you can stand up straight and hit the ball for 6, what are you diving around for?
Yeah, well, exactly right. And a shrug, I like your comment. I won't read it out. He decides to go again. So I think he's hit the go button now.
Yeah.
This is well handled out there to keep it to 1. That's Baig. He does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. So that's one thing. I mean, Maqsood's been really good for sure the last couple of days. But I mean, they've got the license to absolutely attack him here. Now, it's going to be over to Zayn Ali. Up in the block hole. He's just happy to take 1. Bounces off Zahid Ali. Now they're going to take an impossible 2. And they're going to do it. I don't know where Maqsood's going, but he was nowhere near the stumps. And they do get a couple. Cividate just building something here. You can feel a sense of excitement growing in their dugout.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fielder is saying. They're saying, and that is the captain, of course. And Zahid Ali quite rightly saying, well, where are you? You've got to be at the stumps.
It's just basics, really. Had plenty of time to get to the stumps on that occasion. Ali swings all around this one.
Well, I thought I was getting a tingle, but it's just the ants. They've gone up my pants. The ants. Oh, dear. It's all happening here.
Well,
I've been bitten in places I shouldn't be bitten.
We've got a lot of, let's just say, unintentional pets in the cube today. I mean, this is the point of the day. It's like almost 3 p.m. local, but it just seems to get hotter and hotter between now and 5 or 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock even. Short, going nowhere. Maqsood cleans up his own work. So it could come back from Yusuf.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 5th over. They're in the 30s. I think right now they want to be in the 40s. They want to plus on the 40s. So the ball to go here, they want a boundary. Finish in the 40s. And then with wickets in hand, and we know what those wickets are, they can really get the acceleration in and get to that sort of that 100 mark. That's what it looks like. But I still think, ideally, they'd want 110.
Yeah, for sure. It would seem like plenty. Last ball of the over. This one swings into the pads. Again, no run. So Maqsood comes back well. And so that's the end of 5 and halfway through this sudden death matchup. Eliminator 2. Cividate 37 for 1. It's on 74 pace, but I'll be hoping a few more than that. Question from Ajay Dev in the chats. Good one. Saying, Vinny, where is Ali Raza Islam from Brescia CC? Well, Ali Raza Islam, he was one of their best performers. Probably Brescia CC's best performer, I'd say, in the ECL, but he's not in the country at the moment. That's why we're not seeing him. I'm not sure if we'll see him even in the Super Series if they do make it. So he has taken a trip abroad. That's why you're not seeing him here. They certainly do still have a lot of good players. It's given someone like Imad Khan a bit more an opportunity to go back to his regular spot. Looking at the halfway points, Kanda, he's batted 16 runs out of 17 balls. But you see no one going better than run a ball so far in the first half. You look at the batters still to come. Aslam Mohammed, Isra Munshi, even someone like a Ram Sunil can thump the ball. So there's no excuses to not be aggressive here. And that's why I still think that if you're not going to hit boundaries, I know you'll be trying to hit boundaries, push them in the field with the running between the wickets. So Kanda showing you can clear the ropes though in that last over. But that 6 is really, it is the only boundary we've had in the first half of this eliminator. New bowler coming in, pretty good one, Rahim Qureshi. Seeing him for the first time. But he's going to bowl a wide that gets away from the keeper, so they'll get an extra.
Yeah, extras, I mean, keep an eye on that. I mean, the score now with that one, that wide goes on to 38. Extras, 14. That's 9 wides and 5 byes. So they're not helping themselves here. They're giving runs away when the batters are struggling to hit the runs.
Full, driven, goes all the way down.
Oh no!
Nasir,
Oh
no! How's not the voice? Yeah, I don't know who's annoyed more, the fielder. Or every time you do that voice, it's like nails on a chalkboard to me. But anyway, Nasir again gets down, just doesn't read the bounce.
Eddie, I love you, really. I really do.
I'm gonna say in the chat, do you like Rico's baby voice or do you not like it? I mean, we all love Rico. Most people do anyway.
Come on, everybody, give me a thumbs up.
I've got to vote a hard no on it. Anyway, here's the next one. Sounds like you just swallowed a balloon of helium.
You just don't like it because it means the locusts come back into the box and make you jump out your skin.
Well, I'm asking people in the chat for your feedback. Let's see. Maybe we can end it for good if we get a 2/3 majority, like a super majority. Anyway. Here's Qureshi. This gets blasted away. Attempted blast anyway. That's over to Jaspinder, who's over there. Keeps it to 1.
Jaspinder's looking the part, eh? I'm liking the shades from Jaspinder. Look, I've already given a shout out to Jaspinder and his daughter.
Yes.
Wishing her all the best.
Really happy to sign that bat for her as well. And we're hoping that we see a bit more of her as she develops her cricket career. Very young at the moment. Hit straight, hit well, and I think this one is well. Fantastic fielding. I think he stops this.
That is class.
I was sure this was over
I think
him.
he does this. He doesn't touch the rope from what I can see here. This is an incredible bit of work. This is fantastic.
Well, this is the kind of thing that can swing a match. He definitely takes off fine. Does he get rid of it in time?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does. And then roll it forward. And then when he picks it up, yeah, he's still inside, so no problem. What a fantastic... I mean, that is world class from Wasim Ahmed.
Out of this world. That's from another planet. Well, I told you, we've got aliens playing cricket as well.
I called that 6 off the bat. I just did not see him doing it. Now we've got a massive run out. And in fact, they're gonna sacrifice the opener here, Sikandar, I think. And yeah, well, it's just a miscommunication, I suppose. And it does result in a run out. Have a look here. Sikandar swings and misses. But Sikandar is not looking at his partner, and that's the error. If you want to know exactly where it goes wrong. Show us one more time, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, sometimes when things happen, they happen for a good reason, maybe. And I think this is probably a good time.
Look how he turns his back on his partner, and I think by then, I think that Zain Ali knows there's going to be a run out. He's determined it's not going to be him. So look, I mean, it's unfortunate for Sikandar, but he only hit 1 boundary in his 19 ball innings. And it was a good one, don't get me wrong. But I think it's a great time to get Aslam Mohammed in or a Munshi in. So I think it's blessing in disguise for Chivadate. I think they lose their second wicket, 46 for 2.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you there. Slight change of tactics also here from Brescia. I mean, they would have by now have gone to Zahid Ali to bowl some spin. they're sticking with the medium pace. I suppose they're feeling that it hasn't hurt them as yet, and they don't need to maybe take the pace off.
Yeah, I think also, I have a sneaky feeling that keeping the pace off for Munshi at the end.
Yeah.
In case he comes out, you know, that he didn't look as good against spin as he did against pace. It will be a tough little stop, but it will be stopped. So just a single. That was Zain Ali that faces that one. Aslam Muhammad is the man who has joined him. So they're two playmakers. And Zain Ali will retain the strike. Moves to 11. 6 overs down. 47 for 2. Sad to say, there's a fair bit of support for the baby voice in the chat.
Oh.
Rico, well, don't often disagree with the viewers.
Don't worry.
Make me mute you. Anyway, I'm just hoping for less misfield so we don't hear it. But that's
Thank you, everybody.
Keep the feedback coming.
Thank you very much. No, it's done and dusted. The time for voting is over.
I voted pretty hard. Well, it's 82% for and 18 against at the moment. Yuvraj Singh has just donated 500 rupees saying Rico is an all-rounder. He can do anything. Well, this one's blasted out of the ground and this one won't be pulled back. Maximo! What a shot by Zain Ali. Well, he decided that he needed a human sacrifice of Walid Sikandar, but he survived him. And now he's making hay while the sun's shining. That one out of the ground.
Yeah, big shot. And I think that was all about the batters getting the communication right. I mean, Sikandar Ali, I mean, in fairness, he wasn't going at any better rate than Sikandar at that time. But I think he probably believed that he's the one that now can go big. So Maqsood, well, once again, his first ball goes for runs.
Still can't believe your baby voice is now earning us money in the chat. Shows you people pay for anything. Anyway, this next one, we'll find out the deep mid wicket. He does well to block it. Keeps it to 1. We'll get a first chance to see Aslam Muhammad on strike. Mayur Patel saying, imagine Bale 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 in baby voice. Well, there's a challenge for you.
No, I don't think I could.
If you really like it, maybe we'll just get Rico doing a whole game in the baby voice. Then we'll see how you like it. I don't think it's really strange like that. Goes for it and doesn't quite get it. Just the single. I once scored an entire cricket game in Roman numerals. There you go. This is a random fact I've never brought out before.
Did you?
I scored just
the whole game.
The whole game. It was an indoor cricket match, so it's mostly just numbers. You write the number next to the batter, and then you write the running total. But when you get to like 88, it's very hard to fit in the box because it's like LXXXVII. In the air, and I think this one is also going to travel. This one is out of here. Maximo! Well, Zain Ali, he is on a mission now to raise this score, and once again, he gets something he likes. He gets a length ball, and he puts it over the leg side for 6.
It's a beautiful shot. It really is a classy hit. I like the way he gets the full propeller into this. He goes all the way around, but lovely shape. Gets down on one knee, gets all the power in it. We've seen a number of batters being caught on the rope. Well, if you hit him like that, you're not going to get caught.
More requests for a Bale 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 in baby voice, so maybe the next 6, you can do it. How long will we have to wait, though? Maqsood getting the treatment. This won't be 6. It will be an awkward stop, but really, Wasim Ahmed has been brilliant in the field. I mean, think about that one he pulled back. I still think that was an incredible piece of fielding. Rico's practicing in the background. I tell you, there's some noises. Just nails on a chalkboard for me.
I don't think I can do it. I don't know. I'll try.
You know,
I'm only just nursing my voice back.
People have spoken. Yeah, this is right off the end of the bat. They will get 1. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 63 for 2. Now they've got up to 90 pace, so tracking okay, Chivinate, after a bit of a shaky start. Well, one thing that we will be launching over the next month or 2, don't have an exact date yet, but we're looking forward to developing ECN Plus, and that is something that's been working on. They're working on in head office, and that's just about giving people the opportunity to give back to ECN and providing couple of different features so that it can enhance your viewing experience, and we'll have more information about that as it comes to hand, but we really want to obviously give our loyal viewers and our supporters the opportunity to support us in a very, very modest way, but a way that if enough people can jump on board, it certainly helps us take what we're doing to the next level and keeps us in operation and keeps us growing the game in Europe, which is what it's all about. So stay up to date on our social media as things take shape with regards to ECN Plus. know the plans are maybe to launch it sometime in August. So yeah, looking forward to that. And now they are going to go to Zahid Ali, the captain. Bowled really well earlier. Yeah, I think this is all about him bowling at the end. I think that Chivinate prefer the pace on the ball. And he's almost going to grab it, caught and bowled. Now he might get a run out if he can pick it up, but he can't pick it up. But, wow, this one was smacked back at him and almost stuck.
Yeah, I mean, this almost does. He almost gets it second chance as well. It's hit pretty hard. He's reaching for it, but he does get both hands to it. Take a look here. Gets two hands, and then he's not able to see it on the rebound.
All right, he launches this one, steps across, and this one has wings. It's out of here. Maximo, Enrico. The entertainment just keeps on coming. I almost feel like I'm finished out of here with Alvin from the Chickmunks. As that one flies out of here. Oh, there you go. I mean, that was huge. That one went a mile. Good footwork by Zayn Ali, who's up and about now. And now he goes and fetches this, but he might have found trouble. It's just over the fielder. Wazim Ahmed can't pull this one back. And it's back-to-back Maximos for Zayn Ali, who moves to 37.
This is a big hit. Boom, shakalaka, because this ball is wide. He can leave it, and it would have been called a wide. So to hit it wide, back foot, all the way there, over the boundary where other batters have failed to do, it goes to show you the power of the man.
Yeah, and so Zahid Ali, he puts it where he wants it. He makes him basically go fetch it from outside the tram line, but he does. But he just got it. And now they'll move an extra fielder to the leg side boundary. So you've basically got 4 fielders between mid-on and deep square leg there, protecting this boundary. I think they'll be pretty happy to see Zayn Ali at the other end at the moment.
Yeah, they take the signal. I mean, it's one of those. I mean, there's still plenty of time, I suppose, plenty of balls left in the innings. I mean, on another situation, you probably say, right, this is coming to the bowler. I'm going to take 2. I just want to stay on strike.
Bit of pole news. Come back to that in a second. He decides to go straight, but he might have found the fielder here. It's taken. Good catch. That's Nasir Mahmood, who had a bit of a folly a little while ago, but this time he does hold on to the catch, so it will be Aslam Muhammad that has to go. Didn't get too much of the strike. He goes for 3 or 4. Zayn Ali is the man that will have to carry on, but it's Zahid Ali that takes his 4th wicket of the day. He took 3 earlier on. Nice catch this, moving around to his right.
Yeah, well taken. And yeah, he didn't really get the opportunity to get going. I suppose when you got one guy who's hitting the ball big, I mean, you just got to try and sort of support him at the other end and play those big shots. And that's exactly what we're going to see now, because it looks like Islam Munshi is ready to make his way out there. Yeah. He's not going to hang around. He's going to go for
this. Is going to be interesting because Munshi didn't really look that comfortable against the spin yesterday. And he will be facing up first up. Let's see if he goes for it, or maybe just takes the 1 and hands it back over to Zayn Ali, because Zayn Ali has had the better of Zahid Ali so far.
Munshi is not going to take a 1 on purpose. It'll be a swing. If it's a miss hit, he'll take the 1. Otherwise, he's going for the big shot.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. But he will, for example, takes the 1. He's likely to get a pacer in the 9th. So let's see what happens, because it is last ball of the over coming up. Now, I like that the robot has done a repoll, because the first one you won 82-18. But in case it was an error, he's reversed the question, saying who loves it. And now we'll see if we still get the same result. Anyway, here we go with the last ball of the 8th. Munshi for the first time. Well, he does smack it pretty hard. I think he probably will end up with 1. Chance of 2. Decides against it. So set your watches. It's Munshi o'clock. 8 overs down. 78 for 3.
Yeah, 78 for 3. So they're still, I mean, still on the definitely on the 90 pace, but the projected score at the moment, they're saying more around the 100.
Yeah, well, exactly right. I mean, they're not far off that 10 and over pace. 11 and over gets them from here to that 100. This is a big over, though. I mean, this is exactly where you want Munshi. 9th over. We'll see who bowls, but I've got a feeling that they will have to go with a seamer here. When you've got Rahim Qureshi to come back for his 2nd, I think that's who's going to get it. It is. So good battle as Chividate try and accelerate towards the 3 figures. Wherever you're watching from around the world, get ready, because this will be action-packed. Munshi on strike in the 9th. And he can't get what he wants there. Just tentatively pushes at it in the end, and valuable dot ball.
Dot balls, as we always say, is gold dust in this format of the game. And that dot ball against the batter of the explosive power of this from Munshi. It's only a little guy,
Yeah.
but don't let that fool you. He can hit the ball a mile.
Goes short. And Munshi does like it in the slot. This isn't there, so he just hacks across it and gets one. And Qureshi winning the battle so far, but now he has to deal with Zayn Ali in full flight. He's moved to 38.
Yeah, he's been a good knock from him so far. You won't want to let the side down now here. You'd want to finish, I mean, ideally, he'd be thinking about being a little selfish and getting a 50 as well as getting that score up to that 100 mark. Let's see if you can do it.
Oh, gets full toss, and this will be touch and go.
No ball being called as well.
Well, it was called on the field, and this time, Wasim Ahmed cannot pull it back. He bats it over the boundary. Maximal. And yeah, I think it's a good call. That's waist high for me. Remember, if it's waist high or above, they're meant to be called. Shouldn't be bowling them that high. So a bit of a game breaker there. Free hit on the way as well.
Well, he absolutely thumped this. Once again, good, powerful hit. I think it is the attempt is slower delivery as well. And there's the 6 being signalled just for confirmation. That's 7 then. 1 no ball. And the 6 is also a warning for the bowler. So Qureshi, he's under a bit of pressure here. Free hit.
Overcooks the Yorker. Sound the free hit alarm. And this is just straight up. We'll start running. You might get 2 here because it's gone so high. And they will. So they're going to think about a throw. And he does throw to the other end. Smart running though. Zayn Ali moves to 46 with that shot.
Yeah, very good, very clever. Gets a double. So turning out to be a pretty good over so far.
Hello to Michael Daub, who's in the chat. Michael Germany. Hope you're well. He said he's missed it. Hasn't caught enough of it lately. So it's nice to have you with us. Seeing the shirt numbers, the dedication of amateurs. And even talking about our voices. Maybe even your baby voice. 46. Make that 47, or will it be? Might have had a chance to run him out if he picked it up. He doesn't, so just a single up to 89.
Hello, Michael. Really good to see you back in the chat. And, maybe, well, I certainly hope so, when the crew are in Dresden or Crefeld, we get a chance to meet in person again.
Yeah, I think he's planning to make it down to Dresden. That's what I've got my holiday, so I keep missing Michael, but it's good to have him in virtual form anyway. 8 to come in the innings. This is a big swing and a miss from Munshi. He goes walkabout and comes up empty-handed.
You've got to stand still, Munshi. That's when he's at his best, to stand still and just peppers the ball to the boundary. And you see that Zayn just going up to him and having a chat. And I reckon this is about, look, buddy, ball to come. Don't really want to take a single. I want to face the last over. So come on, do me a favour. Smash this to the boundary.
Oh, that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Munshi, 1,000%. Here we go, last ball of the night. Hits it, and they will take the single. They won't get a fumble either, got to say. Wasim Ahmed's been in the action, and most of what he's done, he's done very well. End of 9, the score is 90 for 3.
Yeah, 90. That's already going to make it competitive, Vinny.
Oh, yeah.
But look, 6 balls to try and really accelerate that. 6 balls to try and get to the 100. Get to the 100, and I think they'll be happy. I was saying that the minimum that they want to try and get to give themselves that comfort barrier when they're in the field is 100. They ideally would love 110, but
here's the thing with Chandra Brescia. They haven't hit 100 in the series yet. So their scores off their 10 overs, 73, 88, 72. They hit 88 in a successful chase. That took 9.4 overs. They scored 70 off 10 overs in this game yesterday against Chivadate. And then earlier today, they chased down 82. But again, they did that in the very last over. So they haven't actually touched 90 in the series. So this can have to be their best performance so far. Munshi against the spin, but he gets it. Good enough. Maximal. Oh, what a good shot that is. Munshi just timing it up perfectly. Stays in his crease this time.
yeah.
And it's fast hands, which gets this out of the ground. Maximo time.
Yeah, that's the key. He doesn't go walk around. He stays inside his crease. You can see that Zahid Ali trying to just keep this ball wide out of his reach. But though he does, Munchi's quick on it. Very quick hands, like you said. Smashes this for a big 6.
I'd go slower to Munchie rather than faster. And he does. And guess what? Same result. It's up and away. Back to back. Rolls the dice. Comes up double sixes. Well, no Zion Ali on strike. No worries. As back-to-back Maximos start the 10th over.
Kinna Sona Zabardasti batting. 6 more. Well, 2 balls, 6 runs. 100 comes up. 102. Well, there you go. That's the minimum. And now maybe they will get to the 110. Who knows? The skipper under attack.
About 6 sixes. Well, jinxed it pretty good. Will they push for 2 here? It's a funny one. I think normally you'd want Zion Ali on strike. We'd have a case for trying to get Munchie back there because he did go back-to-back Maximos. But I think Zion Ali, he's also shown he can take Zahid Ali deep. So, yeah, Munchie didn't look too convincing against the spinners yesterday, but certainly with nothing to lose, whacking a couple out of the ground off the first couple of balls of this over. Amount of 6s in this inning is what Sujit's asking. And we've seen 8 6s in the inning. I mean, the average is about 4 per inning, so they've hit twice as many. And speaking of 6s, we'll go fetch this one. This is up the hill, and that's a big hit from Zion Ali, who brings up his 50, and he's hit 6 of them alone. Fantastic innings in a sudden death matchup, and he has launched this one miles over the boundary. Well batted.
Oh, this is sensational. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी अपने ज़ाइन आली ने अपनी 50 बना ली पूरी कर ली. कितना बड़ा छक्का. Well, that is big. Tell you what, this is a remarkable innings. I'll tell you why in a minute. Well, he's not finished yet. He's up in the air. He could be the end of him, and it will be. The catch has been taken, so he's not able to finish with a big 6. The other thing that is disappointing for him, you can see that he's upset because Munchie won't be on strike. It'd be a new batter that will go on strike. But look, they've got 109 on the board. It's remarkable because, I mean, there's not been too many batters that have got in the runs here. From my recollection, that is only the 3rd half century that's been scored. And to score it in a match like this, in an elimination match, is huge.
Yeah, absolutely huge. You remember that incident earlier where there was a run-out, a bit of a mix-up between Zain Ali and Waleed Sakana, the opener.
Yeah.
But Zain Ali made sure that he wasn't the one that was going to go. And it's worked out all right, even though Asa Muhammad failed. But Munchie's come in, whacked a couple of his own. He's got 16 off 8. Usama Muzaffar will face the last ball. Yeah, so that's a good rule. The no crossing on a catch, just coming into All Cricket from October, rewards the fielding side for taking the wicket. Unless we had a wide and they scramble an extra run or something. Looks like Munchie will have to stay at the non-striker's end. 109 plus this. Jadra Brescia haven't hit 90 in the series so far.
They'll be running here. They've got to run. Whatever happens, got to run.
Yeah, well, you might as well go for 2 here and see Munchie's away. Keeper's end's where you got to go now. And he fumbles. And now they might even think of a 3rd, but the throw does go to the keeper. So they will get the Nelson. 1-1-1 for 4 in the end. Chibanate, after a slow start, remember they're only 15 after the power play. They're actually 37 in the first half of the innings, but they put together 74. So they literally double their pace in the second half of the innings on the way to 111. And Jandril Brescia, well, they're going to have to bat out of their skins, the hosts, if they're to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good performance. And I think it's sort of gone to very much the plan. It's the sort of way that Chibanate do go about things. They don't go wild. They don't go ballistic in the power play because they know that they can rely on the acceleration that comes towards the end of the innings. It's something that's worked for them a few times. So they're in the power play. There's a bit of swinging and missing. But they also did get lucky. I'll tell you who didn't get lucky. He did that shot twice, didn't he? Going down, banging his shoulder on the ground. And Siginda, well, he may have only come in for 1 match. He may only last 1 match. I think he might do damage to his shoulder. But look, he does it again here, bang. But this time when he gets up, he was giving it a good rub. But it's just as well he did because he was able to send one out the ground as well. But he was going around about a runner ball. Well, that one certainly helped. A big misfield there. That was superb. I tell you what, if this match is decided by just a number of runs, that bit of fielding that we saw out there from Wasim Ahmed, well, that is match-winning stuff. This also was the correct decision here made. They had to make a decision who goes, who stays. They got it right. Zakinder went, Zain stayed, and then he went on to play a very, very important innings for his side. Also brings up his 50. He scored 53 very good runs, but he hit the ball so well, so powerfully as well. But, well, this one didn't quite go to the boundary from Asa Muhammad, but that just meant that Munchie came in, and Munchie, well, he didn't mess around too much as well. He played an important role, 16 of 8. But it was a hitting power. Well, that's the one up from Munchie. That went big. But it was a good finish there in the end from the two lads. And those two, they ran hard when they had to get the 111 on the board. So there's that scorecard there for you. Walid Sukinda, he comes in playing his first match. He gets run out, but look, it was the way that they decided who it should be that goes. Should I stay or should I go? Well, you should go because Zain Ali needs to stay, and that's why he got 53 on the board. Nothing too much from the captain, Kunjina or Arsenal Mohammed, but they could rely on others coming out there and scoring runs. Isham Munshi, he played a vital part in that little mini partnership with Zain Ali. Helped to get the acceleration in, as you heard from Mr. Maximo. 37 it was in the first 5, and then 74 in the second 5. That's what they're able to do. The bowling figures, well, there was a bit of pain there for the captain, Zahid Ali. He did pick up 2 wickets, but he also goes for 36 runs. 25 and 22 coming off Maqsood and Qureshi. Maqsood wasn't quite at his best every time. His first ball in each over went for a Maximo. And Wasim Ahmed, he was good. Look, how about his figures? 1 wicket, 2 overs just for 5. That's why it was so hard for them to get going at the top part of the order. But they timed their assault to perfection. Or did they? 111 on the board from Chibidate. So 112 will be required by Janjua Brescia if they are to stay alive and if we are to see them in Saturday's finals day. It's going to be more runs than we've seen them scored so far. Also, it's a lot of fronts to score in an elimination match as well when you've got the pressure on you. Join me, though, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo as we come back to the conclusion of this match. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and we'll be back for what promises to be an exciting, spicy finish in about 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the action here in Italy. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Brescia, and what a match we have for you here in store. It's halfway through the match, the eliminator between Cividate and Giangio Brescia. One of these two teams will be seen again in this series tomorrow on finals day one. We would have to sadly say goodbye to. We've already had to say goodbye to Pac Lansgeti today. And one other team will have to join them as we say adios. Who will it be? Well, Cividate, they've done themselves a huge favour putting the runs on the board. 111, 112 required by Giangio Brescia. And it's going to be Fahad, who's facing up first. Gets bat onto ball. Will take the single. Arslan Mohammed doing the bowling. And one thing that Cividate do is they make you work. They're everything we've seen from them in the field has been electric. They stand united together. They are buzzing. They support each other. They motivate each other, and they'll be hoping that they can do that here as well and register a very famous win for them. It's a good delivery, a lot of shape on this. This is what Arslan Mohammed does. He really does get the ball to swing in big. And it's a little bit like Mohammed Afzal in that area. And maybe a little bit like Janak Awaz as well. Gets big swing on the ball. Two openers, Fahad Ali and Umar Bagh. Both got runs on the board. He gets into position and then just plays a little leave. He's thinking that this one maybe is coming back in. Oh, good delivery, right in the block hole. Now, this is the only disappointing thing for me, is it's bowled well, it's blocked out. But when you've got so many bodies out on the offside, look, they all congregate together there, like they're having a little meeting. But there should be no run there. I mean, got plenty of bodies out on the offside. One of them has to be in there to stop this single. This is going to be really frustrating for the bowler. Really good ball. It's just a defensive shot, but they're going to get a single from it. And that shouldn't happen. I think you've got to have one man that's in there to stop that. Three on the leg side. Everybody else on the off got that slip in place as well. And this has been launched, and this will be runs. It's a big area to try and patrol out there. Just goes, pitches a little bit too much. Went for the Yorker's delivery, but just strays slightly onto the pads of the batter, and he's quick onto it. That's a nice shot played by Umar. And, definitely what they need. Just keep picking up these boundaries here. They don't want to drop too far behind in the power play. That's critical. I mean, you're starting, around about 11 and over. So you've got to stay at that. When that goes to about 15, well, then you really start to struggle. And this one, he plays at it, probably would have been a wide and get the single. So it gets drawn to the shot. That's Baig this time. And end of the first. So see already, even with that boundary, 8 of the over, so you're 3 short, means that your rate starts to go up, and all of a sudden, I think in the mind of the batters, you're already thinking maybe, okay, if we were 3 short on that one, maybe we need to add 3 on that. No, we need 14 or 15 of this one. So if you're not up with the rate, plays your mind. 341 now matches without a golden ball. Approaching the 350 mark. We didn't think we were going to get to 300 now. We're getting close to 350. That record, European Cricket Network record, just grows bigger and bigger. Zayn Ali into the attack. Starts with a very wide delivery. Well, you can give him that. He's had a long day out there. Made a remarkable contribution with about a very good innings of 53 of 23 deliveries to help his team to the position that they're in. And this is called another wide. Once again, just toying around with that line. But you see the umpires, they've been very consistent with these calls. Just any part of the ball that's anywhere near this is going to get called. So 2 wide to start off with. And this one, yeah, you see the movement away. I mean, the batter, in fairness, I mean, okay, he needs to play big shots, but I think if he's making contact with this, I think that ball's just going up in the air, nowhere else. Hits it pretty well, and this will go all the way. 6 runs, and that's a better shot. That shot, it was on. Gets there, gets down, gets dirty, gets a 6, big hit. And it just gets right under this. It's a nice shot. 6 runs. Que guay, que grande, bel corpo. Eso es grande, grandissimo. And that's what they need. That will help. That really was the first legal ball of the over as well. And this one is right at him. Dot ball. He's thinking now in his mind. You see, he's doing the maths. 2 wides, got the 6. That's 8 of them. Plenty of balls still to come in the over. Just got to stay focused. Just got to concentrate on putting the bar balls away and trying to make something happen with the good deliveries. Ali in once more. Gets a swing, it's up in the air and it's going to go over the fielders. They chase hard and they're not going to get there. It's 4 more runs. Well, sometimes fortune favours the brave. Hay suerte aquí, hay suerte. Hay poquito de suerte y hay 4 carreras más. 4 more, pressure on, and this is the over they needed. All of a sudden, you see, things didn't go to plan in the first. Finished around 3 runs short of where they wanted to be. And now this one, oh, they've got 12 from it already, 20 on the board, 3 more balls to come. You just don't want to do anything silly here now. And well, he does, and he pumps away another bad ball. And this one is going to be 4 more. 4 carreras más. Well, he may have been maybe the hero with the bat, but he's turning into be a bit of a villain with the ball. That's 4 more. And this over now goes for 16 with still 2 balls to go. And maybe, I mean, in hindsight, I'm sure that when the captain, if the captain did, of course, Kuljinder speak to Zane would said, yeah, I'm going to bowl the first over. Of course I am. I'm fine. He's probably thinking now, well, maybe I should have perhaps just waited a tad. But anything can change. Get a wicket here. And all of a sudden, it becomes a good over. But at the moment, it's a great start. I mean, they're double where Chivadate were. Goes for it straight down the ground again, and it's going to be 6 more. Bolle, 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 kinna, sona, shaka, lugya, brrr. Just like that, this one goes magical with a ball to go as well. 22 off the over, and the ball still to come. It just goes to show how things can change so much. And with the bat, he couldn't do anything wrong. And yet here, with the ball, he's been taken apart. We've taken him to the sword. Can he finish well? Played out into the off. And, well, in comes the throw. A good hit, and he could be in trouble. They're asking the question. Well, the batters will go and take the other. And now the ball becomes dead. What do the umpires decide? No signal to go upstairs. It was a direct hit. I'd like to see this again. Let's see here. Where's the batter? Where's the ball? In comes the throw. Bat in that moment. I think that bat is in. Is that bat in the air? Is it grounded? Is it in the air or is it grounded? I think it just goes on the ground. Only just. Ooh, really, really close though. Very close. Survives, I think. What a start this is from Tangier Brescia. You know that they haven't really put any runs on the ball. But look, that's a good side of it. Look, the bat clearly can be seen on the ground there. Great work once more from our production partner, Spring Productions. Excellent work from Martins. And also here on site, we've got Valentine and Kediolis. Excellent work, guys. Loving the sport and loving what you do out there What a start. 32 on the board already. No wickets down. And look, it was in the 5th over is when we saw Chividate get into the 30s. So they're under pressure straight away. How are they going to respond? How are they going to fight back? They're going to stick with Aslam Mohammed. In the air, this has gone a long way up. Adios pelota, porque eso es 6 más. Ginna sona shakka lag gaya. Gidda aj swad aa gaya ke nahi? What a good time to welcome back into the Ice Cube Vinny Sandhu. What a start, Vinny.
Well, take cover because Chandra Brescia batting like there's no tomorrow. And there will be no tomorrow for them if they don't chase these 112. What a shot that is. The bike's been a revelation, hasn't he? He's really broken out of it. But that was Farhan Ali. He wants to launch again. This one comes back just inside the tram line. And yeah, I mean, how about your day turning around if you're Zain Ali, who whacked a fair few maximos in his half century, but then he gets smacked for a few himself in that last over, which did go magical, I'm trying to say, with 2 6s, 2 4s. There's 2 and 2 wide, so 24 off the second over. Just what you need, but still plenty to do. How long can this last for Chandra Brescia? Well, this is hit really well as well. This will be for Cuatro Carreras Más. Farhan Ali, well, he's seen it. Now he's doing it. He moves into double figures.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, I think this is all you sort of know what the ball is going to do. So he's playing shots, knowing that ball is coming into him, and it's a good shot to play. It all matters. It all counts here. This is the one they want to try and target. This is the last one in the power play. And at the moment, well, this is exactly where they want to be in the power play. They're in the 40s already.
Here's the next delivery from Arslan. Oh, interesting. Let's let it go. It's, probably was a block hole delivery, so probably wasn't going to be able to do too much with it anyway. The length is pretty much Yorker length, but just wide of the stumps. Yuvraj Singh, thank you very much for your generosity. When he gave you 500 rupees for the baby voice, he's given you 1,000 rupees for the brrrr. I know that he loves that. And how about this from Tarek? He's saying, why did the Scarecrow win all the awards? Because it was outstanding in the field. Dad joke time.
Okay, that's all right. I quite like that.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's right up your alley, that one.
Yeah, I like that.
Probably jot that down. This partnership now worth 42. Hit down the ground. Just one. And so Farhan Ali gets out the way, gives by 1 ball here in the 3rd. And see, look at that back foot. But I mean, one of the issues is it has to be grounded on the line. I don't know how the umpire's meant to tell that. So yeah, giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt there. 19 off this over, in danger of going for 20. 19 off this spell, I should say. Nice ball of power play coming up. Low full toss, almost takes out the umpire, but it will get to the boundary. So Baig, he's not losing any pace despite being starved with a strike this over. And well, this one almost takes out the non-striker, almost deturbans the umpire. But the result is 4, and at the end of the power play, the score is 47 without loss. What a start.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed, because now they've got themselves the runs on the board. They put the pressure right back on Chividate, and now even though the field is going to be spread, well, it's almost like you feel that they can afford maybe 1 tight over and still be on top here. Got wickets in hand, but yeah, I mean, Umabag, what a start from him. And at the moment, I think Farhan Ali is saying, well, yeah, that's cool. I'm quite happy just to watch you do what you're doing. He's doing his thing. It's a great strike rate from him at the moment.
We just haven't seen too much of this at all, of batters coming out and even hitting kind of 20 plus off their first 10, never mind 30 plus. He's been brilliant, and he's got it down under control. But having said that, it's still a fairly steep hill to climb for Chandra Brescia. Kuljinder Singh is going to mix it up with a bit of spin now in the 4th over. He's bowling to Farhan Ali. He starts with a wide, keeping by Abdul Rahman to block that down the leg side. I mean, Rahman, don't want to talk about it too much, but of course he is the man that cost us the golden ball yesterday when his underarm shot, the stumps missed on the last ball. The block hole, pretty good bowling from Kuljinder. They've just kept 1. Let's see how Baig approaches the slower offerings of Kuljinder Singh.
Yeah, this is now the contest. Barg has been ruthless at the moment. You saw him take Zayn Ali to the sword. Will he go after Kunjinda? I don't think he needs to change. He's a positive approach here. Let's see.
This is hit to the leg side. Just one. So yeah, change of pace is so important. I think you're going to have variation in your attack. I mean, that's something that was commentating with Corey earlier this year, and he was talking about his approach in the limited overs matches for Spain. He wanted a right arm seamer, left arm seamer, left arm finger spinner, right arm finger spinner, and a wrist spinner all in the lineup as a minimum. So 5 completely different bowlers. So obviously something that coaches are thinking about. Now they're going to take a second. No, they're not. I suppose if you're not 100%, probably makes sense to stay at home there, not risk this partnership on a run out. This partnership's already past 50. Agenda speeds this one up a little bit. And well fielded down there by Zayn Ali. I think mental resilience is something I look for in players in this kind of atmosphere. So, I mean, Zayn Ali, he's had the good and the bad so far, but he just needs to keep his composure. I mean, he's likely to probably have to bowl a second over at some point, and then in the meantime, he's got an important job to do in that long on fielding position. Here's another dad joke for you from James Stewart saying, telling jokes in the lift is always good. They work on so many levels.
Okay, I can see where that's coming from.
Well done. This will just be a single. What were we talking earlier about? Anyway, the question about what kind of students we were, and you answered, and I didn't really. For the most part, I was a good student. Kind of went off the rails a little bit in my early teens. I started not really giving my schoolwork enough attention. This one, not an easy stop, and wow, somehow it's gotten through for 4. I mean, it does seem to get in a good position, but the emergence of Zayn Ali to his right has just thrown Aslam Mohammed here. Let's just have a look exactly what went down here. See, he gets a hand on it, and yeah, and it just deflects away from the fielder who came too far. So they get a boundary from nothing at the end of the 4th over, and the score is 58 for no loss. Very, very warm welcome to all of you. Don't care where you're watching from around the world. You're part of our family, the European cricket family. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Falls with me. Very happy Peacock Friday as well to everybody. Nice effort on the shirt today. And, well, it's a big game, isn't it? I mean, they're all big games from here on out.
Huge.
We've got this one. We've got a bonus game for you today because we have 5 in the day because it's Super Friday. We'll see who'll get the double chance, along with Jinnah Brescia, who have been the most impressive team, really, through Super Friday so far, sweeping aside the other top 2 teams in the top 3 and securing top seed for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great day. Plenty of action. We've seen some low-scoring ones. We've seen Jinnah Brescia show what they can do. And now, in this one, with Chividate, they certainly batted really well. They batted well in the second part of their 5 overs, didn't it, where they scored 74 runs. And now they're seeing a fight back here from Denjua, who are doing what they couldn't do in the first 5, which is get the acceleration in. But can Chividate do the complete opposite and slow them down the second part of the innings? Well, they won't with this sort of bowling because that's just a Gundy ball, and that is just going to be pumped away to the boundary. So that's not a good ball. And, Ram Sunil comes into the attack, and he finds he's the one who's being rammed to the boundary.
Yeah, that was a good shot. I mean, it's good shot selection as well. Yeah, Chividate, I mean, this is a bit out of character because they've been really good lately at restricting in the field. Their defensive bowling's been good. Their fielding's been good. I mean, if you want to look back at their last couple of games, I mean, Brescia CC, they beat them. And they held Brescia CC to just 82 back in that match. It was match 11. They did it through good bowling and fielding. Now this could be a chance, and it's taken, and he launches it into the air. Aslam Mohammed, well, we saw him get a bit mixed up in that position a few moments ago, but Farhad Ali is going to have to go. He just flat bats that, and Sunil is the man that gets the first wicket for Chividate. Maybe that's a turning point. Jandra Brescia lose their first wicket at 64 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, Aslam Mohammed, that's what he does. He's just taken so many good catches in that area. He on one side, and then Zayn Ali on the other. They've been good out there. They needed to break this partnership. And the batter that they get out is Farhad Ali. He's made a good contribution in that partnership of 64. He goes to 22 of 14. But they needed something to happen. They do get the breakthrough. And, well, maybe it's time for them now to get back in this match. Because at the moment, up until then anyway, it's been all Janjua Brescia.
Good player to come in, though, with Wasim Ahmed promoted to 3. I think that makes sense. Batted really well earlier today in a pressure situation. As we approach the halfway point of this innings, he scored 39 off 17 against PLG. As he steered them to the victory target of 77. Right now, they need a few more. He's been hitting him well. Ramsdale with the wicket. He gets driven away, but there's protection there. Should just be 1. So, yeah, Chividate, I talked about them knocking over Brescia CC in that match. And then yesterday, of course, we saw them restricting Brescia to 69 in much this to 70, I should say, in much the same way. It wasn't enough to win the game, but you know, certainly they were able to put the brakes on. But right now, they've almost conceded as many in less than half of the allotted 10 overs. Out, full toss. This is in the air. And it could be a chance, and it's out. And once again, we see it given.
Well, I tell you what, he was going to launch this one in the air as well, but he thought if I do, I'll probably knock the block off of Zayn Ali, who ended up coming right in his way. So he holds back, but he takes it, and it goes in the air. Well, the batters are asking a question about the height. Well, I don't think it is. I think he's come out the crease. It's a slow delivery. I think it's going to dip. It's dipping all the way. Look, it's dipping. The batter comes out to it. I don't think this is, and they're going to have a look.
Yeah,
For me, that's out.
I agree with you. I mean, I think it's just marginally below the waist. If it was called on the field, I could understand why. But you see, he's a step out of his crease. He hits it, and it's already, I think, fractionally below the belt buckle there. And I think Bug's going to have to go here. We'll wait for the final decision. I mean, it's one of those ones, I mean, I would call it marginal. It's one of those ones, I think they're going to stick with the umpire's call on the field. So if the umpire feels it's high, it'll probably stay high. If the umpire doesn't, and I think it'll be out. And I think now he gets the message, and it is given. What a good catch, though, by Aslam Mohammed. We saw him fumble one that went to the boundary, but he's taken 2 important ones. Now both openers back in the shed. And Janjua Brescia still plenty to do if they're to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what a big over. I mean, Ram Sunil, he didn't start well, did he, with the Gundy ball? I don't know what's happening here. They've given the decision as out. I saw it given as out, and then they all paused again. They're just making sure. I don't mind making sure, get it right. They have got it right. I think that's the correct decision. So out has been given. And, yeah, I mean, 2 wickets there from the bowling of Ram Sunil. But for me, Vinny, it's all about the catching of Aslam Mohammed. What a great pair of catches those are on the boundary. Pressure situation. I'm just so happy he didn't throw that last one because Aslam Ali was in the... Zayn Ali, I was going to say, was in firing line.
Yeah, but this is more like the Chividate that we've seen as far as their fielding's gone anyway. You know, this is what has gotten him into games.
Yeah, have a look. He takes the catch and look, he's ready to launch it and think, oh, I better not. And then he's the one who gets launched instead. That's a lovely moment, isn't it?
Back to being friends. I mean, they had a little bit of a frustrating moment on the boundary a few minutes ago. But since then, the game changing. So we're almost seeing a reverse, aren't we? We'll just make sure we get the striker right here. Of course, new batter will be on strike. New batter is Naeem Ahmed. So we've got the brothers out there. Wasim and Naeem Ahmed for Janjua Brescia right now. And just have a look at the comparison. Chividate were 37 at this stage. Then they came up with 74 in the second half. Will be a reverse kind of an innings for Janjua Brescia. Naeem will get 1 to start. So pretty good over from Ramsinel. He gets both openers in the 5th. He takes 2 for 8 in that over. The score 66 for 2.
I mean, you'd still say they're on course where they need to be. And that's it. See, this is what when people say, well, Rico, what do you mean when you get a good power play in and you're on top? And I say, well, it gives them that little buffer. Well, that's the buffer. They've used the buffer up now, if you like. 2 wickets have gone in that over. It hasn't gone for too many runs. So the buffer's been used up. And as you can see, no damage has really been done. They're still well on top here. But the issue is you've got 2 new batters in that have to start again from scratch. Kuljinder will continue. I'm liking that plan. He's just got to make sure he doesn't fire that one down the leg side. Once he's attacked the off stump and attacking the stumps, he's so much better. But every so often, it's almost the first ball he bowls always goes down the leg. Let's see if he can stop that from happening. He gets this one in the right area. It's just flicked away for a single. This is the opportunity, this next few overs, that Chividate can get themselves back in the match. But just getting some tight overs in and taking that rate required back up to the over the 10, back to the 11 mark if they can.
Kuljinder Singh. Let's see if he can maybe grab a 3rd or 4th wicket here. Dad jokes flying everywhere in the chat at the moment. I won't read them all out. You can go check them out yourself if you like. Out of the ground, and see you later. So Wazine continuing on his good form. That one's halfway up the hill. Maximo! What a good shot as Jan Brescia swing their way into the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ball I'm talking about now, Vinny. That's the one. He just gets this one full onto the legs, and any good batter is going to put that away. That's the one he's got to try and eradicate from his bowling.
Goes again, but this time it's outside the offside. He's a bit lucky to get away with this. He'll just get one. Well, no, maybe no, it doesn't go too far from the pitch, so I'll just stick with one. Saying everyone's throwing dad jokes on, and I don't know whether people are Googling them. Maybe they've got maybe they just dad jokes, I know, but I made my own one up.
Go on,
do you want
let's
to hear
yours. Come on, let's hear yours.
Topical today.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the crematorium owner need to take time off? He was burnt out. Rico speechless.
Oh dear, oh dear. You didn't just make that up,
I did.
did you?
Yeah. I'm in
Okay.
the wrong career.
Okay.
One good joke a year, and that was it. All right, this one actually spins back a bit. Knocked down to long on for one. Yeah, well. Yeah. What they say when you're on holiday, breathe it in. Is that what they normally say?
Yeah, I mean, it's we've breathed some things in the last few weeks, and well, maybe you'll have to see this with this one. It's wide, and the fielder, it's got to take this. He does good work, good hands.
Good attacking fielding, isn't it, out there? And that is the palm in the zone. He just patrols that boundary so well. I think we're in for another big finish here, Rico. I mean, having said that, I mean, these two could blast Jan Brescia home in plenty of time, but you just feel like it could go down to the wire.
Oh, what is this?
He's taking pace off. Challenging him, the batter to make the pace.
Thing is, though, that's a risky one to bowl because he hasn't really got the field for it. He hasn't got the third man back on the boundary. Hasn't got a backward pointing back.
Smart batting. This one wasn't quite there to smack. So Nine will take a single. It's the end of 6 overs. As captain, Kuljinder ends up going for 23 off his spell. 6 overs down. It's 78 for 2.
Yeah, and you see that over there, that one big six, a couple of wides, and all of a sudden, without even doing too much, that's 12 that's come off it. So they're right on top here at the moment, and it's all about wickets now. And this is where Chividarte need to be thinking, okay, let's not just go with our normal pattern of who would use when. Let's think about who gets wickets for us. And I think even though Zayn Ali's first over was expensive, I think you have to give him the ball back and just say, look, all right, it was one of those overs, but we know you've been good for us up until now. We need you now. Come on, show us what you can do. Get us the wicket.
Let me think about how they're going to do this. I think Sunil's going to get this one. You can understand why. Just took 2 in the last over that he bowled. That was in the 5th. I think they will go for whoever they think their 5th bowler is in 8 and 10, which only leaves over 9, where I think you probably do bring Zayn Ali back then. But I have a feeling they'll go for someone like Munshi as the 5th bowler here. And so we'll probably see him next. But Sunil was great, wasn't he, in the first over he bowled? Only conceded 8. Just driven away nicely off the back foot. Well handled. Paminda.
Oh, he's in. Oh, would you? Well, come on. That. Play the game. That's not fair, is it? Well, this ball, it looks like it's going into the keeper's hands. And probably an opportunity for a run out. And what the ball does.
Yeah, but it wasn't a good throw because it needed to get the keeper on the full. Needed a bit more Wheaties.
I think he would have made it in anyway.
Or it needed to be a flatter throw and you're less likely to get that kind of a bounce. But, yeah, I think he needed to throw it the full and then we might have had a run-out chance. Hit and run and a single. 30 off 21. Things are tightening up here, Rico.
Yeah, dot balls and singles. That's what Chividarte want here now.
Polls finished once again. 80-20 in favour of the baby voice. I mean, I hate...
Oh, that was still going on?
Yeah, they've let it go. They were hoping it would change around, I think.
I think you were hoping.
That wasn't me. It was a robot, I think. So I deflected away. Well, stop, just to run. Now, look, let's keep an eye on the gap between runs and balls. Okay, at the moment, it's 9. And the longer it stays at 9, the happier the fielding side will be here. Because then, basically, it's driving the rate up if it's just singles at the moment. But I feel like something's going to give one way or the other in the next couple of overs. Oh, this gets past.
That was close, wasn't it? That was close. It's a good delivery, pitches it right up. Doesn't miss the off stump by that much, a matter of centimetres.
The robot's gotten crazy. I think it must be Friday afternoon drinks in the office in headquarters in Munich, because the next poll question is, you get to select your shirt number. Would you prefer it to be above 2004 or below? Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is unbelievable. It's going to be a dead ball, but it will count as a dot. Side on. This is lodged between his legs. And I don't mean off the bat or anything. It's just straight lodged. And look at this. Bang. And straight off the leg. And there you go. Talk about a perfect trap.
Does he know it's there? And then it like he
just
lays an
out.
egg.
Hey, how? Try and do that at home. Anyway, yeah, dot to finish the over. It'll be 83 for 2 after 7. Coming up, we have the last match of Super Friday. So you get bonus time here. We're going into overtime, 5 games, because we do have to play match 20, playoff number 3, the last game before we head into finals tomorrow. And this is basically a straight shootout for the double chance. Brescia CC, they're 4-1. That was through the first 5 games. They lost a second game this morning. Kings 11, 3-3 now. And news from the toss, Kings 11 winning the toss and electing to bowl. So, should be it. An interesting one. Last time these two teams met, it was Brescia CC that put 100 on the board and defended it successfully. That was back in match 7.
Afsal comes on to bowl. The first one is worked away on the onside, and have they messed this one up? Ooh, well, they get 2. I think they were probably always going to take 2 there, but that was close to going over the rope here. Look, he needed it. In fact, I think he does the right thing to pick it up himself, because I think the other fielder, that was Isra, was on the floor all over the place. Afsal wants a good over in here. Can he get going without getting a boundary? Well, this is hit in that same area again. On the bounce. Gets the throw in. So the field at the moment seems to be right where it needs to be. That's the difference, isn't it? This is why the power play is so important. That's why them getting 47 runs in the first 3 was so important. Those sort of shots were gained to the boundary. Afsal, I still think he needs to go a bit wider outside the off. Now he tacks the stumps, and the wicketkeeper not able to take this cleanly. I mean, it's probably a good stop.
Tell me about this. I mean, do you think the batter's got a bit of a case here? Because the bowler's towel falls out when he bowls. Look at that. I mean, I'd find that distracting. Falls out the front of his trousers.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, what you could call there is a dead ball. They're probably quite happy.
Yeah,
that they've taken the single and get Ahmed on strike.
Honest, common sense, I'd give the batter the option. It's not his fault. And if he's happy with the result, he can keep it. Otherwise, you should be able to have that re-bowled. Interesting one.
Good shot. It's up in the air, and he's going to get it. It goes all the way. Bolle, Kinna Sona. Shaka, Lagia, que guay, que grande, que genial esta hombre. And that's why, Vinny, they don't mind with that single happening, because it just means that you get Wasim Ahmed back on strike.
Yeah.
And now, well, you got both of them, actually, both the Ahmeds. That was Naeem Ahmed, I think.
Well, the brothers
hit
out
that
there.
one.
Well, the brothers trying to swing Chandra Brescia to victory, and this is already their biggest total they've made all week. And so, yeah, going for Hamid Afzal instead of someone like Munshi.
Yeah. Interesting choice.
Knocked away into the leg side. Zain Ali is hunting it. He'll pick it up with one hand, but even with the clean pickup, he's not able to get the throw back in time. So that's good running. Up to 95. 1 ball to go. Got all the hallmarks of a close finish, doesn't it? I mean, the Maximo making the big difference, but yeah, right now they've kind of reduced that gap, haven't they? They've got it down to 5 between runs and balls. Remember, we looked at it was 9 a few moments ago. So 18 off 13 now. Last ball of the over.
Long way outside of his crease.
On length. This will be more work for Zain. Takes a small Tortuga, but takes it in his stride. No, Ahmed will retain the strike. He moves to 18. Good partnership between these guys at the moment. 8 overs down, 96 for 2, and a real cliffhanger here in a sudden death match. And don't forget, this match yesterday was decided on the final ball.
13 coming off that one when the over before went for 9. Yeah, I think that was a strange choice to go with Afsal. You've got Munshi in your side. That means even if he bowls an absolute corker of a over here now, even if they go with him, he's only going to get the one over.
The robot's gone off the rails here. I mean, we had 80% of people saying they would prefer their shirt number to be more than 2004, and now there's a new one, a new poll which said, "Someone drops their towel. Are you distracted?" Yes, no. I like it. Robot, happy Friday to you.
It depends where you are and who they is.
Who's
and
dropping the
who's
towel?
dropping the towel is
The
what I say.
classic
It's what I
dropping
say.
the towel to
Have you ever dropped
deceive
your
the
towel?
striker.
Have you ever dropped your towel when you weren't meant to?
If you look at some of my earlier work, then you can find out.
Huh?
If you Google it.
Okay.
Anyway,
there we go. I'm going to Google that.
Here we
now.
go. Well, 16 off the last 2 overs. Zayn Ali. Well, this is where the rubber hits the road. He took a pounding before, but he might have a wicket first up here. The ball is caught, and that is Waleed Sakana that will take it. And so he does get Naeem Ahmed. What a good comeback that is. Remember, he went for 24 in his first over, Zayn Ali, but he starts the ninth with a wicket. Chandra Brescia lose the third, 96 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big player. You knew that you had to call back on him, even though he did go for that 24 in that second over, which really did give Chandra Brescia the start they needed. Just imagine here, if he gets a good tight over in, the wicket off the first, and well held there by Sikandar Ali. But for me, I think it's the roll of the dice giving Afzal that last over. I'm not really sure what the thought process is there when you had the other options available to you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a disaster. I went for 13. Hanging in the game, I suppose. This becomes a huge over, no doubt about it. Nazir Mahmood is the new batter. And Chivadante, a team that have outperformed expectations, no doubt about that. And so, Sujit's questioning Zayn. But I think you've got to give your good players opportunities to come back. I mean, everyone's going to get whacked at some point. Different batters out there now as well. He starts with a wicket. So, good comeback. Now Nazir Mahmood comes out with 16 required off 11 balls. And he swings a miss at this first ball. Well directed by Zayn Ali.
This is what they need. This is how they get back into the game. Dot balls.
Yeah, this is perfect to the new batter. He has to reach. The further away from your eyes the ball is, the harder it is to hit at the middle of the bat. That's what it comes down to. Rocking the headband here, Zayn Ali. Good look. 16 off 10. This is a full toss, and this is hit, and it's hit away from the fielder, 4 runs. Again, he just overdoes that a little bit, Zayn Ali, and Mahmood. Well, credit to him. He plays a good cricket shot. He doesn't try and hit across it. He just hit straight through the line of the ball, and once it beat that man in the circle, it was always running away for 4.
Yeah, good strong shot. Good arms, good forearms there to get the power of the shot. Gets it past the fielder, and that Zayn knows he gets that one wrong. Goes for the... See, he goes to attack the stumps, and when you think you've been successful twice outside the off, you probably stick with it. Let's see if he goes back to try and keep this one outside the off.
Or do you gamble and go at the stumps and try and pick up Mahmood here and now? Does stay outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's the ball.
Clever slower ball. It was. He definitely rolls his fingers down the left-hand side of that ball. Zayn Ali. Well, I'm going to say it. We're due. 341 games without a golden ball. And what I think it would be to have a golden ball in an eliminator. We have had it before in this situation. The bowlers have had the goods on the golden balls of late. I mean, 4 out of 5 this year have been won by the bowlers. The first one of the year was won by the batters. Sam Houghton in Gibraltar. Goes for this, and has he got it well enough? Well, this will be so close, it's going to be 6. He's over the line when he touches it, and it is going to be 6, no doubt about it. Aslam Mahama, good effort from him, but he just loses his bearings, and he does try and pull it back in, but he was already the wrong side of the border. 6 runs, Maximo time.
Yeah, he's gone over the rope here, so as soon as he makes contact here, that's going to be 6. I mean, if you could have stayed inside the rope and tried to push it back, would have been a different story. So, 2 boundaries off the over.
Yeah, that's
huge.
10
runs.
Zayn Ali started with such promise, but he has ended up going now for 10 in this over. Wicket .4.6, and now they're within 1 swing of the bat of finals. Chandra Brescia, last ball of the 9th. Just knocked away intelligently. But one thing's for sure, Rico, they're not there yet, and we are going to the last. Mahmood will be facing up. Or will he? They're going to go for an impossible second. They're going to get it. Well, that hits the stumps and bounces away for an overthrow. So it won't be Mahmood facing up. It'll be Wasim Ahmed. have a look at this. The ball comes in. It's pretty much dead as long as this is cleaned up, and it knocks off the stumps, and it's a quick look, and they go. Smart cricket. Really smart cricket. That could matter as well. End of the over. It's now 108 for 3, and I only need 4 off this last over.
Yeah, that was silly cricket, isn't it? I mean, you know, the ball, I mean, it's not called, the over's not called, so the ball's not dead. There's no need to throw the ball in like that. The wicketkeeper also got to take part of the responsibility there just to try and stick your pads in the way. You've got to take the catch there. So, opportunity now. That's just one less to get off this over. So, it ends up being 4 runs required in 6 balls.
Bad time to have an off day in the field and with the ball for Jivadate. Been really impressive in the last 2 games. But how about Brescia? I mean, if they win this, it looks like they will. I mean, they go 4 in a row. After starting their week with 3 losses, they'll have 4 in a row heading into finals where they'll meet either Brescia CC or Kings 11, whoever doesn't win that last game today. So, well, here's the thing. Bring the field up and hope. That's, I think, what you got to do. I mean, I think it is a bit annoying that Wasim Ahmed's on strike. But having said that, Mahmood's also batted really well so far in the limited opportunities he's got. So I don't think the striker matters that much. I do think you have to try and force some dots. Maybe leave a few out, but I certainly would have a short mid-wicket, a short cover, and try and make some dots because you just can't allow 4 singles here.
They're going for somebody we haven't seen as yet, Azambaba. Again, another huge throw, the dice. I mean, I must admit, you've made some brave calls here. The captain, Gurjinder Singh. We haven't seen Munshi come on to bowl at all, so he won't be bowling. Nagan for Baba. It's the first time I think we've seen him bowl.
Gone for this 16-year-old in the last over. What a story this would be. But gets it pretty right. I mean, that's the kind of ball that you don't want to let him get a single off. I mean, It's only dug out. It's not hit at any pace, but they still take off, and that fielder was too deep for me. They get a quarter of what they need. That makes it 3 off 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it at the start of the over. You just got to have the field. I mean, even like now when you look at it, you've got to have the mid-wicket has got to be in there. There's a single there on both sides of the field. Easy singles.
Can easily play a hit and run here.
Yeah, easy singles.
Or does he go for glory, Mahmood? 3 required. He does go pretty hard. Should just be 1. Cleaned up without a fumble. 2 off 4. Can you go back to that overthrow? Last ball, last over. And I think you're probably right. I mean, I think the keeper's got a responsibility to try and stop that hitting the stumps.
You know what I'm going back to?
Go on.
I'm going back to the ball right in front of us that was going for 6, and it was stopped. And I think it was Wasim, wasn't it, that made that stop?
That's true.
And what a huge... I mean, I think it ended up being just 1 in the end instead of 6, so 5 runs saved there. With that moment of magic could be the difference between winning and losing this match.
Now they bring in Sunil a bit at cover. Is it too little too late? I mean, the outfielders, they've kept a deep mid-wicket, long off, and deep cover. But you can tie the game even with a single now, and you'll have 3 chances to win it. Is that what Ahmed's thinking? Or is he going to try and hit it out of the ground? 2 required, and this will do it. And I think it's pretty high, no ball, +4. And that will be the win for Brescia. Well, give them credit. I mean, when the pressure was on, they were able to keep their winning streak alive. And that is by far their best batting performance of the week so far. They will become the team seeded 4 on finals day. Look, always sad to say goodbye to a team at Chivadate. They improved a lot. I think they showed a lot of improvement, I think, particularly in the field and with the ball. We just didn't see it in that game. They had a real off game. But Brescia, they were able to handle the pressure of the chase in this sudden death matchup. And credit to them, they've had to win 2 eliminators today. They've done just that. And despite finishing 5th after the group stage, they do make their way to finals day.
Yeah, congratulations there to Janjua. They had to do it the hard way, didn't they? Chasing a pretty decent score of 111. But what they did do, they got started well. Runs in the power play. That is what we always talk about. And, well, that was that one dreadful over, wasn't it? The second over, that went for 24. Well, certainly, Umar Baig went big. And he hit the ball really well, and he was supported well by Fahad Ali. A very good opening partnership with 64 runs. That's what got them started. But that man out there, I mean, he's had a good day, isn't he? As Wasim as well. And remember, he was the one we were talking about that made that fantastic stop in front of the field. And, well, I mean, we're going to have to say goodbye to a team that I was very impressed with. Chivadate, I love the energy that they gave. I love the way they threw themselves around in the field. They really did entertained me, and I know they're probably entertaining a lot of people watching around the world as well. They played the game in the right spirit, but unfortunately, when it came down to it, tactics there were wrong for me. I think I probably wouldn't have gone with Zayn Ali to bowl that second over. I would have taken into consideration that he spent a lot of time out there with the bat. Maybe he was a little bit tired. And certainly, I would have used Munshi. He's gone for 2 bowlers that we haven't even seen to bowl at crucial points, and it just didn't work for him.
I wonder if there's an issue with Munshi, maybe his fitness. I mean, come back to that in a second, but first, let's look ahead to the final match of the day. Starts in 20 minutes, Brescia CC versus Kings 11. Now, this is just a straight shootout for the double chance tomorrow. 2 pretty evenly matched teams. Brescia CC maybe slight favourites, but Kings 11, well, their batting's due to fire, isn't it? Let's see if they can get it together in playoff 3, coming very, very shortly. Let's go to the highlights. Well, they needed to beat their best score of the week by about 20 plus. They certainly did it in style. Chandra Brescia. It was all on the back of a really good start. I mean, Bike, he was on fire early on.
Yeah, I mean, it did both the openers, as I said already. I mean, that 64-run partner was absolutely instrumental, and they got those runs very quickly. And what that meant was, even though they had 1 or 2 blips along the way when they lost a wicket, when there was a good over, a good tight over bowled, that they could always be able to bounce back. And that's what they did. And though it did go into the last over, well, little things like this will matter. They do cost you, especially when it's done with 4 balls to go. But there was no shortage of trying. There was these 2 wickets here. I mean, Aslam Mohammed taking 2 very, very good catches. I mean, he certainly always keeps trying for his team. And we had to wait a long time before this next one was given out, and it was because they were just deciding whether it was a no ball or not. But look, it's all about batters going out there being positive and playing their shots, and I think when you're positive, when you're assertive, and you're hitting the ball pretty well, well, then most of the time you do get it. There was that late wicket there when Sukinder took the catch, and you just thought, oh, maybe that might change things a little bit, but it wasn't to be, because they kept managing to always find the boundary. This one was always going to be 6, despite the efforts of Aslam Mohammed. But it just goes to show that, I mean, you've mentioned it before, and I've touched on it as well. Tanjore Brescia are a quality side. They're a team that we've seen representatively in the European Cricket League. They weren't going to just take this line down. They've now won 4 on the trot, and they've done really something that we need, maybe something like Kings 11 to do. The batting has fired when it matters. Are we going to see the same from Kings 11 in this next match against Brescia?
I mean, very possibly. We'll have to find out. Big game coming up. I mean, looking at that, I mean, all top 5 contribute. I mean, they didn't really. I mean, Bike, of course, 38 of 14. He's probably the outstanding contribution. But look, all 5 of them also clear the ropes at some stage. They do hit 7 sixes. In fact, that's the most sixes we've seen in a game in the whole week so far. There were 16 sixes in that game. Chivadate were able to hit 9 of their own, but they weren't able to defend the total. And yeah, the bowling just fell apart when it mattered. Zayn Ali, very, very expensive, finished with 1 for 36 off his 2 overs. Got to say, Ramsey-Hill did a very good job. He was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 13, but no Munshi. You can see that apart from Ramsey-Hill, all the bowlers were going double digits, and in some cases, quite badly double digits. So, Chivadate, we've enjoyed watching them again. It's always sad when a team doesn't really play to their potential in such a big game, and I think that was the case there. Chandra Brescia, well, the pressure was on them, and they delivered today with 2 wins, and they will take part in finals tomorrow. We'll get to find out who they play after the next game. They'll play the team that doesn't win between Brescia CC and Kings 11 in playoff 3, match 20, which is just 15 minutes away. So join us then. Have a little break, but come back to ECN. We would love to have your company for the last match of Super Friday. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And we've got some fun stuff coming up for you as well in the last game of the day. Some food chat, some random questions, and maybe a few other surprises. So join us very shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Brescia, and I'm sure you've noticed the pressure is really building as we get towards the conclusion of this week's tournament. Remember, the winner of this week will go through to the Super Series in Rome in week 5 and have the chance to represent Italy at the ECL next year. And we're heading into match 20, the 5th match of today. It's playoff number 3. These are the two teams that finished 1st and 3rd respectively after the round robin stage, but effectively they are playing for 2nd place tomorrow because Gina Brescia won both their matches in the top 3 earlier on. They've secured the top seed, but one of these two teams will get the double chance. One of them won't. They'll have to play the eliminator first up tomorrow morning. So it's a big game, a lot on the line. Perfect conditions out here. We've reached 30 degrees, but what I will say is the coin toss is important. Let's go out to the middle. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Tails the call. Tails. Good luck, guys.
So it is Jaipal Singh, the Kings 11 skipper, that's won the toss. He calls correctly and decides that he wants to bowl first, so he will want to chase. Now, if you look back at when these two teams played earlier in this week, it was match 7, and it was Brescia CC that batted first, made 103, and Kings 11 weren't able to chase it. They finished on 87, so they'll be hoping for a different result this time around. Look, Kings 11, their batting just not clicking, is it? I mean, Yadav had one good knock earlier in the innings. They don't really seem settled on what their best order is, what the best combination is. I think this is where you have to kind of turn your attention to this game and say, look, this is a win we really want because we want the insurance of that double chance tomorrow, and if not, then your head's on the chopping block in the morning in that eliminator, the 3 versus 4 matchup. So look, they've got a lot of good players, but I just think they need to try and decide on an order and probably stick with it from here on in. As for Brescia CC, they'll be a bit disappointed to lose earlier today to Gina Brescia, but they still have that opportunity, like I said, to get over Kings 11 here and get that double chance. I'm looking out for Imad Khan as well. I think he's been in pretty good form. For Kings 11, well, I just think it's going to have to be a team effort. I think that whoever does get the opportunity, they do need to make the most of it. And as usual, I'm really a big fan of Jagmeet Singh and his left arm spinners. Same with Bashar Khan for Brescia CC. So the left armers could have a bit of a say, I think, in this one. Let's go over to the commentary cube, or the Brescia cooker, as we have been calling it this week. Rico Full, we're ready to go with the last game of Super Friday. Kings 11 winning the toss and bowling. This is for the double chance. Over to you. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. It is Friday, it's Peacock Friday, and it's also going to be a fantasy-dozy finish to this Friday. It's going to be a crackerjack finish, I can tell you that for sure. Brescia, a team that, well, they weren't able to get past Gina Brescia, so they lost that match against Gina Brescia. Gina Brescia winning both their matches, beating the Kings and beating Brescia, so they know that they've already earned the right to have 2 chances to get into the final tomorrow. Which one of these two teams will join them and have that right to? Will it be Brescia? Will it be Kings? Brescia will be batting first. Now, one thing you have to say with, well, you could probably say it for all the teams that we've seen here today, but certainly particularly with Brescia and the Kings, they just haven't been able to do anything special with the batting. I mean, chasing 118, Brescia, they went 93 for 6, and it was only Imad Khan that really got going, and he was supported pretty well, I think, there towards the end with Chaudhry, who finished 30 or 14. Expected to go 101 to 99, so a close one in favour of Brescia, probably because they have been scoring slightly more runs. And right at the start of the day, we saw Gina Brescia taking on Kings. Kings needing 77 for victory, fell short, only getting 64, so you can see the sort of troubles that they've had, and that has been the story really for Kings. But the other disappointing thing for me, if I was the captain Jaipal, is the manner in which their batters have got out. You know, good batters, the likes of Yadav, the likes of Kuldeep Lal, I mean, giving your wickets away, I mean, it's just not on for me. So whether they'll just change things up slightly in this one, I don't know. They'll be boosted having Abdullah back in the side. Abdullah, well, he has opened the bowling when we have seen him in the side, but I think they're going to stick with Kuldeep Lal. And in fact, it does look that way. Kuldeep Lal is marking up his run up here. That makes sense to me. Every time he's opened up with the bowling, he has picked up a wicket or two, though he was unable to get wickets in their last match, but he did bowl pretty tidily. So Kuldeep Lal will be bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Sajid Afridi, who's opening up the batting, and the non-striker is going to be Imad Khan, who comes into this match in a fair bit of form. So are we going to finish the day, the 5 a day that we've given you today, with a big one, with a high scoring one, and maybe sort of push on up into the 9.5, 10, sort of runs per match. I mean, I think that's what we're looking for here. That's certainly, I think, by the end of tomorrow, when the big teams start getting together, we start getting the competition really starts to heat up. I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see those runs go up. Lal ready to start. The umpire waits to be given the go-ahead. Umpire Rahman says, off we go. And here comes Kuldeep Lal for the first ball, bowling to Afridi. Down on the leg side. Not sure if there's any bat on this at all. The umpire, no signal from him, so there is a bit of bat. They do complete the single. So it's been a long day for both of these teams. And one or two of the players will be feeling it a little. Kings, they've had a chance to have a break and come back. Remember, they played the first match. Brescia, not so long. And this one will be called a wide. It's chased after it. And that's the batter, Afridi. Not able to get anything on it. Well bowled, just getting that movement away, not far from front of the edge there, because Kuma taking the ball behind the stumps. He's another one, big player. Remember him in Bologna, remember him in Rome, scoring runs, hitting balls well. Hasn't been able to get going here in this series either. He's been too guilty of going right across the line, trying to hit on the onside and getting out. Well bowled again, and they will take the single here, so we'll get off the mark. Time for Imad Khan to take guard. Bit of discussion about setting the field. I mean, certainly to Imad Khan, you'd probably want to have at least minimum mid-wicket back. I mean, they've gone from mid-wicket and square leg back on the boundary. He's a big hitter on that side of the ground. Goes up in the air, and there's nobody over there at all. That will go all the way, I think. And, well, no, it doesn't. Well, that surprises me somewhat. I thought this had enough on it to go all the way. It's almost just a little paddle there behind. And yeah, just dropping inside the rope. Good work between the match officials, just getting the communication through to one another. So 4 runs just straight down on the leg side, and Imad is very quick to pick that up. Has quite an unusual batting style. What's the bat? The hands very close together, low down, but he not one, if you like. You know the old saying, use the long handle. He doesn't like to use the long handle. This is hit firmly towards the fielders. They think about, and this one's going to get through, and that's not good backing up at all. The ball gets past Kuldeep Lal. I think that's Jagjit there that needs to make the stop, doing the backing up. He's not able to. So the ball goes all the way down to the boundary. They're going to take the extra. Doing things with the ball, Kuldeep. Hasn't found the wicket-taking one as yet. Imad back on strike, courtesy of the overthrows. Goes outside the off, a chance. And this has been taken. Great catch. And Kuldeep Lal celebrates. What a good catch this is. That is brilliantly taken. Abdullah comes back into the side. Well, he doesn't get the ball to bowl the first over, but he certainly gets the ball in his hands. And he takes a great catch. This is hit pretty hard by the batter. He's really clonked this, has Imad, and he's hitting out on the off. But look at this for a catch. Look, talk about getting down and getting dirty for your side. Hitting out on the off, hits it pretty powerfully, but he takes that really low down and then gets the roll in as well. And just like that, he says, here's the ball, picks his hat up. Kuldeep Lal, on the other hand, he's saying, there you go, chuck the foot there. Yeah, I'm back, baby, I'm back. Kuldeep Lal, that's his 10th wicket in the series, and he's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers with Bashar Khan. Both of them now picked up a wicket here today. Let's have a look at the batters here for Brescia. I mean, you can see just why that is such an important wicket. Imad Khan, 153 runs to Isnay before the start of this match. Chaudhry, You know that is important. He made 30 not out the last time he had an outing out there. Afridi, well, he hasn't, I mean, on 85, an opportunity perhaps to see him go big. And the bowlers there for Kings, well, Kuldeep Lal, 10 for him now. Yadav, just a wicket behind him. And Jagmeet Singh, who I think has been absolutely sensational. And you heard that Vinny Sandhu mentioned him as well. I think Jagmeet has a big part to play in this one. And maybe somebody like Jaswinder Singh as well with bat and with ball. And speaking of Jaswinder comes on to bowl. And he's got a bit of the run he has. I mean, a lot of people talk about Abhishek Ketzapal in Hungary. Well, he's got a bit of that, hasn't he, about him? And gets the first one in the right areas. This one's a little bit short and it's been hammered out of here. And that's the difference. You just get your line slightly wrong, go too short, and these batters, they will go into you. And it's Afridi. He rocks back and he absolutely crunches this away. Really nice shot. Gets right under it. And, well, that one ends up going to the top of the hill. New batter that's come in is Dulu. So Dulu has been religiously opening the batting. That's been sent in at number 3. Now, we'll see if the number makes a difference, because he's still, well, relatively, he's opening because we are into only the second over, so he's still coming pretty early. Firmly struck, and fielder's got to get down and does brilliantly well. Oh, that is so well done. Excellent work. And Kings, well, they need to be up for this, don't they? And they seem to be at the moment. What a good bit of fielding that was from Jagmeet. We've already mentioned him once already. Jaswinder. Big swing, loses his shape, loses his balance. So important, shape and balance when you're batting. And if you don't have it, well, you're going to get in a bit of trouble. And you can see there, he goes for the big shot and ends up falling over afterwards. Jaswinder, there he is. The Laddu machine. It's not a man that you don't want to be messing with. Short, up in the air, and this is another one that's out of here. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya, brrrr. Just like that. Here's another boundary, here's another Massimo. That comes off the over. So Jaswinder just guilty of dropping a little bit short, and as soon as he does, Afridi has been onto it like a flash. Jaswinder wants to finish well here. 14 have come off the over so far. Last ball of the over. 22 for 1. This one, it's wide outside the off. It's a nice cut shot to keep him on strike. So Dulu will have to walk to the other end again. Not used to being kept off strike, Dulu, I don't think. But important, I think, for both these teams. I mean, whatever the outcome, really, for me, it's important because, look, both teams are going to play a part in Finals Day tomorrow. And the question is, I mean, do you get the easier ride or not? And this is how they got into this situation. But the most important thing for me is the teams have to bat well. They need to go into the day with some practice. You can see there that it's only Brescia that have picked up the 2 victories here today. So both these teams, whichever one of them wins this, will finish second in that table between the top 3 teams, and then have the right to have the second chance to get into tomorrow's final. Good ball from Kuldeep. They're using his variations well, so he's been called upon to bowl himself out once again, as he did in the last match. Wonder whether they'll go with Yadav next or whether they'll go with Jagmeet. Kuldeep. Slow again, and a chase on for the fielder. Is he going to get there? Needs to, and does. And I think that is Yadav. That does the work. Gets the throw in. I mean, they've got options. I mean, Abdullah, I mean, he's been opening the bowling, so they're going to obviously use him later on. They've got Jagmeet can still bowl. Jaipal, they may. I mean, he may even fancy himself to get one of his spin in. Numan Ali's bowled really well as well. Jaswinder, so plenty of options. This one could have been dragged onto the stumps, and now it's going to be a long chase there for the fielder. And he does extremely well. Well, just keep counting up the number of runs that are being stopped here by Kings 11. That's another one. That is such a good chase. I mean, many a fielder would have just given this up, but he chases it, he's on the Iba, and gets the flick back just in time. And then, well, has to pick himself up and get the ball through. And that was Numan Ali doing the chasing there. Great work. This one goes through. See the umpire there signalling that there's 2 more to come. Like that communication between the umpires. Once again, big shout out to the team of umpires that we've seen here today. Rahman, Miller and Sukhdev been absolutely outstanding. Our man in black. Asking a question and he's gone. He's walking straight away. Well, that's very sporting from Dulu or Kawinda. He goes and says, "Hey, well done, buddy. Give me some love. Give me a fist bump." But Dulu says, "I'm not giving you any love. And just because I walked and being sporting, I'm not happy about it." Well, I'm liking that from Yesir Dulu. And he does go. He gets the faintest of edges, and the umpire doesn't have to give the decision there in the end. Called it, wants it straight away. Look, it's not a big touch on this. It's just a little feather, and his catch is taken. Dulu knows he's touched it, and he goes straight away. Look, he's off, he's running, and Kuldeep Lal says, "Here, give me some love." He says, "No, I won't." And Kuldeep still gives him a pat on the back. I like to see that. That's just appreciation from Kuldeep, from the batter, and the batter just walking, not waiting for the umpire to give him out. So it's another failure from Dulu. And, just can't get things happening for himself. 4 deliveries. Kumar taking the catch, and Kuldeep Lal, well, taking another wicket, and now that takes him to the top of the rankings of leading wicket taker. Still got a ball to bowl, 28 for 2. And he comes to the left-hander, who just defends this one away. I think this is just a case of, well, I know you just got the 1 ball to come, Kuldeep. I'm not going to give you a chance to get another. So Farouk Khan, the new batter, just defensively plays that away. Well bowled from Kuldeep once more. Just showing that he's a class player. 2 for 13. They needed that good over, didn't they? Especially after that one from Jaswinder. Went for a few. And Jaswinder's over, went for 15. 28 for 2. Now, what do they do here? I don't think they will go back with Jaswinder. Looks like they are going for Yadav. I think the call probably would have been, it's either you go for Yadav, or maybe you would have gone for Abdullah here. I don't think you want to be holding on to Abdullah too far back either. And Yadav, though, I think he can vary his pace a little bit more than what Abdullah can. I think Abdullah is just an out seam bowler. Also got Numan Ali, who we've seen good variations from him as well. So it's all about what Jaipal is feeling out there at the moment. Afridi going well. He's 17 of 10. And he's been joined out there by Farouk Khan. There's the first ball from Yadav. And he gets Afridi. Again, playing and missing outside the off. He wants to make a field here. Field change straight away. And he's deciding he wants an... I mean, that's quite interesting, actually. Big call there from Yadav. He sees that ball. He gets the ball outside the off stump. The batter tries to play him outside the off stump. But he wants the fielder from the off stump to go over into the square leg position on the leg side. He wants his protection out there. So 3 men down the leg side. Square leg goes back. Mid-wicket. Long on. And behind square fine. It goes for the short delivery. Well, if that was the plan, he certainly didn't wait to go for it. Goes for the shorter delivery, but he strays it down the leg side. It's called wide. Well, he wants to take Afridi on. still making that adjustment to that field. He says, right, I want you this way a bit more. I mean, I personally wouldn't be attempting the short ball, but hey. And he's got his wicket. Well, there you go. He chops on. And it wasn't a short ball. Maybe it was the bluff. Well, the first one was tried short. It was down the leg side, but Yadav comes straight back here. And that's a big wicket, Afridi. He's made a quick fire 17 to get going. And then he just get bogged down a little the last couple of deliveries. And you can see Jayapal just having a chat with him. And, well, saying, look, that's where you want to keep it. Look, he chops this straight down onto his stumps. Very frustrating. Thing is, how many times have we seen batters do this? I'm going to, you know, me personally, I'm thinking that here in Brescia, it's probably more times than anywhere else that I've seen batters actually playing back onto their stumps. It's another one, bites the dust. And Afridi, he makes a good start, but it is Yadav that takes the wicket. He now moves up to I think 9 wickets. He moves on to, or is that 10? I think it might be 10 actually. So 10 wickets from Yadav. He sees the back of Afridi. Afridi will consider himself to be a little bit unfortunate there, a bit unlucky. The Yadav gets him. Maybe doing the old bluff there with the bringing the man across. Maybe Yadav was expecting the short ball. Kings have picked up 3 wickets inside this, the 4th over. Yes, here takes guard. Just nicely places out to the man at point. They look to think about 2. But Yadav, well, never mind about staying at his end. He decides he's the one who's going to back up the throw. So, interesting decision. It's not what the coaches tell you. Get behind the stumps is what they would say. And he's definitely taking command here, isn't he? Oh, Yadav. He's moving the troops around. Wants to get it right here to the left-hander. Farooq Khan. Still making the changes. Just keep an eye on the time. There, Vibhor Yadav, keep an eye on the time. So he wasn't happy with 2 out to the left down the leg side. He says, okay. He wants another one inside the circle. So what have we got here this field? Let's have a quick look. So 1 man straight. Long off. Well bowled, gets this one through. So yeah, long off is back. He's put a sweeper out on the offside. 1 man back on the leg side. And I think that's it. Unless my eyes are deceiving me. Just going for the 3 men out at the moment. Well, here's that change now. Now, and Longhorn gets pushed back as well. Well, this one, I think this might have been a touch. Was this a touch? Well, Yadav, he's fired up. He thinks it was. Let's have a look. Let's see this again. Yadav is pretty sure this is touch. Kumar is the one who's not able to take it. And, well, looking at the reaction from the batter, maybe it was. I think there might have been a bit of a touch here. And, well, he doesn't touch this. This one goes all the way through. Well, he may have had him the ball before. And Vikas Kumar saying, I'm sorry about that, buddy. But you know what? If you can knock him over, why don't you just stick into knocking him over? And that's exactly what Yadav does. So there's more. More of those going into the lake. Well, we've seen several today. And here's another one. And he's absolutely done Farooq Khan with an absolute beauty. He just lost 4 balls. And it's a 4-ball duck for Farooq. He's absolutely been cleaned up once more with the bowling of Yadav. This was a beauty. It's right in it. Look at them. Look at the middle stump. It's quite interesting because when you see where the batter finished up with, you're sort of thinking, how does that ball get there? But that is a really, really good delivery. And, well, what a time to bring in Mr. Maximo back into the cube. Well, Maxi, you're responsible for a few more wickets going down there, I think.
Don't put it on me. 4 overs, 4 wickets. Well, Peacock Friday, Super Friday, call it what you like. Huge game here between these two teams. Double chance also important because of the strength of all of the teams we're going to see tomorrow. So it just allows you to have an off game but still not have your dream extinguished of winning the series, then ultimately heading to Rome for the Super Series in Week 5, where one of those 5 teams will make it to the ECL. But, I mean, what an impressive first 4 overs. I mean, Kings 11, we talked about, White certainly talked at the toss about how the batting hasn't really clicked. And, and at times their bowling has been inconsistent. But I think when they're at their best, they're a very, very good cricket team. And you can see that they've certainly rattled Brescia CC early, not only with the 4 wickets, but also Brescia CC not really getting away with the run rate, just 7.5 and over.
Yeah, it's one thing we've seen. You're right. We've seen it from Kings. They've been top draw, I think, with the ball, with the fielding in general. But where they've let themselves down, and they know it, is with their batting. So this is where they've got to improve. And this is where probably, that's what they've been talking about. Look, it's not as if they don't know that. I mean, we're talking about it. They're probably talking about it. They know it. The question is how they come back from it. Jagmeet Singh into the attack.
2 swings, 2 misses so far. I want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Just casting my eye back in there for a second. Hello to Charlie Hunt, who is joining us. Hello, Charlie. Hope you're well. Said, hope everyone is enjoying the Italian sun, even if it is through a screen. Well, I can tell you, at least you're not getting extreme heat through the screen. You're just able to watch the hot cricket action. Hello to Wazza as well. I asked for random questions as well. Bit of random question time last game of the day. We've been enjoying that this week. Jagmeet's always around the mark though, isn't he? And so just a single. Let's see how prepared to attack Chowdhury is here. He's a natural hitter. But the food chat's on the way as well. Keanu's asking, have we had any great pasta or pizza? Well, plenty.
Plenty.
To answer your question.
Yeah, plenty of pasta and pizza.
This one gets through.
Well, you had a bit of gnocchi.
We talked about it a little bit earlier, but you had gnocchi. And I described that the gnocchi tastes like savoury marshmallows here. It's so fluffy and soft. Yeah. It's not what I associate with gnocchi, where I come from.
Now, you know that next week, I mean, I know you're talking about the ice cream, the gelatos in Bologna, but remember, Bologna is home to ragu, the ragu sauce. So don't miss out the ragu sauce in Bologna.
No, I won't. Well, I was there last year, don't forget. But you can certainly direct me a few different directions. The other thing is Bologna, the home of gelato. Strap yourself in. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one. He only concedes 2 singles in the over, Rico. So doesn't take a wicket, but certainly building the pressure up on Brescia CC at the halfway point in his first innings of the playoff number 3. It is 32 for 4, Brescia CC.
Yeah, I mean, a very good over. I mean, look, just going to go through these over scores for you. It just tells you just how important the last few overs was. The first over from Kuldeep Lal, 8 runs come off it. They got a wicket as well. The second over from Jaswinder was expensive, 15. So it ended up 23 for 1. But then we've seen an over from Kuldeep, 5. Then we saw 1 from the other, 2. And that's another one, just 2 runs. And all of a sudden, everything looks completely different. Only Afridi that was able to get into the runs.
Yeah, that's true. I've got to say hello to Jack Perman, who's in the chat at the moment. Maybe keeping an eye on Kuldeep, the Perminator. So, nice to have you with us. And I'm sure you'll be pretty impressed about what you're seeing so far. And a few discussions about Spanish national team selections. I mean, like I said yesterday, I judge how strong a country's going by their players that they are able to leave out. One thing I would say as well, everyone's been in the position, or most cricketers have been in the position where they've been left out, and that can affect you one of 2 ways. It sends some people into a downward spiral, but the real good players, it was close, maybe just missing, thinking about it, maybe just sneaking past leg stump.
Yeah, good shout.
But the real good players,
and
I'm talking about people like Bradman have been dropped. Alan Border was dropped, using some Australian example. Michael Clark have been dropped. But they come back stronger and they make themselves undroppable in the future. What do you think? That was a good decision, going down the leg side, I think.
Yeah, good decision. Just that you had to just reminding the umpire, say, well, okay, can you just give the leg by signal for me, please? You can see he's worried about these things. Look, you're absolutely right. Look, we always say, one thing we say about European cricket in general, European cricket is improving because the teams are getting better and the players are getting better, and we're seeing that improvement every time, year on year, when we revisit places. Your national team will also improve because if you're playing better standard of cricket, you're playing better cricket. And if cricket is better and you've got competition amongst yourself, then I think those individual cricketers will get better as well. So, yeah, people will get disappointed, but it's the way you respond to that disappointment. If you don't get selected, you go out there and you prove a point.
Yeah, I think I've been to something like 26 countries or something around Europe, but I've had a bit of it, kind of outsider's view at a lot of cricket operations. I think the national teams, and I won't name and shame any, but the ones where there's a very settled 11 to 13 to 15 players that are always picked, it's not particularly great because they don't really feel like they have to work for their place in the team. And then when the temperature goes up, when the competition goes up, then they find it hard to find that extra gear, to find that, I don't know what the word is, the just what's required to compete at that next level because they're not being pushed enough internally.
Yeah,
but I mean,
true.
these things are easy to say. Of course, it's always disappointing when your good players left out. Slow ball, and this is blasted through the offside. This will be 4. So picks it, smacks it. Chowdhury has been pretty quiet so far, but gets his innings moving with a boundary. Square drive. Good shot, hand-eye coordination, 4 runs.
Yeah, interesting one this for me for Yadav. I was just keeping an eye on his bowling figures, and up until that shot was played, it was just 4 runs that had come off him. He had 2 more balls to bowl to complete his spell, and I thought to myself, would he try something different, or would he just stick to what he's been doing? And I thought, well, you stick with what you've been doing and try and just finish off a good spell, but he goes for the slow ball, he goes for the boundary. He'll be disappointed with that, and he's going to be even more disappointed with this. This was Gandhi. And, well done to the fielder that's come across there, because I thought this was going to be a Gandhi one that goes for 5. I think he thought as well, Yadav. He's come a long way, the fielder.
Yeah.
Makes a good stop.
Not so vocal that time. But we will get one more ball out of him. So, yeah, Kings 11, the way they've batted, they wouldn't want to be chasing too many at the moment. But, I mean, they could click it a gear at any moment. Last ball, the 6th.
Yeah. That's better finish. He gets the fielding himself. So he was 2 for 4 with 2 balls to go. Ends up being 2 for 11. It's still a very good spell. But just by trying to make a change, he gives away that boundary and then he loses his line and is that wide. So a little bit of something for him to think about there. But still, at the moment, you'd far rather be a Kings 11 player than a Brescia.
Yeah. So 6 overs down, 42 for 4. 2 wickets apiece to Kuldeep and Yadav. So combined, they go 4 overs, 4 for 24. Pretty good going. Just run a ball. Jasmine went for a few in his over, but Jagmeet didn't. And he's coming back on now to bowl over number 7. Random question from Charlie, asking us, do we have any maybe strange and peculiar predictions for the ECC? Vinny and Rico, not necessarily my winners, but strange predictions. Interesting. Well, first, is this going to carry? It does, and it's going to be out. So how about that? Yasak couldn't get going at all, and Jagmeet comes back for his 2nd over. And this one, he just basically hits too well. He's not really trying to hit it hard. Hangs in the air long enough where the catch could be taken. So, yeah, fantastic work by Abdullah out there. Does the rest. Brescia lose another one, 42 for 5.
Well, Abdullah, he may not get a wicket because he may not bowl, but he's taken 2 good catches. And, well, there's the celebration from Jagmeet. Well, some interesting stuff going on from old Papa there. Papa Muliwala. I'm not sure what he's doing to Abdullah here. Well, he's got his own way of motivating his team.
The old choke-out celebration. You don't see that too often.
Well, it's a strange one. I mean, when it was Numan Ali, he was rubbing his forehead and giving him kisses.
Gave him a kiss
well,
on the
Abdullah
noggin.
there.
Kiss on the dome.
Takes a catch and he was being strangled there by the Papa Muliwala.
Here's a guy I'd want at the crease, actually, when you need to dig deep. Colours the Judd. I mean, he's quite a reliable performer. Hasn't really hit his straps with the bat today, but has had some good contributions during the week. Okay, my strange prediction. I have strange, and it's not necessarily about winners, he says, but just strange predictions. I think it might be a bit more lower scoring this year. That's one of my predictions, just because I think a lot of the teams coming back will have a few more plans with the ball. This could be another one straight to him, and it is. Can you believe this? The Jack goes for a golden. Jagmeet's on a hat trick. What is going on? That's straight down his throat. Abdullah's going to have leather poisoning, Rico. He reels in another one, and he might be unconscious if he runs into the Muliwala. That's 42 for 6.
Yeah, I'll get running now because when Jagjit comes towards you, I will do the pajija, only tera gala phar ke na, gala phar ke tera chukor dena. Well, this is something. Look, Khalib Sajjad, the most runs he scored was 30. Who was that against? Kings 11. So they know he's a dangerous player. Those 30 runs could have made the difference and probably did make the difference, and them losing out that time when they played each other 103 to 87. Well, they've got him out first ball, and now there's an opportunity for a hat-trick. I say this, and I don't often say this, and I don't often have favouritism. If there's one man that I love to get a hat-trick, is this guy here. I think he's been so good, Jagmeet.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He's got his opposite number at the other end. The other left-arm spinner, Bashar Khan, in this game. He's coming out to bat for Brescia CC to face the hat-trick ball. So 42 for 6. Left-hander to left-arm spinner. Normally they like this matchup, but right now he's coming in under pressure. And let's see if Jagmeet can do it. He's got 2 for 2 now.
And he's got him! Hat-trick! He takes out the middle stump. Shaba, Shaba, Jagde Vatte, Kinna Sona Rabane Banaya. Well, Jagmeet has done it, and look at the Muliwala. He's going absolutely crazy. He's saying, leave it to me, leave it to me, leave it to me. What's he got in plan here? What's he got in stock? He said, oh, there, Luddy. He gives him Luddies, not just 1, but 2. Well, that is a special moment there. Absolutely marvellous. We've seen a hat-trick. Well, I said if there's one man that ever deserved one because of the way he's performed for his team, it's Jagmeet, and Jagmeet does it. Gets the ball right up there. Bashar Khan, the left-hander, well, he will go in the book as the hat-trick man that gets taken. Jagmeet takes his middle stump. They are falling like flies here. And, well, this is absolutely fantastic. Who's to say he won't get another? This is bang on the money. Well, Bashar, he was brave. He thinks, I'm going to go for it. We know he has sent some out of the ground. But look at that. Dancing with joy. What a marvellous moment. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. That is absolutely marvellous. And there you go. Well, the Muliwala, Jagjit Singh says, Aja mera mundia, Aja. Teno laddi do, ten laddiya deniya. Well, he was giving us lassies. Well, maybe he's giving his team some lassies as well, because they are being powered by mango lassies, and maybe 1 or 2 aloo parontas as well, or muli parontas from the Muliwala. Jagmeet Singh has a hat-trick. Congratulations. Well, 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 Mr. Maximo.
Crazy stuff, really. Just couldn't resist. A bit like me with the gelato. Couldn't resist, Bashar. Could we have 4 and 4? No. So, how's this innings going? Going from 42 for 4 to 42 for 7 in the space of 3 balls. And what kind of a score can they salvage here? Brescia CC, ECL 22 representatives in a lot of trouble here. And if they miss out this double chance, I mean, they're going to have to do essentially what they did in the ECL, which has come from outside the top 2 on finals day to get through to the championship week.
Javed Mohammed is the batter that's playing pretty cautiously at the moment, excuse me. And this is right up there again, and really good bowling this. What a spell. What a spell. Take a bow, that man. Well, Jagmeet Singh picks up 3 wickets, a hat-trick, and only concedes 2 runs. That's a name that is going to go in our Hall of Fame.
You know what that is?
And I reckon you're doing it right now, Inter. Let's see it up there. Let's see it up there in lights. Well bowled.
Ola to maiden waters, because that is a triple wicket maiden. 3 wickets followed by 3 dots. Well, the left armer. I think left arm spins a cheat code in European cricket. Well, Jagmeet making it look like it. This is what we'll have tomorrow, finals day. Starting with the eliminator, the loser of this game will play Chandra Brescia, and that is a must-win game. If you do win that one, then you play the loser of Chandra Brescia and the winner of this game. And, of course, then we have a regular top 4 format basically tomorrow. All start 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. We'll find out exactly who will join Albano and Fresh Tropical in the Super Series in a couple of weeks' time in Rome. Wow, what a moment in the series. First hat-trick in 2 weeks.
What a moment. And what a special moment as well, as Numan Ali comes on to bowl. This one just worked away on the offside. And Jagmeet, well, he's a man that likes to give love. What a character he is as well. And Jagjit Singh, he was, well, he's brought us all sorts of stuff out here. We had some prawns yesterday. We had some mango lassi. We sent more lassi from him today. So look, from all of the ECN crew, we have to say a big thank you to Jagjit, and also to 1 or 2 of the other players as well, and teams that have been bringing us some nice supplies of food and drink. This one's bobbling around, and well, how about that? Well, he feels this and throws it while he's going down. Well, this is a matrix bit of fielding here. Sensational stuff. See this, he does really well, catch it, and then there's the throw while he's down. Abidullah, he's already taken 3 catches. Well, aren't they glad to have him back in the side, even though he ain't bowled a ball. He's taken 3 catches. This one is a gunny ball. That's going to be a no ball. Well, this is one thing that they want to avoid here now, just giving too many extras away. And Manali's saying, are you sure? Yeah, we're sure, buddy. Well, I think if he is standing upright in his crease, I think that probably would have been there or thereabout. It's worth seeing it just one more time, you know, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, try and get it.
I mean, that is dipping viciously, but where is it when the batter's standing in his crease?
Yeah, I mean, it's marginal. The umpire's got to guess. And if you're guessing, you normally give the benefit to the batter on those because it's not a good delivery.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery. He shouldn't be bowling that, so I like to see him called, I have to say. Well, he went for the slower ball, got it wrong. And, this was the free hit. Doesn't really get too much pace in it. Just be a single. Simranjit Singh for a Kings 11 innings in the field. It's been pretty quiet. Nothing's gone his way at the moment.
Yeah, there's been so much happening in these innings. I want to go back to Charlie's question. My other thing, I was going to say, I think Austria were doing good things with their side that I saw for the ECC. I think he gets a bit of bat on this. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's gone. I just thought for a second that maybe there was a double noise, but the replay will tell the story. If there wasn't, I think that Chowdhury's in big trouble. Well, we know he is in big trouble here, as he will have to go. We'll have a look at this on the replay. Again, he's just playing across the ball. It's fairly straight. And that's good night, Irene. That's back pad. And, yeah, no sign of bat at all. Good decision. Umpire still took a couple of seconds, but yeah, that one was hitting the middle stump, I think. So no luck for Chowdhury. He's going to have to go. He's the 8th wicket to fall. He goes for 6. Score 47 for 8. And what a performance this is by Kings 11.
It's quality. It is quality. And look, Kings 11, when you know your own batting ain't firing, what's the best you can do? Well, the best you can do is try and restrict your opposition to as few runs as possible. That's exactly what you're doing. Yeah, you're right here. Look, the other thing is some people will say, well, didn't it hit him a bit high? But look at the batter. He goes right low down. He's almost like bending and kneeling down. So the ball is not going to hit him right on the pad. Yep. But where it hits him is in line. It's going on to hit the stumps. That's a good call. That's plumb. That's out.
Down on bended knee. Oh, wow, 8 down now. Still over 2 overs to go.
This is up in the air. This could be another. Who's called it? Kumar wants it and takes it. Well, 2 in 2. Oh, no. Could it be? Could we have a double hat-trick in an innings? Well, now, Numan. Well, hang on a minute. Be careful because Jagjit Singh is going over to Numan. And Ali, get out of here because you're going to get your head licked again. As well taken. Good work there from Vikas Kumar. So we see another batter that comes out and goes first ball. Well, it's all going wrong, and this time it was Imran Naveed who goes. Well, what's going on out there at the moment? There is something in the air. Naveed goes first ball. Ali, once again, the catch taken by Kumar. And it means that we got another hat-trick situation. Now, and I tell you what, you're a bit slow here today, Maximo. We've already had number 17. Come on, get his name up there. What are you playing at?
Yeah,
Jagmeet needs to get up there from Kings 11.
We'll have to get the behind-the-scenes crew on that one because this will be 15.
15 is so, now. Yeah. Well, look, here he goes. New batter on. What is going through his head there? That is Nasir Hossaini.
I've never seen 2 in an innings in ECN cricket. Wow. Make it easier to update the sheet because I have the same teams on there. I mean, you won't get a better chance. You're bowling at the number 11 now. There's still 13 balls left here. Numan Ali. Well, could we see something unprecedented? Double hat-tricks.
47 for 9. Hat-trick ball. Numan Ali coming in to Hasnain. And, oh, it was a good delivery. Hasnain just drops the bat onto it. Here comes the throw. And they're now going up for the run-out. Well, they're going upstairs for this. Well, I tell you what, just win the Laddu man, the Laddu machine. He reckons he's got his man. They're celebrating already. They said, don't worry, we don't need the review. We know this is out. Well, there he is. There's hugs all around. And, well, Yadav, he believes it's out as well. Look at this. Here's the pickup. Here comes the throw. Where's the batter? He's gone. He's not even in the picture. He is gone. That is out. How about that? Well, that was, remember, the hat-trick ball. So it is 4 in 4.
Yeah,
this one won't go
just
down to the
takes
bowler.
off, and then, actually, to be fair, I think Jawad kind of takes a couple of steps and then puts up the big stop sign, but it was too late, wasn't it? So his name, the keeper, has to go first ball as well. It's as good as a hat trick almost, but that will finish things. So Noman Ali finishes 2 for 5 off his only over. They're bowled out in 8 overs here, Brescia CC. This is very similar to what we saw first game of the series last year when Chivadate bowled them out in 7.5 overs for only 50. Now, rain saved them on that occasion because 1 over into the second innings, Chivadate's innings was washed out. I don't see any clouds in the sky right now. I mean, Brescia CC, they'll have to set a record if they're going to get the double chance. And Kings 11, well, surely they're going to chase down these 48 runs. But stay tuned because anything can happen here in ECN cricket. Kings 11 turning it on in this match with a double chance, a crucial double chance is at stake. And, well, they take all 10 wickets in 8 overs, and, well, they did it with some good catches. That man, Abdullah, he'll feature pretty heavily in this highlights package.
Yeah, Kulit Lal, he got the first wicket. Abdullah taking the cat. And then we saw that over from Jaswinder, which went for 15, and he thought, okay, Brescia are getting themselves right on top. Then there was this touch, the little finers of nicks from Dulu to Kawinda. He departed, and after that, they were just right on top because then Yadav came on, and he was knocking the stumps over. And it was all smiles and things just got better and better. Well, how about that? That was an absolute beauty, that delivery. That was quality. That was top draw. Well, I don't know what they did in their time from when they played the first game to this one. Well, I tell you, I know what they had for lunch. It was aloo paranthas because Abdullah there, he taken one. Well, I think Jagjit, he had too many aloo paranthas because it gone to his head. He was trying to strangle his own players. Abdullah, he said, don't worry, Jagmeet, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep taking the catches. And then, well, this was it. Jagmeet, he was on the hat-trick, and there's no man that deserves it any more than him. That is the purest of hat-tricks that you can get. And there you go. There is Papa Muliwala kissing his head. And then Numan Ali came on to bowl. He said, well, okay, maybe I'll have a go at a hat-trick. And this was one LBW, no doubt about that at all. And the finger goes up from the umpire, all smiles. So that was the first one. Then this one goes up in the air because Kumar says, leave it to me. He takes a second. So Numan Ali was 2-2. Are we going to see a hat-trick? Well, we did see 3 wickets go down in consecutive deliveries, but that was a run-out courtesy of good work from Jaswinder. So Jaswinder, he didn't have the best of times when he was doing the bowling. He went for 15, but he had the last laugh. And Kings 11, they are going to be dancing all the way back to the dugout, but, and there's a big but as we have a look at that scorecard. I've never seen anything like it. 17 from Afridi. He was hitting the ball all over the place before he was done by an absolute beaut from Yadav. And then they just fell apart. And it was a bit of carnage that was happening out there in the middle. But what a performance from Kings 11. Could that be the best bowling performance and fielding performance that you've ever seen? Well, it's certainly right up there because they've restricted a quality team to just, well, look at that, they don't even get to the 50. It's quite amazing. 47 all out with 12 balls to go. That is quite amazing. What will also be quite amazing if Brescia managed to win this match. Have a look at the bowling figures, quite exceptional. Kuldit Lal, 2 for 13. No wickets for Jaswinder. He was the expensive one. Then 2 for Yadav. He bowled beautifully. 3 wickets, the hat-trick man, Jagmeet Singh, 3 wickets for 2 runs. That over where he took the 3 wickets ended up being a treble wicket maiden. Absolutely brilliant. And Numan Ali, well, he doesn't do too bad either, does he? 2 wickets for 5. Sensational. That's all you can say. Absolutely sensational. Well, we promised you it was going to be a sensational day. Hasn't been sensational in terms of high scoring, but some of the quality that we've seen out there in the field has been brilliant. And I just want to say once more, congratulations to Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh ने बहुत बधाइयां दी है अपनी hat-trick आज पूरी की थी. And you know what? It was a sensational hat-trick. Sometimes we see hat-tricks when bowlers are taking wickets at the end of the innings. So you can say they're bowling at batters like the number 10, number 9, number 11, so they're picking up those wickets. That wasn't the case there. He was bowling to good batters. That was sensational bowling. And what an effort that was from Kings 11. They've given themselves an opportunity to have the double chance to go into the final tomorrow. They've got to take it, but they've got to go out there and they've got to be positive. Positive in the batting because Brescia, they are not going to go down without a fight. Well, join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, in under 10 minutes time when we come back to the conclusion of this playoff. What a match. Is there going to be more twists and turns in this match? Well, come back, stay tuned and find out in under 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back. I hope you've had time to recover and, well, just get over what we've just seen out there. A remarkable bowling and fielding performance from Kings 11, bowling out Brescia CC, the team that represented Italy in ECL last year and finished third in that European Cricket League. They just bowled them all out for 47 with, well, still 2 overs, 12 balls to go. Thanks to some superb bowling, and of course, the highlight has to be the hat-trick from Jagmeet. He was absolutely brilliant, and well bowled to him once more. Congratulations, Jagmeet Singh. 3 for 2, and that including that 3 wickets came in the second over, which was a 3-wicket maiden as well. Wicket maiden. It was absolutely fantastic. Numan Ali 2 for 5. He was on the hat-trick himself, and Vibha Yadav probably started it all off, taking 2 for 11 as well. An amazing performance. They were just superb. They held the catches, they did everything right. And now, well, they're going back to Vikas Kumar to open the batting. Vibha Yadav is up there with him. Can they get their batting right and knock these runs off? The umpires, Umpire Rahman and Amila, are ready to go. And here comes the first ball, and it's going to be Javed Mohammed to bowl it. Swinging away to Nasir Hussain. Takes the ball cleanly. Well, what must be going through the minds of Brescia? Of course, their team talk from Kalub Sajjad would have all been about, look, doesn't matter. We know what we can do. We know if they can do it to us, we can do it to them. We've just got to go out there positive. We've got to go out there fighting. He's going to try to lift the spirits of his team. Good bowling again. It's that way swing once more. Yadav just getting the attention of Kumar a little bit. See, Kumar, I think, what I've seen from Kumar, he seems to, hasn't been as attacking playing those shots outside the off as I've seen him. I mean, normally I've seen him hit those over the top. He gets right underneath and really crashes it away. But he's sort of not playing those with any sort of conviction. I wonder if he'll play a similar shot to this one if he's in the same areas. Now, this one is short, and then he misses out on it. That's one that should have been sent away. He knows it as well. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Well, Vinny, have you recovered from that innings?
Not really. I mean, last thing we were expecting. But this is what can happen. And if you want to know the value of the double chance, just look at this game. I mean, imagine you have this game in a sudden death matchup and it's all over. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, anything can happen. We know that. Everyone's going to have a bad game somewhere along the line. And yeah, Brescia CC, just everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong in that first innings. But you're right. I mean, they'll be saying, okay, if they can do it to us, we can do it to them. Brescia CC, they're a champion team. But I mean, right now, they'd have to fall over to lose, really. Kings 11 within 48 runs of that double chance.
Mohammed just waiting to get his field set to a man that we know has the ability to bat well and play well. Vibha Yadav, a great all-rounder, a great pickup that Kings have had for this series. But after scoring 62 valuable runs on one occasion, he hasn't been able to recapture that sort of form. Mate starts and gets out playing the game for the big shot on the onside from mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, just bat normally, I suppose. That'd be the message. What do we think about that, though? Yeah, Kuchet told us I didn't even get to a lot of stuff in the first innings because we only had 8 overs of it and things were happening really quickly. But apparently Charlie's got a beautiful singing voice. Apparently he's got a song.
He's got a song?
I don't know how serious that is or not, but I want to hear it if there is. I know Charlie, there are plans for a night series not too long away, and we've got Charlie lined up for that. Good bowling though, Javed Mohammed. Who's the man that was stranded at the other end? Well, the innings fell apart. End of the first over. Pretty good one. Only 1 on the board, 1 for no loss, Kings 11. Well, congratulations to Jagmeet. That was the story of the first innings, as he was able to take 3 for 2, including a triple wicket made in his second over, as he becomes hat-trick taker number 14. That's the exactly 2 weeks, in fact, to the date since we had Javed Sadran take a hat-trick in Austria. So congratulations to Jagmeet.
Yeah, huge congratulations. And it's what I was saying, Vinny, it's the way that he's done it. You know, sometimes you see hat-tricks being taken when it's the sort of lower order batters that are in, and you sort of say, well, he's got a great opportunity to do it, blah, 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 because like we said with Numan Ali when he was bowling at the number 11 batter, but that wasn't the case with Jagmeet. And it's the way he did it. It was so well done. The LBW, then it was that false shot, the catch from Kumar.
Yeah.
And then finish it off, taking the
Brescia,
middle
like I
stick.
said, like me with the gelato, could not resist.
Yeah.
Tried to whack a 6 and got his middle stump uprooted. This one sneaks back. Not sure there's any bat on this. Well, certainly a good delivery by Imran Naveed to start up.
Yeah. I mean, they're not giving this up, are they? And why should they? I mean, look, that's a really good delivery. But you can see there, he's hitting the side of Vikas. And hitting him right on the side.
I'm going to say a quick hello to Rajmani Sandhu, who's in the chat, who said that Jagmeet is a rock star. I know we saw Rajmani playing for Royal Palmer last year. May see him, I think, for Cricket Stars next year in Bologna. So looking forward to seeing you, Rajmani. Of course, we saw him also for Italy in the ECC.
Kuma says, don't worry.
If you get a team in a bad mood, e.g. been rolled for 47, and you start fielding the ball when you don't need to. Anyway, Kumar survives. I don't know. I can't see them being 1 after 8 balls if they were chasing a normal target. They're batting themselves into a little bit of a hole here. Anyway, Naveed bowled well. I mean, as did Javad Mohammed in the first over.
This one is there, right in the zone for Kumar, and he gets hold of this, and it would go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. And Vikas Kumar. But this is the Vikas Kumar that I remember right now. Anything that's there, he gets right underneath it, smashes it away. And just one that was aimed at him and his body. It gives him the opportunity to get swinging, and he does, and gets those runs. And that will certainly take some of those early nerves away. I mean, look, it's not a big score, but still, you've got to get him. And you just saw from that first over that was bowled, only 1 run from it, that Brescia are not going to make it easy. Big hit that off the bowling of Naveed. And, well, he's working on that ball and ready to come right back at Kumar.
Got to get up a bit.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of luck involved here, and this will go all the way to the boundary as well. 4 runs. And, well, maybe sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get things started for you. And maybe this is exactly what Vikas Kumar needed going into finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to play perfect cricket and have all the luck, I think, to defend 47. And that's the luck bit going against the Brescia side there. Proper French cut for 4. Got to just peruse my eye over the chat. A lot of people saying they enjoyed the hat-trick. They might have enjoyed your reaction even more than the hat-trick. Some people thinking that you were yelling for longer than the hat-trick actually took to take. But James Stewart saying that he loves your enthusiasm, as is Keanu in the chat. Hello to you, Keanu. Hope you're well. Let's wait for this ball from Naveed.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Keanu, as this one has been smashed away, but it goes straight to the fielder. Hits it well. We know that Kumar, he's been out a couple of times playing this shot, being caught there.
1 bounce. And James saying he remembers a time when Rico was a more reserved commentator. I don't. Got to say, even from the first time we heard you in March 2021, I'm going to say, at Alphas, you've always been.
Yeah, that's right.
Always been an ear buster, but that's right. That's who you are. That's why we love you.
I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
No,
I can't
put away
help
the
it.
sorries. You do you. Here we go. Last ball of the second over. 6 and a 4, and no more so far in this over. 3 dots. Last ball of it.
Nicely played, intelligent shot, doesn't have to go for the big one here. Takes a single. What he succeeds in doing is getting the strike again.
We know Yadav has a short fuse, so if you keep burgling the strike, like to be a fly on the wall in this conversation. Anyway, 2 overs down. Look, if they were to do this, Rico, then he would, by some distance, set a record. And we had fairly recently the record broken on the 4th of June. Prague Tigers on their first day in ECN cricket defending 60 against Prague Barbarians. And the Stockholm Tigers, feel sorry for them, they only held the record for 2 weeks. Men in Blue had it for ages. It was equalled by a decathlon in Greece, but no one had beaten it. Now, that held for about 15 months. The Tigers defended 62. Then the Stockholm Tigers, that is. Then the Prague Tigers defended 60. I mean, we've never seen a team defend in the 50s. And we've definitely never seen any team defending in the 40s. Could they do the impossible? Jawad Mohammed to try.
Oh, this is not a bad shot to try. The ball is outside the line, so he's going to put his foot down. He's trying to sweep this one sort of outside the off stump. I don't think the LBW call wouldn't have been in the equation. Kumar just trying to get a bit funky here. I think probably Yadav is hoping that he just gets bat and ball and maybe just takes a single. Lets him get a knock as well. He doesn't want to be standing around in the heat not doing anything.
A few things we're doing the last game of the day, of course. Got out a bit of food chat that we've covered. Also some random questions. Come back to that in a second. This is an outswinger, which he tries to swing away the leg. Misses. And one thing, and we've talked about this once or twice before, do you have any irrational superstitions? That's one of the questions in the chat.
Superstitions.
Could be cricket related or non-cricket related.
Yeah, I do. I mean, you mentioned the other day about, in cricket, how if teams were in a particular position, where they were sat, whatever, that you wouldn't move them when it was a tight game and things was finally going your way.
Yep.
I was always like that. So if I was sat somewhere, then I would stay somewhere. And it was the same when I was coaching. This one, he ends up just stopping.
Yeah.
Javed, just losing his foot. So I would stay there. I wouldn't move. And I would request that other players would as well. And if people did move, I said, no, go back and sit there.
Yeah.
And I'm also the same if I'm watching sport. Say my team is playing. And if I'm sat somewhere, and I'm not going to move until we finish the game off.
Spectators miles away think they can affect the game.
Yeah. But I'm like that always.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, it's a tough call, that one. And maybe it grabs a little bit of the tram line as it goes past the crease. You be the judge here. My instinct was probably was all right. Yeah, probably did catch a bit of line on second look. Certainly an umpire's call at least. Yeah, I mean, for me, I had one thing as well. I'd always put my right pad on first. And I do that generally. I do that with my shoes and socks as well. I don't know why. Right before left. I know as many people go left before right. I mean, it's just the way I would do it every time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's a lot of things. This is nicely played away. There's a fielder out there should field it. I mean, let's say I'm playing cricket here today.
Yep.
And now in England, you see a lot more of this than here. You find a feather or something, you pick it up, you put it at your bowler's mark.
Okay.
If you have a good day, I take the feather, take it into the next game. If in the next, and that
some sort of fauna crime.
That continues.
Crime,
then it continues until you have a bad one. Then the feather's just left.
Well, don't take it. If you get picked for England in the Ashes, don't try and take it into Australia. They'll lock you up at the border security. You'll be on the TV show. You'll say, but it's my bowling mark.
Yeah,
Rico.
I'll sneak it in somewhere.
We'll see you on.
I'll sneak it in. I'll put it in a hat. They'll think it's part of my hat.
Yeah, I mean, I was like that. I do like the idea of keeping your caps as well, and I've still got my very first cricket cap. Actually, it used to be red. I wore it when I was 11 and 12 and through my teens. But now it looks very pink. Yeah, but I realised the right before left thing. I do that pretty much everything in my keeping gloves, my batting gloves. I'm always doing right before left. Just what I do. I'll tell you one that I had to change in a second. As we get to the last two balls of the power play. Full toss. Bit of work for Naveed. Gets a friendly bounce, so it's just one. Yeah, this is one that I would if I was playing well, especially indoor cricket tournaments, you'd play and you'd sweat a lot. I mean, you are running intensely for the whole game. Certainly when you're batting, you're diving, throwing yourself around. But if I was having a good tournament, I would wear the same shirt and not wash it.
Oh, no. You can't be doing that.
And that didn't really go down well. I mean, people were happy I was playing well, don't get me wrong. But I had to change that one eventually.
It's up in the offside. This will go to the boundary. One bounce, 4 runs. And Yadav, it's a safe shot to play, isn't it? Everybody's pretty close in around the back. Trying to attack as much as they can to get the wicket. And he just plays his over the top. So 4 runs to end the power play.
Good way to finish it. So 20 for no loss at the end of 3. So then I actually went the complete opposite the next year. I had a different shirt for every game I played, no matter what. So I said, if I'm going to go a complete opposite to my superstition to show that my superstition's silly. But it really did make a difference.
Didn't the shirt have sponsors and all that on it, or was it just any old white T-shirt?
I would change it every game, so I'd have we get normally 3. I think we get 3 that are identical.
Right, okay.
So yeah, I mean it was great because at the end of the tournament I have a brand new one normally. Yeah. Have a look at that. Few teeth missing. That looks like an old tobacco farmer in the US, and a few teeth missing on that. In fact, they never got to the 9th or 10th overs. They were bowled out in 8. So, yeah, keep your random questions coming. We're loving them.
Pasha Khan, he was the hat-trick victim. Game for glory, losing his middle stump. Wouldn't he like to have a final say in this match? No shot played, so they won't be even thinking about running.
Yeah, tell you what, talk about the battle of the left-arm spinners in this game. I mean, it does seem like Jagmeet's delivered a death blow before Pasha's even had a chance to bowl. You see the batter. Again, that's the kind of lack of a shot you expect when you're chasing a score in the 40s. Just not willing to give his wicket up here, Kumar. But let's see how Yadav approaches him.
Plenty of chat. Yadav having a bit of a conversation with Nasir Hussain behind the stumps.
Can't keep up with this chat. It's going off at the moment. Ooh, that just bounced over the stumps. Well, the robot saying that ECN Plus will include notifications for superstitions. Oh, the robot's been in really good form today.
Robot's happy
Must
today.
Must be a slow day at the office, and I think that's great.
What's the robot happy?
It's nice
Has
to have
he
the
been
robot
oiled
take
today? Did he get a bit of oiling?
A bit more of an active role. I suppose we're into game 5. Anyway, this will take some stopping. Pretty good work. And that's Javin Mohammed that will prevent the 4, but can't prevent the 2.
Yeah, that's good to see from Javin. I mean, look, you know what the match situation is, but still he's throwing himself around to try and stop this. And, well, it's not easy fielding out there. But does really well on that rubbly surface, you've got to say, in this outfield.
That's a lot easier to play when you don't need to score 10 and over, because you can keep out the good ones like that. And Bashar, I think I've said this before, but he misfields the unmisfieldable.
Did he try and flick this onto the stumps or something?
Just a regulation palm away. Yoink. Well, actually off the wrist more. Yeah, that just sums it up really. Fresh CC, and already they're halfway to the target.
It's up in the air, and this will be taken. So the first wicket does go down. He tries to be pretty cautious, doesn't he, Kumar? And this time, again, he's just stepping away, and then he's hitting this one. You can see what he's trying to do, trying to get enough onto it to clear that fielder. He's not able to. The catch is taken. You can see the fielder, Farooq Khan, just letting the umpires know who he is so they can broadcast it to the scorers. But, yeah, it doesn't get enough off this.
He'd be a bit disappointed, especially after being pretty careful.
Yeah.
Just to miss-hit a cut shot. Top edge flies away. End of the over as well. So it is 24 for 1 at the end of 4. Very, very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome. Long day, Super Friday, but we've enjoyed it. I mean, every match, there's been something on it. I mean, the playoffs involving these two teams in Brescia. Brescia winning both of the previous matches, so we knew that they locked up one of the double chances. That's what makes this game so crucial. It looks like Kings 11 are going to get over the line. The other ones being the eliminators, of course, saying goodbye to Pakline Ziadi and saying goodbye to Chivadate, who unfortunately finished 4th. But a bit like last year, they finished higher after the group stage than they'd finish when it's all washed up. So, you know, wishing those guys the best, but certainly will be an interesting day tomorrow, Rico. Here's Kalab Sajjad. Starts with a bit of a short one. But I'm liking the robot. Take a bit more of an active role. I know you're busy most of the time. We never know who's behind the robot. That's the funny thing. But Wazza saying one of his superstitions was didn't want to move the fielders in case the batter then hit it to where the fielder was. So I can understand that. That makes sense. I'm trying to think if I've got any other silly ones. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, I think. We were talking about when there was a partnership, I think, in the Australian Test team. People were locked in the toilets for several hours during a big partnership. That's not ideal. Especially then, because this is, I mean, you can't have mobile devices anyway if you're playing high-level cricket. Or even this cricket you can't. But you have no idea what's happening in the game. You're stuck there in the toilet and you got no idea.
But, you know, isn't it funny? And I mentioned my one as like, you know, you've got to be sat where you are, and it also applies to being at home when you're watching a big match on the TV, you know, and that applies to everybody, not just you. So I'll be there. You know, my daughter sat there, and maybe she moves to go, I don't know, maybe she moves to go to the bathroom, and because she moves, the opposition have scored a goal or something. Next thing, it's her fault. I'm saying it's your fault. So there's millions, billions of people around the world watching the same thing. But because my daughter's gone to the toilet, she's caused.
I've watched the baseball. I'm a big Toronto Blue Jays fan. I think I've said that before. I'm a baseball fan. And I ran into like the other big Toronto Blue Jays fan in the city I was living in. And he was from Toronto originally, Canadian guy. Wait for this. Going nowhere. But we went and watched one of the playoff games together. It was early in the morning back in Australia, and And he had a lucky bat that was once owned by one of the famous Blue Jay players. And so he would pick it up for luck. Wow, this is taken off the stumps. It's going to be 4. And so nice shot by Yadav, who gets a little bit funky. And certainly if he missed this, he was in big trouble. But he doesn't miss. He's got a good eye. He's really lapped up this format this week. Very handy player. So he'll grab 4, which takes him up into the 30s. Yeah, so he'd pick up this bat at certain times in the game when he felt that it was time to unleash this extra bit of luck.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all sorts of superstitions. I mean, it's nice to feel like you can affect things in the universe. Last ball of the over will be a wide. Oh. Getting for this one. Again, this is on the tight. I'm going to say credit to the umpires. It's been a long, hot day for them. Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, very good call.
Yep.
It's nice to see that Jagmeet has been asked to go up there. He's batting at number 3. There's probably a few bowlers that would like to take his count. Well, this is out of here. That's a big shot. Goes down on one knee, and he just dispatches this to the boundary. That's a big shot. Big hit. Nicely played. Shakalugya.
Well, could be in for an early finish here because I think this game's only got an hour and 9 minutes from when it started. But right now, just 9 more required. And look, tomorrow we have more cricket coming up for you. And we can't fill in the blanks, but we kind of can now. Because it looks to me like Brescia CC are going to have to take on Jandra Brescia. That's a real banana peel game for them. Because I think Jandra Brescia, they actually beat Brescia CC in the semi-final last year after they'd underperformed in the whole tournament. Oh no, this is probably going to be 5 wides.
I think you're right.
I'm going to wait for the call, but it will be 5. And so that means they can win it with 4 more now. Terrible start, and yeah, Husnain just couldn't deal with it. Yeah, so looks like we'll have Kings 11, of course, through to the qualifier 1. So we'll have Brescia CC versus Chandra Brescia. And then in qualifier 1, we'll see Gina Brescia versus Kings 11. The winner will go straight through to the final. The loser will play the winner of the 3 versus 4 match. So, I mean, particularly that Brescia CC versus Chandra Brescia game. Chandra Brescia, they're on a winning streak. They've won 4 in a row now after losing their first 3. So, it won't be an easy one. All right, 4 to win.
Oh, well bowled. Bashar Khan coming back into the attack. He's right up there. I mean, that wicket he took there puts him up there with Yadav and Kuldeep Lan now with 11. So he's certainly been a very, very good batter.
If you are leaving us at the end of the broadcast, or at the end of this run chase, we'll remind you that we'll start again 6:30 AM GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. Another exciting day of cricket. It's going to be huge.
Look at that. Look at the turn he's getting here. Really good lines, good areas. And he's just toying with Jagmeet. Your Jagmeet, he's the one who got Bashar Khan for a golden ball to get his hat-trick. And, well, he keeps his foot down, so stays inside. Jagmeet going for the big shot there. Just been given his opportunity. Why not? It's had a good day here so far. Has got off the mark as well. But he's looking to go for the big shot. Looking to finish it with a big shot. Oh, in the end, he just places out nicely. Will take the single and gives. Oh well, it's not going to go for the boundary, is it? Well, I think
it has.
I think that is going to the boundary.
I think it is, and that means it's going to be game over.
That's the match, right?
Yeah, it's going to be game over. So that one just kept on rolling down the river.
Yeah, that's gone. Look, that's 4 runs. And what a way to finish. So, 4 runs. And it's the runs that, look, it's quite fitting for me that, all right, it's not, it didn't thrash it through the covers or anything, but the 4 comes from the bat of Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh, he's the hero. This match really does belong to him. And gets the winning runs as well. The man that took the hat-trick. Remember, it was a triple wicket maiden as well. And it was a superb performance from the Kings 11. And still, well, Muliwala just wants to keep hugging Jagmeet. And, well, he says, give me the ball. I'll have a ball. Well, it's no time for that now, Jagmeet. You'll have to do that in the nets. It ends up being a simple victory. I mean, they do it inside the 7 overs, don't they? And just a couple of deliveries to go in that, the 6th over from Bashir. And this is a time where, I mean, Brescia are really going to be hurting here, because one thing I was saying when they were batting is that whatever happens in this contest, it's all about how you play. It's all about going into finals day with the confidence boost, bat well, score runs. It's something both these teams needed to do. but it didn't happen, did it? That Brescia didn't bat well. They all out for just 47, and you can see here, well, Kings, they want all of their team to come out in the middle, and I'm pretty sure that they want to have a bit of a celebration out there before they walk off their field of play.
The batters have said, well, I want to drink first. Give me a sec. Just got to offload some equipment. Well, congratulations to Kings 11. Kuldeep, just a little bit of a word with the umpire, but really, you got to give credit where credit's due. Kings 11, when they put it together, I mean, I think they're very, very hard to beat no matter who you are.
They're still not batting. That's the thing. I mean, they would have liked to have a good bat. Well, here we go. Let's wait for this. I think they want to do the old chuck their footy here. Come on, I'm in on this. Come on, let's get ready. Let's stay on them.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Yadav to turn up. There he is. And see all the sport crew as well. And, well, the Kings 11, they have arrived and they have grabbed...
Jaka there, footy! Oh, I like that. Yeah, look, well done, guys. It's been a dominant performance, and they've done it in so much time, and they've done it clinically as well. We might as well have a good celebration as well. Chuck their footy style. Well done. And it has been a very good performance from them. But I will still say, I agree with what you're saying, Vinny, but I still do say what they haven't been able to do is get a good opportunity to bat. That's what they've got to do. This is what's happening here tomorrow. We can sort of fill in those blanks here now. So the Eliminator 3, Tangier Brescia, will be playing Brescia. There you go, just like magic. So they will be playing Brescia, and Gina Brescia and Kings, well, they are the two teams that will have the double chance. So no matter whoever wins that first qualifier will automatically go into the final, but the one that loses will get the second chance by playing the winner of Brescia versus Tangier Brescia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Brescia CC, they're on the chopping block. Like I said, bit of a banana peel game. That's how they got knocked out last year in the first game of finals day by Tangier Brescia. So a team on the rise against a team on the slide, really, in Eliminator 3, first thing in the morning. So make sure you join us. But right now, chasing only 48. They had a bit of luck, didn't they? It was a good hook shot for 6, but then a lucky one for Kuma. He got 4. He just had a feeling this innings wasn't going to last too long. That was the only wicket to fall in the second half as Kuma had to go. But then Yadav and Jagmeet, who had a brilliant game, got them over the line. So Kings 11, assisted by a couple of gifts, including that one. But really, you got to say that it's a wonderful effort from them, and maybe they're just clicking at the right time, Rico. Again, I think it'll be one of the most competitive finals days you could imagine. And there was the big chuck of the footy there, Star.
I'm loving the ending there. Chuck of the footy. And yeah, that's awesome. Loving it. Well done. Look, I know we don't have favourites, but Kings 11, they're a team that I remember back from when I was in Bologna. And I remember then how they looked after us. It was a little bit fresher in Bologna when we were there, but we were getting the masala tea and the prawns then, and they didn't forget about us this time as well. Well, this time we probably didn't need the tea. We wanted the lassies, and I know that our good friend Jagjit Singh bought us those mango lassies, and we certainly love him for that, and the prawns. But I tell you what, they do work because they kept me and you going, and they kept Kings 11 going as well. I always say the Alu prawns, and now, supported by the mango lassies, certainly do the job. There's that scorecard. Well done to Vibha Yadav. I think it's important for him to get that not there, that 21 not out as well. And I think also very fitting that we saw Jagmeet going out there getting the winning runs as well in what was a fantastic performance. Brescia, look, you can't blame the bowlers at all. They didn't bowl badly. They just didn't have enough runs on the board to protect.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, 1 for 13, Bashir Khan didn't really get a chance to work himself into the game, really. And so, well, congratulations. They do it with plenty of time to spare. And so, well, we might have a bit of company here, the way it's going. And so, well, it only took 5.5 overs in the end to knock over these runs. I mean, like I said, they probably could have scored 48 runs with both hands tied behind their back.
Hang on a minute. I'm going to get carefully. I'm going to cover my head because I don't want any kissing and rubbing on my head happening. Because Mulliwala is in the house. Take care.
We've been taken over. Well, Rico, you fit right in with the Kings 11 with your light blue shirt. Well, congratulations, guys. I know it hasn't always gone your way this week, but it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, right? And that's what it's all about. I mean, we'll have to see if you end up zooming to the top or falling off the cliff tomorrow. I know it'll be a really tough day, but of course, the pressure is only going to go up from here, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But look, it's been a wonderful performance from a team that we've known for a long time, and I got to know him last year. I know you've known him. I've seen him in Rome as well. But what a good performance, and smiles on everybody's faces.
Yeah.
Look, first of all, can I just say to you, what is the thing about rubbing the head and giving the kisses on the forehead? You're going to tell me, am I not, Mike?
Yeah.
मैनू किस करना बहुत पसंद है.
He says he loves just giving the kissing. Well, boys, do you like his kissing?
He's saying about the kisses. He almost choked out poor Abdullah twice when he took those catches.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the kiss and choke. Tell you what, that might be for another channel. And more the merrier in here. Look, Kings 11, they're up and about. But again, they need to get over this pretty quickly because tomorrow they've got, I suppose, that big game against Brescia.
Yeah.
Everyone's beatable. Look, there's even more coming, guys.
Oh, good. Have we got room for this guy? I mean, look at these arms. You know, that's why I call him the Ladduwala. Look at that. Well, he loves his cricket. That's what you're talking about. He's even got the king tattoo on his arm.
I mean,
Come a bit closer. Let them get closer to the camera.
Yeah, go on, here we
How
go.
about this? Look. Look at that. That's what you're talking about. That's commitment for you. I bet you'll never play for another team, will you?
we would love Rico to show you his tattoos, but it's a family show, so we can't. So what I will say is we'll be back tomorrow. We might just show you the graphics tomorrow and show these guys because we will see Kings 11 in the second game of the day against Brescia. They do secure the double chance on account of that. That win over Brescia CC, who now have a sudden death match against Janjo in the morning.
Okay, boys, how does it go? We're going to do it after 3, the Chuck Their Funny after 3. Okay, are we ready?
All right, here we
Hang
go.
on. 1, 2, 3.
Chuck
Their Funny!
Well, so much for being impartial. I mean, they're up and about, but like I say, they're a long way from qualification.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll need
tomorrow
to win.
is the big day.
They need to win 2 matches tomorrow. 2 matches tomorrow, and they can do it. But yeah, thanks so much, guys.
I just want to say, love you guys. The work you guys do.
Fiwa Yadav, and look, I know he can have a bit of a short fuse, but when he's saying nice things, and I really love this guy as well. Love all you guys, of course, love all the players. May the best team win tomorrow. It'll be huge. Well, Rico, that was an unexpected little interruption.
Well, we've been invaded by ants all day, and now we just get invaded by the. Here we go. Come on. Give us some love.
All right, might have to change the music if it keeps going like this. But anyway, what we will do, we'll say goodbye. We will leave you with some highlights of the day. Stay tuned to our social media at European Cricket. Have a look at some highlights today, including that hat-trick. How about it? Also, if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers. Then we'll tip buckets of water over our head. That's what we decided if we do it while we're in Italy. Been a great day, long day, Super Friday, Peacock Friday. But Rico, tomorrow, the biggest day yet in Brescia. We'll find out who will join Albano and Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, super big day tomorrow. I mean, Kings 11, well, they're very happy today. But will they be smiling tomorrow, or will it be one of the other teams? Well, we're going to have to find out. You're going to have to join. It's going to be a massive day here tomorrow. The heat is going to be on, not just in here, not just out there, but in the middle as well. You guys have been fantastic. You are the best ever. Thank you so much for all your support. But now it's time for us to say goodbye.
It sure is. So on behalf of European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks again for your company. Do not miss Finals Day. Tomorrow we'll be here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Fort with me, and all the Blue crew. Hope you have a great evening. We'll leave you some highlights of the day. Thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Productions. And we'll see you tomorrow for Finals Day in Brescia. That was Super Friday. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.